The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to this Saturday edition of Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the past. It is August the 17th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1590 AD, Governor of Roanoke Island Colony, John White, returns from England to find no trace of the colonists he had left there 3 years earlier. They probably went out for pizza and didn't tell him. In 1903, Joe Pulitzer donates $1 million to Columbia University and begins the Pulitzer Prize in America. Wait. You're telling me the prestigious Pulitzer Prize is named after some guy named Joe? Not even Joseph, just Joe? Seems that way. I don't know how to feel about that, Matt. In 1945, Korea is divided into North and South Korea along the 38th parallel. Also in 1945, Sukarno and Muhammad Hatta declare Indonesia, Dusty Chindies, independent from the Netherlands. In 1947, the Radcliffe Line, border between Union of India and Dominion of Pakistan, is revealed. In 1998, Monica Lewinsky scandal, U.S. President Bill Clinton admits in tape testimony he had an improper physical relationship with the intern, and on the same day admits before the nation he misled people about the relationship. In 1979, Monty Python's Life of Brian, directed by Terry Jones, starring Graham Chapman, Michael Palin, and John Cleese, and funded by George Harrison's Handmade Films, premieres in U.S. theaters. In 1876, Richard Wagner's opera Gardandenrung premieres in Bayreuth. In 1933, MLB player Lou Gehrig plays record 1,308th consecutive game. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, Abbott, I met all the crown heads of Hollywood today.
Costello, there are no crown heads in Hollywood.
Abbott, you never walked through a picket line, have you?
Stop this nonsense and tell me where you've been.
Well, I was helping my Uncle Mike with his new invention. He's invented a plane that goes 5,000 miles an hour and goes to London in 5 minutes.
Wait a minute. If it goes 5,000 miles an hour and goes to London in 5 minutes, how does it stop?
Let London get a guy to work on that.
Costello, your Uncle Mike is as big a dope as you are.
Oh, yeah? Well, my Uncle Mike is a smart man, Abbott. For 10 years, he ran the Chase National Bank for the investors.
He did?
Yes, sir. And for the next 10 years, investors ran a national chase for Uncle Mike.
Has Uncle Mike ever been in jail, Lou?
Yes. One time he got so full of Christmas spirit that they threw him in jail for singing Christmas carols.
Well, lots of people sing Christmas carols.
On the 4th of July? Poor Uncle Mike, he's in a hospital. He's got a mule on his nose.
Not a mule. You mean a mole?
No, not after the mule kicked him in the kisser. He's got a mule there.
All right. Costello, what keeps you from being the biggest idiot in the world?
I guess I'm too fat for my height.
Oh, get him out of here. Come out here. Where have you been?
I was across the street having a beef stew.
Well, how was it?
Terrible. It had nothing in it but beef tongue and oxtails.
Well, what's wrong with beef tongues and oxtail?
Nothing. But who's getting all that stuff in between?
Look, hey, Lou, why don't you come over to my house for dinner? We always have a crowd. My wife's dinners are talk of the town, and they're always informal.
What do you mean informal?
Well, we don't dress for our dinners.
No wonder they're the talk of the town.
Well, one thing, there's always plenty of meat at our house.
Last time I was there, your wife gave me rabbit stew, and the next day when I came over, your cat was missing.
Just a minute. Are you trying to insinuate that my wife served you cat meat?
All I know is every time I met a dog on the street, my back arches.
My wife is a very particular cook. Her kitchen is immaculate. That's more than I can say about your Aunt May. Her kitchen is a disgrace. Her sink is filled with eggshells. The drawers in her kitchen cabinet are full of carrot tops and wilted lettuce. She's sloppy.
She is not. That's her hobby. She collects garbage. You know, garbage is the same as antiques.
Garbage is the same as antiques.
Certainly, it's a collector's item, ain't it?
Costello, you must study to be an ignoramus. You couldn't be any dumber if you were twins.
Oh, yes, I could. If I was twins, it'd be two of us, and we could help each other.
Costello, I don't know why I associate with you. I'm a college man, a fraternity man. See this? Phi Beta Kappa.
Ha-ha. Look at this.
What's that?
Half a can of tuna.
That trouble is, you're illiterate. You spend your spare time... Why don't you spend your spare time reading, Lou? Trying to improve your mind. Take me. I read a lot. There's nothing to improve your thinking like a bookcase well stacked.
Abbott, when I think of something well stacked, I ain't thinking of a bookcase.
Costello man would have to go a long way to meet a dope as stupid as you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. I'm willing to travel.
The trouble with you is that you're an ignoramus. Do you know what an ignoramus is?
Sure, and I like his partner, too.
His partner?
Ain't you ever heard of Ignoramus and Andy?
No. That's a sample of your mentality. Costello, you ought to see a psychiatrist.
I went to one last week. He told me I got a split personality. I'm really two people, Abbott.
You've got enough personality to split with 10 people.
Just a minute. Don't laugh. Show me where it says that in the slip.
Never mind.
Now, watch out, Abbott. You're getting me mad. I can hardly hold my temper in.
It's kind of silly for you to hold your temper in when the rest of you is spread out all over the place.
Are we both on the same page?
I don't know where to go. Certainly we are. The trouble with you is you can't read. You never went to school.
I just saw. I went to Colt Hill High School in Patterson, New Jersey.
Well, wait a minute. When did you go to high school?
September 11th, 1935.
You mean you only went one day?
You mean you're supposed to go back?
No wonder you're so stupid.
I can't help it, Abbott. I led a very sad life. When I was a kid, my father used to beat me over the head with a baseball bat. My mother used to beat me over the head with a baseball bat. My brother Pat used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat. My Uncle Mike used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat. My Uncle Jimmy Keller used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat.
Wait a minute,
my Uncle Tom Zismus used to hit me over the head with a baseball bat.
My goodness.
Everybody hit me over the head with a baseball bat.
That's terrible. That was a terrible family.
Yeah, but what a baseball team we had.
You must have been a pretty tough kid to stand all that abuse.
I was a pretty tough kid, Abbott. I belonged to the toughest gang in Patterson. We were so tough that when we walked down Main Street and Market Street, even the sewers backed up.
Did any of your old gang become successful, Lou?
Oh, yes, they did. Did you ever hear of Joe Buzzo?
Yes.
He went into business. He's making money hand over fist.
No, you mean hand over fist.
He's in a tire business, and in that business, it's hand over fist.
But I remember Bozzo. I seem to remember him. Wasn't he the kid that got lost? Wasn't he the kid that got lost in the woods?
Yes, he was in the woods for 5 days, had nothing to eat but pine needles.
Pine needles?
Yep.
Did they have any bad effect on him?
Well, only when he got home. His mother made him a big dish of spaghetti in his stomach, knitted a pair of socks out of it.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Everybody in that gang, they all amounted to something but except you.
I'm doing all right, Abbott. Only yesterday, MGM called me up and wanted to use me in a screen test, but I turned him down.
You turned down a screen test? Why?
They wanted to throw me against it and see if it was strong.
You couldn't work for anybody. I ought to get rid of you myself and get myself another partner.
Who would work with you?
Oh, I could work with a cow. I could get lots of laughs.
How could you get a lot of laughs with a cow?
You'd be surprised at the things I could pull on her.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Oh, I feel so good tonight.
Just a minute, Viola. I object the way you come in here every week and hug and kiss me.
I don't hug and kiss you.
I know. That's what I object to. Viola, you look lovely tonight. That's a beautiful dress you have on.
Do you like it? It's made of jersey.
Looks a little tight around Patterson.
It's supposed to be tight. It's a half and half dress. It's half cocktail and half dinner gown.
Which half are you wearing?
Never mind it. Have you heard from your folks since you've been out here?
Oh, yes. I got a card this morning. They're driving out, and last night they stopped at a little place outside New Orleans called Howe's Bayou.
How's Bayou?
Fine. How's Bayou?
If this keeps up, I'm going to turn my ice machine business.
What'd you say?
If this keeps up, I'm going to turn my ice machine business over to my brother Pat.
Well, pay no attention to Viola. He's just jealous.
I am not.
Well, Mr. Abbott is right, Costello. I can see right through you.
Well, it was a little warm today to wear a slip.
Costello, you're not fooling anybody. Viola's getting wise to you. Last week was her birthday, and you didn't even buy her a present.
Well, I didn't really expect any, Bud. I think Costello's the type that gets cheap around Christmas time.
Just a minute, Viola. That's a nasty thing to say. Hey. Costello gets cheap around Christmas time?
Thanks, Abbott.
Costello's just as cheap all the rest of the year.
If the Plasters Union is listening, have Bud Abbott's overalls ready in the morning. Abbott will be back on the job.
Cut it out, Costello. You're just jealous because Viola and I are more popular than you are.
You're popular?
Certainly. Haven't you noticed every week when I come to the broadcast, there's a mob outside that grabs me and asks me for my autograph?
Sure, but Abbott, I'm asking you. Do you think it's worth it?
What do you mean, is it worth it?
Dressing up every Thursday like Dinah Shore.
You see, Viola? He is jealous of our popularity. Go ahead, Viola. Tell him how popular you are.
Well, I don't like to brag, Costello, but I was over at RKO yesterday and walked on a set, and Cary Grant kissed me 3 times.
So what? I was over at MGM yesterday. I bent over to tie my shoe, and Lassie licked my face.
Costello, have you been showing Viola around Hollywood the way you promised?
Sure, I took her to Republic Studios. All the cowboys were there. Didn't we have fun, Viola?
Oh, yes, Costello. It sure was funny when you ran in that dark closet to play post office, and that cowboy shoved his horse in with you.
His horse? This is terrible. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Oh, where am I going? I gotta go over to that corral and get back my fraternity pin. Ladies and gentlemen, Abbott and I heard a young singer in New York several weeks ago, and we liked him very much, and we brought him back to Hollywood to join our show, and here he is, and we hope you like him too, Hal Winters.
I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers a-weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny with the moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone.
Now get out of here and stay out of here.
What's the matter, Abbott? Who hit you?
The sound man. I like to fool around with the sound effects. Every time I go over there and touch the stuff, he hits me.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Huh. You can't do that to my partner. Come on. We're going over there and we'll tell him. Now, there's the sound effects department, Abbott. Go ahead. Come on. Fool around with anything you like.
Thanks, Pat.
Blow the whistles. Do anything.
Oh, boy, this is fun.
Make a train.
Yeah. So, you're fooling around with my stuff again, eh? Ow! Costello, what the fuck are you doing to me? Ain't you going to say something?
I certainly am.
What?
Abbott, if you don't stop fooling with this guy's stuff, he's going to knock your brains out.
This is all my fault for listening to you. From now on, I'll take care of myself. I can stand up for my rights.
So why don't you stand up for your rights with that guy?
How could I? His lefts kept knocking me down.
Let's go back there, Abbott. Somebody's writing us wrong. Let's go back there, Abbott. I'll take care of you. I'm plenty tough. Here, feel my muscle. Go ahead and feel it.
Muscle. I can't feel anything but a red corpuscle.
Yeah, but ain't it got a hard head?
Who are you kidding? I'm the guy's got muscle. I used to be a prize fighter. I was one of the cleanest fighters in the ring.
You should have. You should have been. They threw enough water on you. I'm the guy that can fight. I remember the last guy I fought. I hit him so hard that he hollered uncle.
Well, who were you fighting with?
My little 3-year-old nephew, Tony.
I thought so. You can't fight and you can't act. In fact, none of your family has any talent.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
How about my cousin Vincent? He had a great voice, but he could only sing while taking a bath. They used to wheel him out on the stage in a bathtub. He'd sing while taking a bath, but they fired him after his first performance.
Why?
When the people started applauding, he forgot himself and stood up and took a bow.
What is he doing now?
Writing songs. You should hear his new song. He took a little of it from Irving Berlin, a little from Cole Porter, a little from Sigmund Rundberg.
What did he get?
3 lawsuits.
Forget about your cousin. Wait a minute. What's all that mail doing in your pockets?
Abbott, that's my fan mail. Everybody in the country is talking about my great character, Sam Shovel. Here, I'll read one. Dear Lou Costello, I'm simply crazy about your Sam Shovel detective programs. Last week, as I sat listening to your show, you were so thrilling I froze to my seat. I'm coming over tonight to see you.
There's a guy out here to see you, Costello.
What does he look like?
He's a short man with a frozen seat.
Come on, Costello. Let's get on with the show. What is your Sam Shovel case for tonight?
It's one of my smaller cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the sailor who was shot while having Hedy Lamarr and Lana Turner's pictures on his chest, or he died with his boots on.
Sounds interesting. Let's do it.
Okay.
And now the makers of Crummies, the breakfast food that dares to be different, presents The Adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Crummies. Crummies is the only breakfast food that comes ready to serve. We put in the sugar, strawberries, milk, and cream right into the package. Look for it on your grocer's shelf in the large, soggy box. And Crummies is fine for the youngsters. You can safely feed Crummies to a 2-year-old. Some of the well-known 2-year-olds that eat Crummies are Citation, Entrust, and Bazooka. Crummies is the only breakfast food that is shot from cannon. So remember, when opening the package, stand back. And friends, mark my words. No cereal is as good as Crummies. You can put that in your pipe and smoke it. In fact, it tastes better if you put it in your pipe and smoke it. And now for the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I don't feel so good today. Last night, my fraternity invited me to a football dinner. That's the last time I'll eat football for dinner. I'm kind of tired, too. I traveled all night. I rode the chief in from Albuquerque. Next time, I'm going to take a train. Riding piggyback on an Indian is murder. I was down there trying to get a conviction on one of my cases, Magee the murderer. But he had a clever lawyer. I charged him with murder, but the jury whitewashed him. I charged him with larceny, but the jury whitewashed him. Then I took him to a Turkish bath. I had to get all that whitewash off him. My correspondence is piled up a lot while I was away. I see a carbon copy of the letter I sent to Sears and Roebuck for a pair of handcuffs. It reads, "Send handcuffs. If good, we'll send check." Then I pick up their answer. It reads, "Send check. If good, we'll send handcuffs." That reminds me I may get called on another case. I think I'll clean my Remington before I put it back in my pocket. Someday I'm going to buy a gun. I get tired carrying a typewriter in my pocket. Suddenly I look up. There on the wall of my office is an oil painting. Bought it last year. It's pretty, but it's a lot of trouble. Every day I got to oil it. I glance across the court. The beautiful stenographer in the insurance office is just coming to work. She's punching the time clock. The clock punched her back. I pick up my morning paper. On the front page is a picture of John L. Lewis. John L. Lewis on the front page. I study his face. I'm trying to figure which eyebrow has the Tony. Looks like another slow day for the detective business. As I sit here in my little office, I'm unhappy. I'm down in the dumps. Whenever I'm in this office, I feel down in the dumps. That's not strange. My office is located at the dumps. Across from my office is a stationery store. There's no sign on it, but I'm sure it's a stationery store. I've been watching it for 2 years. It hasn't moved an inch. I just remember last week my pal, Lieutenant Abbott, invited me to dinner, and I must send his wife a bread and butter note. That's a sloppy job. There's nothing I hate worse than writing on bread and butter. I glance out at the window in the parking lot. They're getting ready to move my car again to let another one out. I hope the owner moves it, not the reckless attendant. Thank goodness the owner moved it. I noticed my pal, Lieutenant Abbott, in the homicide squad coming this way. He's a regular bloodhound. When he's after a crook, he can smell a trail. In fact, he smells any place. The one thing about Lieutenant Abbott, he speaks straight from the shoulder. He's got to. That's where his mouth is. Just then, Lieutenant Abbott walks into the office.
Hello, Sam Shovel. Sam, I just had the most sensational lunch. What a meal. I ordered pork chops, bacon, fried ham, pig's knuckles.
When Lieutenant Abbott eats, he goes hog wild.
Well, a cop has got to keep his strength up, Sam. I never know when I'll get in a fight.
Lieutenant Abbott is right. One thing I'll say for him, he never ran away from a fight. He always takes a taxi.
Sam, I'm happy today. I'm feeling pretty chipper. I'm really chipper.
Lieutenant Abbott is not lying. Nobody is chipper than he is. He's the chippest man I ever met. He lives at the Fiddle Hotel. It's a violin. Rooms are $1 a night and up. If you get a room for $1, you're up all night.
Sam, I thought I heard something moving. The sound came from that bureau.
We crossed the office to the bureau and started opening the drawers.
There's nobody here.
You won't find me here.
It's my Bureau of Missing Persons.
Speaking of missing persons, Sam, what happened to that crooked musician you were trailing?
Lieutenant Abbott was referring to Matty Banjo Head Malnick, the leader of one of the crookedest bands in this country.
Sam, how can you say that? Matty's boys are all artists.
They must be artists. I know they're not musicians. Lieutenant, when Matty Banjo Head Malnick heard I was after him, he took it on the lam. That was 3 weeks ago.
Hiya, Sam Shovel.
He's still on that lam.
Sam, you gotta help me. That Bergman gang is trying to shake me down for $10,000, and I'm afraid I'll have to pay through the nose.
Why should you have to pay through the nose?
That's where I keep my money.
What a clever crook that Malnick is. When he needs money, he don't have to blow a safe. He just blows his nose. Just look at it. I'd like to have his nose full of Canadian nickels.
Malnick, you'll have to get out of here. Sam and I are talking business.
I'll go, but first I want to give Sam this batch of cookies I baked for him. Here, Sam, they're your favorite kind, policeman cookies.
Policeman cookies?
Sure, ain't you never heard of cop cakes? So long, copper.
Everybody's got good writers but me. I'm going to have to start paying next week. That Malnick is a very clever boy. He ought to go over to the Eagle Laundry and put his head in with the flat work.
Well, never mind him, Sam. Hey, look who's coming across the street. It's Two-Gun Gertie.
Two-Gun Gertie, the gorgeous gun moll. Once I asked her to marry me, but she refused. She's too class conscious.
Gertie is class conscious?
I ain't got no class, and she's conscious of it. Just as I finished making this clever remark, the door burst open, and Gertie entered my office.
Sam Shovel, my darling. Oh, Sam, you gotta help me.
What's up, Gert?
The cops are after me. They think I'm hiding something. They think I've got it on me.
You may have it on you, but you sure ain't hiding anything.
Careful, Sam. She's up to something.
Oh, Sam, you gotta help me. If you do, I'll be your slave. I'll cook for you. I'll bake for you. I'll sew for you. I'll...
Keep going, Gert. You're bound to hit something I like.
Ah, you're a card, Sam. Come here. I'm gonna let you kiss me.
Sam Shovel, where are your manners? Where are your manners? How dare you kiss this gun moll right before me?
Wait your turn, Lieutenant. I'll kiss you next.
Sam, why don't we start going steady again? We could be so happy. Look out the window, Sam. See those two lovebirds in that tree?
Yes.
Why can't we be like them and do what they're doing?
Okay, but I don't think the branches will hold us.
Sam, this is ridiculous. You're a cop and she's a crook. She's not for you.
Keep out of this, Flatfoot. I'll prove to Sam that I'm the girl for him. I'll give him a kiss that'll bust the buttons off his vest.
That I'd like to see.
Come here, Sam.
Sam. Sam Shovel, say something.
Has any lady in the audience got a needle and a thread?
Well, Costello, we're a little late, so you better say thanks to this lovely audience in the studio and to all the swell people who are listening in at home.
Thanks for listening, folks. And I would like to thank the people that help us bring you this show every Thursday night. Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And thanks to Matty Malnick and all his boys and our vocalist, Hal Winters.
And thanks also to our producer, Charles Vander. We'll be back again at the same time next Thursday.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Patterson. Good night!
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
lullaby of Broadway. The hidey-hi and boop-a-doo, the lullaby of Broadway.
Warner Brothers' star-sprayed Song of the City, coming to you in a colorful adventure that takes you through Manhattan's grandest canyon, from Greenwich Village night spots to Gotham's starlit roofs, from fabulous Times Square through the golden gates of show business, where Gershwin, Cole Porter, De Silva, Warren and Jubin set the heartbeat of the big town to great music. And with you on this jubilant jamboree, delightful Doris Day, bringing romance and rhythm to every exciting moment. Gene Nelson tiptoe tapping his gay light way along the Great White Way. S.C. Sackle, Billy DeWolf, Gladys George.
What will your wife think? You taking a blonde and giving her a room in your home.
You mean you think she would think that I... Oh, thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone has said to me in 15 years.
What did you say your name was?
I love the way you say good night.
The way you always whisper, honey, nighty-night.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy flings.
All nature seemed to be in perfect harmony. Zing, zing, went the strings of my heart.
Somebody loves me.
I wonder who.
Come on, listen to the lullaby of Broadway. Hickory and Ballyhoo until the dawn. The lullaby of
Broadway. From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durwood. Thank you very much. Now, if you and Gary must amble on, I can't think of a more charming pair to supplant you.
You mean us?
Well, I don't mean Coffee Dan and Ukulele Ike. Here we go.
Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Ridiculous.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're
yes,
not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I can shoot a partridge with a single cartridge.
I can get a sparrow with the bow and arrow.
I can do most anything.
Can you bake a pie?
No.
Neither can I. Anything you can sing, I can sing louder. I can sing anything louder than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Well, maybe she can.
Anything you can buy, I can buy cheaper. I can buy anything cheaper than you.
No, you can't.
40 cents?
50 cents.
30 cents.
See if you can get it for a skinny, and then I'll believe you. I don't think you can make it for a skinny.
Anything you can dig, I can dig deeper. I can dig anything deeper than you.
30 feet.
40 feet.
I'll go to digging.
60
You're not
feet.
digging, you're
yes,
athletic.
I can.
All right. I could be a racer, quite a steeplechaser.
I can jump a hurdle, even with my girdle.
I can live on bread and cheese.
And only on that?
Yep.
So gonna rat. Any note you can reach, I can go higher. I can sing anything higher than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Get me some oxygen.
Yes, I can.
I got a nosebleed. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Ladies and you gentlemen listening too, you can all take the word of Mark Trainer, the
Parisian hairdresser and cosmetologist, that in the next 20 years a revolution will take place in the beauty business.
This isn't a revolution that's taking place now?
You mean, Rosemary, the women are going to get even wilder?
There's more, man. There's more.
Heaven help us.
On the level. Mark Trainer says nothing creative has been done with beauty since the days of Marie Antoinette.
Oh, she got in a lot of trouble, didn't she?
Oh, I think Marie was a little bit too creative with her beauty.
Lost her head, I know that.
Well, that just seems to be the whole trouble with the beauty business. I think the ladies are flipping. So are the beauticians. They're all losing their heads.
Oh, but wait, Ken. In the next 20 years, complete revolution.
I don't want to wait for it.
Now, don't get excited. Ever since women began to realize they were women, they've been very creative cats with hairdos and cosmetics.
And you do it all, I guess, to please us men, don't you?
Oh, we do it all to please you men and to please ourselves, too.
Oh, you can't argue with that. That's fair enough, isn't it, Bing?
I suppose. But beauty trends are becoming a bit frightening these days, don't you find?
Why, this is nothing.
Nothing.
Do you realize that Cleopatra's favorite hair color was bright blue?
No. Cleo went for a blue tint job, huh?
Definitely.
Cleo had blue hair, huh? I wonder, was it Nile blue or sky blue, royal blue, or what?
It was Cleo blue. Bright blue.
Well, she was a bright kid.
Wonder how Mark Antony and Julius Caesar liked her blue tresses.
Oh, they really swung for this girl. Yeah. Even if her hair had been brindle or pinto or Appalachian, wouldn't matter. They were hooked big, you know.
Yeah. Well, even so, I bet it was a shock to them the first time they saw it.
A shock? I bet they yelled, Il capello azzurro, molto pazzo, molto pazzo.
You got a translation, Andy?
Well, in my very worst Italian, I said, blue hair, crazy, man, crazy.
I wonder, shouldn't we pause now for a song?
Blues, perhaps?
But of course.
It's late, and I'm stuck with a heart that is coming apart at the seams. I hate to be given the game up, but life is a frame-up of dreams. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues. I find that I'm sharing a rut with some gloom you could cut with a knife. My mind isn't walking in glory, but such is the story of life. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues. I'm tired of horoscoping. Wish the door would open and bring me a wild surprise. I wish the coast were clear now. Wish that he were here now, looking up through half-closed eyes. It's strange how a world goes contrary with one temporary goodbye. One change, and I'm making up rhymes, wondering how many times can I die. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues. I miss my baby so much. Guess I've got a touch of the blues.
If you positively can't have desserts made with sugar like candy and pie...
Then you're the one they made deserta gelatin for. Delicious deserta gelatin desserts are made without sugar, especially for people who must watch their intake of sugar and carbohydrates.
And for people who should cut calories. Deserta gives you all the good, sweet taste of a luscious dessert. For only 12 calories a serving, practically no calories.
And because deserta is one gelatin dessert that's made without sugar, you can usually eat as much as you like. Have a big, delicious double Deserta anytime. Mealtime, bedtime, in between.
Look for Deserta, D-Zerta, in the low-calorie section of your grocery store. Choose from 6 bright and lively Deserta flavors. Enjoy all the sweet flavors you like every day, all made without sugar.
Sweeten up your special diet with a big dish of Deserta gelatin. One sweet dessert you can have. Every little breeze is sighing of love undying at sundown. Every little bird is resting, feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while shadows are creeping. In a little cottage cozy, the world seems rosy at sundown, where a loving smile will greet me and always meet me at sundown. I seem to sigh, I'm in heaven, when night is falling, love is calling me home. Shoot. What's got show people singing the blues most of all these months?
Oh, cold miseries, of course.
Right. Cold miseries can certainly ruin a performance.
That's why we insist on fast relief. Listen.
Imagine a famous singer trying to make a hit recording when he feels miserable from cold and sinus trouble. He needs relief in a hurry, right, Frankie Lane?
Cold, sinus, and singing sure don't mix. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine for those miseries, new improved 4-Way cold tablets. New 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
You're so right. 4-Way's really great and really fast.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Very stylish, Buddy and group. Stylish indeed.
Let's see now, Rosie. We still got time for a couple more songs. I shall lead off then, Rosie, and then you'll follow with your choice.
I want you with me all the time, sunrise and sunset, and all the time. You are the one, love, I am living for. Had we just begun, love, could I love you more? Warm as the May wine, wild as the sea. These are the feelings you waken in me. I've had my moments and a dream or two, but I needed someone all the time. And all the time it was you. Warm as the May wine, wild as the sea. These are the feelings you waken in me. I've had my moments and a dream or two, but I needed someone all the time. And all the time it was you.
Move in here, Rosie. Make yourself to home.
Okay, Bing.
There goes my heart. There goes the one I love. There goes the boy I wasn't worthy of. There goes my happiness. It couldn't be. There goes somebody else in place of me. Goodbye, romance. It couldn't last somehow. I had my chance, but it's all over now. I never thought that he could pass me by. There goes my heart, and here am never thought that he could pass me by. There goes my heart, and here am
Bye for now, folks.
Certainly hope you'll listen again, ladies and gentlemen. Adios.
It's more than 50 years since the first Christmas seals went on sale. During that half-century, the money from Christmas seals has helped to save more than 9 million lives. Christmas seals, you know, provide the only financial support for the country's #1 infectious killer. Help fight TB. Buy and use Christmas seals.
I'm counting on you. Whoever reads the diary inside that case will learn the location of a vast amount of treasure.
Sorry, the diary's got a new owner. The Bresson diary is the one and only item Arsene Lupin failed to steal. I can understand why his grandson would want to try to make up for his failure.
I guess it's over then.
Yeah, I don't think so. Here they are!
Give it back!
You don't even know the true value of this anyway.
I know a lot more than you do.
Hmm?
Let's make a deal.
Now, why would I want to work with a fledgling thief like you?
The study of archaeology is the only way to find the truth about the past.
Bresson seriously wanted to keep whatever this thing is a secret.
If we had both of them, restoring the Third Reich would merely be a fantasy.
What are the two of you trying to do?
That is a nightmare that could destroy the world.
Thank us for even going after you, Lupin. Life can be full of surprises.
Lupin! Go and get him!
You are the renowned Lupin III, after all.
This could work out.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm broadcasting from Walter Reed Army Hospital. Of course, there's romance in the air. One patient thought he was feeling the pangs of love. Then he discovered his nurse was giving him a hypodermic with his back rub. But there's a very new type of hypodermic needle here. It makes the hole so small the doctor can hardly put his foot in it. And the guys here, the patients here, certainly are anxious to return to service, really. One of them was talking to a cute blonde nurse, and I heard him say, "Meet me tonight, honey. I'm ready for active duty." But the thing you have to admire about these boys is the way they all try to help each other. As I walked into the hospital this morning, one GI stopped me and said, "Don't worry, buddy. You'll be amazed at what plastic surgery can do for that nose." It's really wonderful to be here. Of course, this morning I almost didn't get in. The head doctor saw me walking through the door, took one look at me and said, "Sorry, it's too late." But I snuck in anyway. I didn't want to miss anything while I was here, so I took a sightseeing tour yesterday. We went to the Capitol building and saw the big picture of the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776 with all the original signers. As I was looking at it, a little kid tucked in my sleeve and said, "Hey, mister, it's hard to recognize him in those fancy wigs. Which one is Crosby?" He's one of the original members of the Whig Party, you know. He wishes he could save a lot of money. But anyway, we were driving along in the sightseeing bus, and the guide said, "To your right is the United States Mint." And a guy from the South sitting next to me said, "Well, sure enough, that's nice. Now, where do we go for the julep?" And I have never seen so many statues. Everywhere you look, there's a statue of some politician. We saw a statue of Napoleon. Of course, it's easy to tell he wasn't a politician. He had his hand in his own pocket. And I dropped into the White House, and I want to tell you the president's really careful about how he spends the taxpayers' money. He doesn't have a lot of butlers and servants hanging around. I know. He came to the door himself and told me he was out. Now, I always look forward to my annual trip to the nation's capital. Gives me a chance to see my guests and dearest friends again. My $5 bills, my $10 bills, my $20 bills. Ooh, the pain. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind taxes. I'd sooner pay taxes than eat. I'm just hoping that someday we can afford both. But I read in the papers that they're going to lower taxes. That's the best thing I've had to look forward to since Paramount patched up the knothole in Jane Russell's dressing room. You remember me, Mr. Peepers? At least I don't have to worry about the flight. The pilots never have any trouble finding Washington when Congress is in session. The pilot just sticks his hand out of the plane, and when the air gets hot, that's it. And Congress is also trying to outlaw the filibuster. I hear that one congressman has his mouth open so often his wife is having his tongue wallpapered to match the living room. Those filibusters are really something. When they run out of things to say, they start reading. One senator read for 2 days from the racing form, and Congress passed it. The real reason for my visit is to entertain at the annual dinner for the news correspondents. You know what a correspondent is. That's a guy who goes to college for 4 years, studies current events for 2 years more, visits all the capitals of the world, interviews all the famous statesmen, and then meets you on the street and says, "What's new?" All the correspondents will be there except Walter Winchell. He doesn't mix with the others. He's starting his own war. And you know how Walter Winchell rattles that telegraph key when he broadcasts? You should sit next to him when he's got a soup spoon in his hand. By the time he says hello, you've got an eyeball full of chicken broth and an ear full of noodles. And now I'd like you to meet one of Hollywood's most glamorous and successful stars, the lovely, talented Arlene Dahl, ladies and gentlemen. Say, you know, Arlene, we're lucky to have you on our show tonight. You're just about the busiest girl in town, aren't you?
Well, I have been rather busy, Bob.
You certainly are. You make movies, write a beauty column, and design lingerie.
Well, I get lots of ideas.
So do I. But tell me, how's your beauty column going, Arlene? Do you have many readers?
Oh, well, I hope so. I'm syndicated in about 25 newspapers.
Well, what do you do? Give beauty hints?
Mm-hmm. And even advice when people write in for it.
Advice?
Mm-hmm. Well, just the other day, Bob, I got a letter from a little old man who wanted to know what to do about his wrinkles.
Really? What else did Crosby have to say?
Well, it wasn't Bing, Bob. Really, Bing wouldn't ask for beauty hints.
That's true. He's resigned to his appearance. Mother Nature slipped him a Mickey, and that's that. But let's forget old Hydrogen Head and talk about you. You know, I saw your picture, Sangaree, and I liked it very much. It's such a fine story, I thought we'd do our version of it tonight.
Well, do you think you could play a real Southerner, Bob?
Can I will fan my brow with a poke job. Fetch me a mess. I'm just starting, honey. Fetch me a mess of fatback, honey lamb, hush my mouth, and mouth my hush. Stand back or I'll get corn pone all over you. I guess that proves I can handle anything that requires a mouthful of mush. Let's go.
Tonight, the players present their version of Sangaree, a story of the Old South. Our story begins on one of the great plantations of the South. A plantation so vast that each year it ships 100 boatloads of cotton from the nearby port of Savannah. But failing crops and the pirate raids on their ships have brought the plantation to the verge of bankruptcy. Now we find the owner, Arlene Culpepper, talking to a friend.
Oh, forgive me if I seem upset, Maggie Lou, but I'm furious, simply furious.
Well, what's wrong, Arlene, honey?
To think that bank appointed that man to be the manager of my plantation. The man I hate most in the world. The man I despise.
Well, how you do go on, Arlene. There just isn't anybody that hateful. Who are you talking about?
Robert Beauregard Hope.
Oh, that dirty rat.
Yes.
Why is the bank sending him?
Well, every time we send out a shipload of our cotton from Savannah Harbor, the pirates capture it. They're ruining us. We've got to have someone to help us, so the bank is sending Beauregard.
Oh, that's fine.
Yes. Now, why couldn't the bank send somebody else to take over my affairs?
Well, don't worry. Don't worry, honey. He won't be around long when the pirates get through with him.
I hate to see bloodshed.
Well, you won't. Beauregard hasn't got any. Beauregard taking over your plantation. Why, he's nothing but a carpetbagger.
That's right. Why, he's even got a figure like a baggy carpet. Oh, I guess Beauregard isn't so bad. You know, he was real sweet on me before he went up north.
Oh, has he been up north?
Way up north.
Well, how far north?
Clean up to New Orleans. Why, just look at the time. He'll be here less than an hour.
Beg pardon, Missy Culpepper.
Yes?
A gentleman to see you, ma'am. Mr. Beauregard Hope.
Oh. Oh, send him in.
Yes, step this way, sir.
Thank you, Luigi. That's the Southern pizza pusher. Hey. Hello, Arlene, honey.
Why, Beauregard Hope.
Let me look at you. You're just like a picture.
Oh, now, Beauregard.
No, I mean it, honey. You're prettier than a mess of possum liver simmering in a bucket of hog fat.
Well, Beauregard. Is it nice to be back?
Oh, I'll sure enough is. It's sure enough nice to be back. That is, yowsome. Sure enough, sure enough. With a pork chop on the side.
Why, you've been away so long, you've lost your southern accent.
I'll get it back. I'll put a pound of cotton in my mouth and talk through the fuzz for a while.
Now that you're master of the plantation, when are you fixing to move in?
Well, right now. What have you got for dinner? I've been traveling a long way.
What would you like for dinner, Beauregard?
Oh, some real southern cooking. Black-eyed peas, candied yams, some turnip greens, and a slice of ham.
A slice of ham. And what would you like for a second course?
Now, I tell you... Hey, say, who's this walking up here toward the house?
Why, he's the owner of the next plantation. He drops in to visit me once in a while. Come in, Colonel.
Afternoon, Miss Culpepper.
Afternoon. Oh, have you two met?
No, I don't believe we have. Permit me to introduce myself, sir. Shake hands with Colonel William J. Goodwin, 7th Alabama Raiders.
Oh, shake hands with Colonel Robert B. Hope.
My goodness, you're a fellow Southerner, eh?
Oh, don't you believe him, Colonel. He's a no good, come to take my plantation away from me.
Oh, not while I'm here to help you, Miss Arlene.
Colonel, I'm running this plantation. Get off this property or I'll fetch my bullwhip, and I'll whip you till you're a cherry red.
Sir, if you was any kind of a man, instead of forcing yourself on this defenseless woman, you'd enlist in the army and help us fight the Civil War.
Yeah, I got news for you. The Civil War is over and the South lost.
No. We lost? How did that happen?
The loan from Phil Harris didn't come through. And here in this spot, we bring on Margaret Whiting. Move in, Maggie, please.
When my arms caress you, something wonderful happens. I can feel a thrill so heavenly. When my lips possess you, something wonderful happens. Though it rains, it's beautiful to see. Even the showers can bring a thrilling refrain. A street without flowers becomes a garden in Spain. Strange what love can do, dear. And 'cause I love you, dear, something wonderful happens to me. Even the showers can bring a thrilling refrain. A street without flowers becomes a garden in Spain. Strange what love can do, dear. And 'cause I love you, dear, something wonderful happens to me.
And now to continue with our story of Beauregard Hope and his efforts to save the great Culpeper plantation. A plantation so huge, it was bounded on the north by the Carolinas, on the east by the ocean, on the south by the Gulf,
And on the west by machine guns. Texas was jealous. Yes, I was master of the plantation, but hard times had come. Our cotton was weevily. Our oats were oatsy. And our tobacco wasn't toasted. It wasn't mild. It didn't satisfy. It twisted your T-zone. And of all leading cigarette doctors hated it 10 to 1. As the months passed, things went from bad to worse. The field hands deserted. The servants quit. And we were so poor, for mint juleps, we served a tall glass of lighter fluid with a sprig of poison ivy floating on top. It cooled you off, but permanently. Still, I think I could have brought the plantation back to prosperity had it not been for the pirates waiting for our ships outside of Savannah Harbor. It was obvious that I had to make a deal with the pirates, so I decided to leave the plantation and ship out on our next outward-bound vessel. I went down to the Savannah docks and hailed the captain.
Ahoy, you! Ahoy, you! Ahoy, you! I'm fine, ahoy, you!
I knew I should have gotten an actor. This is what happens when you try to hire leftovers from the Fresno grape crushing season. I'll stand for no insubordination, Captain.
Ah, sir.
Sometimes I wonder what you really think of me.
We think you're no good Yankee trash, a dirty yellow dog renegade scum who sells out his own flesh and blood to the northern bankers.
Don't be afraid. Speak up. Coming aboard, Captain. The way the pirates have been raiding, I think our ships need the supervision of the owner.
As you like, sir, but the real owner is already on board.
Yeah?
Why, Beauregard, are you all making this voyage, too?
In your interest, ma'am.
Well, have you taken inventory of my cargo?
Many times.
Is everything all right?
Crazy, ma'am, crazy. In fact, I'll go so far as to say it's nervous. From where I stand, everything looks fine. Captain, we're ready to sail whenever you are.
Aye, sir. Man the winches. Wear anchor.
Tell me, Beauregard, why do you wear those two great pistols in your belt?
I'm expecting trouble from the crew. Today is payday.
Who pays the crew?
Nobody. That's why I'm expecting trouble.
Sir.
Yeah?
We're shipped anchor. We're ready to sail.
Oh, good. I'll give the orders.
But, sir, Savannah Harbor is very...
I know what I'm doing. Cast off the bow line. Cast off the stern line. Now starboard the helm.
No, port the helm.
I said starboard the helm. When I say starboard, I mean starboard. Why is the ship going so slow?
We're sailing up Main Street.
You take over, Captain, and don't go through any red light.
What a beautiful night.
Oh, there you are, honey lamb. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. You know how I feel about you. Will you marry me?
What? Why, you're only proposing to me because I happen to own a big plantation. When you look at me, you don't see my hair, my eyes, my lips, my shoulders. Why, y'all see cotton, barley, oats, rye, tobacco.
I changed my mind. Now I don't want to marry you.
You don't?
No, the honeymoon would be too confusing. I'd have to spend a year at agricultural school to learn how to kiss her.
Well, I guess my plantation isn't worth very much now anyway.
And don't give up. I have an idea that may save us from bankruptcy.
What's that?
From now on, I'm going to plant the cotton and the tobacco in the same field.
How will that save us?
I'm going to raise filter-tip cigarettes. Well, are you going to marry me or not?
Well, to tell you the truth, Beauregard, I can't make up my mind between you and Colonel Goodwin.
I'm warning you. If you don't marry me, I'm in a position to ruin your plantation and spend all your money.
Why, Beauregard, would you take unfair advantage of a woman?
That, I'm happy to say, is the story of my life. Show enough. But if we get through this voyage...
Now watch on deck and keep your muskets handy, man. Sail off the starboard bow. Sail home. It's the pirates. That's your post, men. Prepare for action.
Oh, this is just awful.
Nothing to worry about, honey. This ship is built of solid oak. They'll never sink you.
Oh, Beauregard. I don't see you, Beauregard. Where are you?
Over here in a lifeboat.
Ship is twice the size of ours, and she's armed with cannon. The only sensible thing to do is surrender.
Well, I couldn't think of it.
We got to fight now. Stand by to repel boarders.
All able-bodied men on deck to fight the pirates. So long. If anyone wants me, I'll be in my cabin.
Oh, look, Beauregard. The pirates have guns and knives and swords.
I know. I'll see you later.
Here they come. They're swarming over the raft.
Surrender or we'll cut you to bits.
Why, I can't believe it. Why, Colonel Colonel Goodwin, are you the leader of all these cutthroats?
Well, I'm sorry you had to find out, Miss Arlene, but you're in no danger, ma'am. We're going to spare the women and kill all the men.
Honey, child, do you mind if I hide behind your skirt?
You there, who are you?
Who that there? What did you say there? Who that out there? Who there where?
You hiding over there. Who are you?
Call me Tallulah, that's all.
So it's you, Beauregard Hope. I knew all along you was a coward.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of you, Colonel Goodwin.
You're not, huh?
No,
you're asking for it, Beauregard.
Oh, please don't fight, Beauregard. Colonel Goodwin is a hot-blooded Southerner with a trigger disposition and a trigger temper.
The resemblance to Trigger doesn't end there, either. You were the pirate leader.
What else can we Southerners do? Our plantations have been taken from us. Our lands are gone. We're penniless. The South is shot to pieces.
Don't come whining to me. Draw your gun and start shooting.
Very well, sir. You asked for it.
Oh, he got me.
Oh, Beauregard. Are you badly wounded? Where are you hurt?
I can't tell you, but now the South is really shot to pieces.
Intruder entered through kitchen sliding door.
Nationwide victims.
Yeah, this is Will Graham of the FBI.
One killer.
This is what the subject's teeth look like. Seen blood on the moonlight well?
William, you're going to make yourself sick or get yourself killed.
Multiple trails.
Just you and me now, sport.
One hunter.
I'm gonna find you. Damn it.
FBI agent Will Graham, Manhunter.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Bunko Fugitive Detail. A confidence man has set up operations in your city. The product he's selling has a ready market. Perfect cut blue-white diamonds. Your job? Stop him.
It was Tuesday, November 9th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Bunko Fugitive Detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the record division, and it was 11:40 a.m. when I got to room 38. Bunko Detail.
Did it check out?
Yeah, there's 3 possibles. Descriptions don't match too well. We'll have to check them all out, I guess.
Uh-huh. DeBetta was just in, said he'd give us a hand.
That's good. Should we get on it?
Yeah.
Any calls?
No, let's go.
I got it. Bunko Fugitive, Friday. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm not sure. No, the officer that handled the case isn't here right now. I wonder if I could take a message. Yes, ma'am. He'll call you when he gets in. All right, uh-huh. Yes, all right. If you'll wait just a minute, I'll transfer it just a minute. Hold on, please. Would you give this call to 2949, please? Thank you.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
This the fraud department?
Was Bunko Fugitive? Yes, sir.
Then I guess this is what I want. I'd like to report a swindle.
All right, sir.
I'll check with DeBetta, Joe. You can go to work on this list.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You want to come in, sir? Sit down right here if you like.
Okay. Well, where'd be the best place to start?
Would you like to give us your name, sir?
It's Harold Filson. That's with an F. F-I-L-S-O-N, Filson.
Yes, sir.
What I want to tell you about happened to a friend of mine.
All right.
He's a little too embarrassed to come in himself, so I said I'd tell you about it. It's a terrible thing. Should be stopped.
All right, sir. We'll do what we can. You want to tell us what it's all about?
Well, this friend of mine was in the bank one day. He'd gone in to make a withdrawal, a couple of $100.
I see.
On the way out of the place, this kind of seedy-looking man came up to my friend and started to talk.
Your friend know the man?
Never saw him before in his life.
All right, sir. Go ahead.
Well, this little guy said he had a business proposition to put to my friend. Said they could both make a lot of money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
The little guy suggested that the both of them walk down the street to a little coffee stand that's there and have a cup of coffee. My friend didn't see anything wrong with that, so they did. That's where the little guy told the story.
What was that, sir?
Oh, about how he was a DP, a displaced person.
Mm-hmm.
Said he'd come over from Belgium. Big story about how he just managed to get out of Germany with his life. Really laid it on thick, real thick.
Uh-huh.
That's when he pulled the snapper. Said that he'd gotten into the country illegally. But he didn't have any papers, and that's why he came to my friend.
I see. Go ahead.
And you see, this little guy reached into his pocket, took out a couple of pieces of folded paper. He undid them, and there were 4 diamonds. Most beautiful thing you ever saw.
Mm-hmm.
Fellow went on to say that since he was in the country without a passport, he couldn't take the chance of trying to sell the diamonds, said he might be picked up. So he wanted to sell the stones to my friend. Said he wouldn't have any trouble getting rid of them.
Well, how much did he want for them, do you know?
Yeah. Said he'd sell a lot for $13,000.
It's quite a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when this friend of mine doesn't know anything about diamonds.
All right, sir. Do you want to go ahead?
Well, the little guy said my friend could take the stones to any jeweler and have them appraised. Said he'd go along with whatever the jeweler said.
And that's what your friend did, then?
Yeah. Went to one of the best jewelry stores in the city. Took the stones with him and had the jeweler look at them.
Now, this little man, did he go into the store with your friend?
No, he said he'd wait outside.
Uh-huh.
Well, the jeweler looked at the stones and said they were worth $15,000. That's wholesale. $15,000.
So your friend bought the diamonds, did he?
Yes. He offered the owner $10,000 cash for them. The little guy wouldn't go for the deal, so he took the diamonds back. They hemmed and hawed around for a couple of minutes, and then he said he'd sell. So the both of them went to my friend's bank, got the money, and the deal was set. The little man reached into his pocket, took out the package, handed over the diamonds for the $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Then my friend tried to sell them. He went back to the same jeweler. And that's when he found out.
Yeah?
They weren't the same stones. My friend had gotten a different packet. Instead of diamonds, he bought 4 zircons, worth $25, $30 apiece. $10,000 for $120 worth of cut glass. Now, you've got to do something about it. You've got to figure some way to get that money back.
All right. You want to give us a description of the man who sold you the phonies?
How'd you know?
Well, you aren't the only one who's been taken by this racket. There have been several cases the last few months.
That's all the more reason you ought to get him. $10,000, that's what he took me for. That's real easy money.
Well, the only difference is the amount, isn't it?
What do you mean?
You tried to take 5 the same way. Frank came back to the office, and I filled him in on the story Harold Filson had given me. The victim gave us a complete statement and a description of the man who'd victimized him. He also gave us the address of the bank where he'd been approached. After that, Filson was taken down to the mudroom and shown photographs of known confidence men who had used the same M.O. A local and an APB were gotten out, carrying the description of the suspect as well as a complete description of the clothes he wore and the method he used in approaching the intended victim. We got the name of the jeweler who had appraised the diamonds, and we asked the victim if we could keep the stones until we'd finished our investigation. He gave us his consent, and we signed a receipt for the zircons. 1:46 p.m., Frank and I drove out to the Hollywood area where we talked to Saul Maurice, the owner of the jewelry store.
If you'll wait, I'll get my loot and check them for you.
We'd appreciate that.
No trouble. Probably should have known there was something wrong when I came in here. Average man doesn't carry $15,000 in unset diamonds around with him. Let me see the stones.
Sure, here you are. Take a look at these, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're the same ones, same as diamonds.
What can you tell us about them?
Well, they look as if they were cut in this country.
Yeah? Why do you say that?
Facets, they're cut longer than European stones.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Now, they were made in America.
Is there any way we could tell where?
No. Whoever did it, though, knew what he was doing. I remember the diamonds. Beautiful.
You mean the real diamonds were just like these, then, huh?
Yes, there was a 125 round, 2 1-carat marquee, and a 403 square cut.
You sure about the size, are you?
Reasonably, yes. I didn't weigh them at the time, but I did use a mo gauge on them. That's what they checked out.
You can't give us any idea, then, where the zircons might have come from?
No, I'm sorry. I can give you a list of the men in Los Angeles who might have done it.
We'd appreciate it.
No trouble at all. You want to take these with you?
Yes, sir.
Say, I don't understand. Why would a legitimate diamond cutter make these imitations?
Well, if a person ordered them copied, there'd be no reason not to. Quite often, people don't like to wear genuine stones. Occasions when good imitations do just as well. That's what probably happened here.
Uh-huh.
Whoever it was probably ordered a melange lot. The cutter went ahead with it.
Well, now the stones he brought in the first time were real, weren't they?
Yes, fine, high color, beautifully cut. Especially the square. I'll get those names for you.
Thank you.
Say, I wonder if you'd tell me something.
Well, what's that?
Well, my wife's been looking for something to clean her engagement ring. You know, it gets dirty down the little prongs that hold the diamond. Wonder if you could recommend something to clean it.
I'll tell you what, next time you're in the area, bring the ring in. I'll be glad to clean it for you.
Well, the problem there is she doesn't want to take it off, I guess. I don't think she'd go for me taking it all day.
Well, I'll tell her to take it into the jeweler in the neighborhood. He'll be glad to do it.
Thanks, sure appreciate it.
No trouble at all. Now, here's the list.
Thank you.
Sure hope you can find the man who sold the phonies.
Yes, sir, so do we.
Every time somebody gets stung buying diamonds, it makes them leery from then on. Hard on the legitimate people in the business.
Yes, sir, we can understand that.
Jewelers Alliance has been saying it for a long time. Know your jeweler and you'll get value received. A guy like this makes it twice as rough on honest men.
Well, that's the way it is most of the time.
Always seems like the honest ones get hurt.
Well, maybe not always.
What?
We hope it's going to work the other way this time. 3:15 p.m. Frank and I returned to the office and got out a supplemental bulletin on the genuine diamonds that were being used. We checked with Captain Didion, and he assigned 2 more officers to help us in checking out the list of diamond cutters in the area. The questioning took the better part of the next day, and at 4:37 p.m., when we met in the bunco squad room, we were no further ahead with the apprehension of the suspect. During the week that followed, we continued to talk to the lapidaries in the Southland area, but they were unable to give us any leads as to who might have made the copies. On Monday, November 22nd, we received another complaint. An elderly woman who identified herself as Mrs. Myra Hacken told us that she'd been swindled out of $12,000. The story she gave us was almost identical with the one we'd gotten from Harold Filson. The description of the suspect was the same. Frank and I talked to the jeweler that had made the appraisal on the stones for her. He was unable to give us any concrete information. However, the zircons purchased by Mrs. Hacken were identical with those bought by the first victim, Filson. 2 more weeks passed, and in that time, the confidence man hit 2 more citizens. The method of approach was the same. The story he gave the victims was the same. Nothing in the story was new. The search for him went on. On Wednesday, December 1st, Captain Didion called a meeting in his office.
Come in. Sit down.
Right.
Thanks. Well, what's it about, Skipper?
You know what it is. Where are you on it? Oh, the diamond switch, huh?
That's it. Going slow, Captain.
Well, what's the score to date? About $45,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're no closer to the guy than when he started.
Well, we got a description.
We can't book that.
We're doing everything we can, Captain. We talked to all the victims, all the people in town who might know who he is. There isn't a rumble.
He must be playing it single. None of the usual sources know anything.
How about the money? Anybody spending more than they can account for?
No, not that we've been able to turn.
Stats office?
Well, they've given us a list of possibles, 14 of them. They've all been checked out, none of them fit.
What about the Jewelers Association? What do they got for you?
Well, they're doing all they can. They put out a notice to all their members to be on the lookout for the guy. Sent out a description to all the diamond cutters asking for information on the stones.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a composite drawing made of the suspect. M.O. sheet. It's been sent to all the banks in the area. Nothing back on it, though.
Well, what's the answer? Got to be some way of nailing him.
Well, we got an idea. The odds are on the long side, I guess, but it's about the only way that we can think of.
Let's hear it.
Well, we know that the guy's working the Hollywood area pretty heavy. Seems that most of the marks he picks are out there. They do business in those banks along the boulevard. Mm-hmm. We thought that if we could spot a couple of undercover people in the banks and make it look like they were doing business there, they might be approached.
You meant it when you said the odds were long. How many people do you figure you're going to need for this?
Well, we figure a minimum of a half a dozen. They all should be middle-aged or elderly. Suspect doesn't seem to bother anybody under 40.
How about keeping in touch with the undercover people? How you figure to work that?
Well, we thought we could cruise the area, work out some kind of a check system so we'd know what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll get in touch with Chief Brown. Ask him to line up some officers that'll work the banks. You better get in touch with Hollywood. Fill him in on what you're doing. Might ask for a couple of F cars to give you a hand in the surveillance.
Right, Skipper.
We'll get together here in the morning. You can brief him on what you want, how you're going to work it out.
Okay.
Better notify the banks, too. Give them the setup so there won't be any slip.
All right.
Excuse me. Bunko fugitive, Captain Didion. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll send him right up. That's right. Do what you can. Here's one to move on. Bank on Hollywood Boulevard. Head cashier says there's been a man loitering in the place for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah?
Matches the description of your suspect right down the line.
The man had been detained until we got there. We were told that the suspect had entered the bank at approximately 11:40 a.m. and that he'd been observed by the bank guard. When the man's movements had aroused the guard's suspicions, he'd notified the cashier, and he in turn had called us when he noticed the similarity between the suspect and our bulletin. We asked the suspect to step out to our car so we could question him. He appeared to have been drinking, but he was cooperative. He got into the back seat with Frank, and we asked him to show us his wallet.
Hey, my wallet.
Is there any money in it?
Well, I don't know if that's any of your business.
You got any money in the wallet?
Well, it might be a couple of bucks, yes. Then again, on the other side of the fence, I might not.
All right, mister, take the money out and hand the wallet to me.
Ain't none. I'm broke.
All right, let's have it.
Sure, I like to cooperate. Always like to cooperate.
All right. Is your true name Samuel Gerald Pugh?
That is correct.
Ever been arrested?
That, gentleman, is my life story.
Is that right?
It certainly is. Many's the happy hour I've spent in your main jail. Delightful place. Referred to in the trade as the Gray Bar Hotel, you know.
Yeah, what was the charge?
I believe that's referred to in the trade as a 4127 ALAMC.
Drunk, huh?
Oh, now, if you don't mind, officer, rather you wouldn't put it just that way. It sounds so completely undignified. Completely.
What were you doing in that bank?
Then I spent a short vacation with the sheriff out in Castaic. Ah, that was a charming resort.
Look, what were you doing in the bank?
Then I spent a short vacation with the sheriff out in Castaic. Ah, that's a charming
Why
resort.
were you in the bank?
I've also enjoyed the hospitality of the authorities in San Francisco, Oakland, and in Beaumont,
now, you look,
Texas.
mister, we're not playing a game with you here. You come up with some straight answers and come up with them fast.
Sir?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to the best of my ability to answer your questions in the order that you present them. Now, I'm still working on the initial one, you understand? Would you like to know why I've spent so much time...
Look, you know what we want to know. We want to know why you're in that bank.
Very well, then I shall tell you. I have spent all of this time in gathering material for a treatise on the penal colonies in
All right,
America.
Frank, let's go.
Yeah. Come on, mister. Get on your feet.
Oh, here now. Now, listen, I resent this treatment any... And furthermore, I intend to expose your methods in my forthcoming book. Yeah. Realize, officer, that I've given you fair warning. You going to book me again?
That's right.
Drunk?
We'll figure that when we get you downtown.
Well, that's all you've got. I didn't really do it. You can't book a man to just think about it.
Is that right?
I didn't really do it. I was just thinking about it.
What are you talking about?
What I was doing in the bank. I'm broke and I'm hungry. I just got into town this morning. I arrived amid the sunshine of glorious California. Broke and hungry. So I ambled around a bit and went into the bank. Thought that maybe I'd write a little check. Just enough to tide me over until I decide to accept one of the many offers that have been offered me.
You got any money in the bank?
Oh, that's a trivial detail. However, inasmuch as you gentlemen are willing to accord me the hospitality of the Gray Bar Hotel, I shall accept with alacrity.
That's nice.
I'm gratified that you appreciate my position.
You got any way of proving you just got in town?
Is that necessary?
Might be for you.
I shall have no trouble in supplying such gratification.
Yeah.
I have been enjoying the hospitality of the largest state for the past 3 months. I severed my connection with them 2 days ago.
Is that right?
It certainly is. I, officer, have been in jail for the past 3 months.
Yeah.
In Beaumont.
The suspect was taken to the city hall and held for further investigation. Teletypes were sent to the authorities in Texas, and they verified the story that we'd gotten. The suspect was booked in violation of 4127A LAMC. The following morning, Frank and I, along with Captain Didion, briefed the police officers chosen by Chief Brown. We told them the suspect's M.O. We gave each of them copies of the composite drawing that had been made. At 10:30 that morning, the plan was put into operation. It continued through the weekend without results. During that time, we received no new complaints regarding the confidence man. Wednesday, December 8th, Frank and I checked into the office.
I want to call Faye. Tell her what time I'll be home.
Okay. You want to check the book while you're there?
Yeah.
I got it. Local fugitive, Friday. Yeah. Okay, where? Yeah, we know where that is. Right. See you there. Guess you'll have to call Faye later.
What do you mean?
Suspect.
Yeah?
He's setting up a mark in a coffee shop out on Hollywood Boulevard right now.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The call had come from one of the undercover people that we'd planted in the banks on Hollywood Boulevard. The policewoman told me that a man answering the description had approached her and offered to sell her some unset diamonds. The suspect has suggested that they have a cup of coffee while he explained the deal to the victim. After they'd reached the coffee shop, the policewoman excused herself and put in the call to us. It took us 18 minutes to drive to Hollywood and Vine Streets and to get to the coffee shop. When we entered the place, we could see the policewoman at one of the rear tables. Frank and I walked back and sat down in the adjoining booth. They'd evidently been talking for several minutes before we got there.
You can understand my position. I don't want to have to let them go, but I have no choice.
I'm still not sure why you don't sell them yourself.
There is some trouble about my passport. The authorities are checking it over. If I try to dispose of the diamonds in the usual channels, there are bound to be questions I can't answer.
I'm not sure I want to be mixed up in a thing like this. I've never had any trouble with the law. My husband would be pretty angry if he knew about this.
But there will be no trouble. None. The reason I decided to even bother you with this is that I have seen you several times in the bank. You look to me like a person who would understand and want to help.
That's very kind.
It is you who are being kind, to even let me talk to you. I wish I could tell you how much it means to me to be able to walk up to just anyone on the street and talk. To know that there is nothing to be afraid of. This business about the passport is annoying, but it will all be straightened out. After that, everything will be all right.
Well, can't you wait until then to sell the diamonds?
I'm afraid not. I have bills. I must pay my attorney, my family. They must be taken care of. I need the money now.
I'm still not sure.
Kind lady, let me show you the gems. Just let me show them to you and then decide.
Yes, sir? Coffee, please.
Yeah, coffee.
2 coffees right away. There. Just look at them. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful in your life?
Well, they are nice.
These are all we were able to get out of the country. Weeks before we left, we sold everything we owned to buy them. You know, in Europe, diamonds are about the only thing that has a set value. If I were to tell you the trouble we had in getting them, but that would take too long, and I have already taken too much of your time.
Not at all. How much are you asking for them?
On the market, they are worth in American dollars at least $10,000.
Well, I could never pay that much for them.
But you would not have to.
I don't understand.
It is simple. You take them to any jeweler in the city, anyone at all. You pick him out. Take the diamonds to him, ask him what they are worth. Then come back to me and we can make the transaction. You see what he will offer you for them. You will see that what I have said is the truth. You can buy them for me. I will get the money I need. Then you can sell them to the same jeweler and make a handsome profit. Go ahead, take them. I will wait for you here.
You trust me with them?
Certainly. I knew when I saw you in the bank I could depend on you. I trust you with my life savings.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Something I can do for you, gentlemen?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
On what charge?
Grand theft.
You must be joking.
Afraid not. Let's go.
You get everything you needed, Sergeant Friday?
Yeah, thanks, Margaret.
You are in with them?
I'm a police officer, too.
How you going to know?
I'll take the diamonds.
Want to give us the zircons, too?
Yeah. Here you are. It's a lousy deal. You're going to have to prove it, you know.
We'll take care of that.
How you going to do it?
Well, it shouldn't be too tough. Have the victims take a look at you. They should give us a positive identification, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I guess so.
Where'd you get the stones?
Picked them up in New York. They're real. Worth easy $13,000, maybe $14,000.
How about the imitations?
What about 'em?
Well, where'd you get them?
Friend of mine, guy back east. His hobby is lap, you know.
Lapidary?
Yeah, that's it. I had him cut the zircons for me.
Do you know why you wanted them?
No, I told him it was for a joke, asking to make me 6 sets. All of them like the real ones. Only had this one and one more to get rid of. Just 2 more, and you have to tag me. Yeah, rough go.
You need me for anything more, Sergeant?
No, thanks, Margaret. We'll take him in.
Yeah, I'll go on then.
Right, thanks again.
Glad to help.
Thanks, Margaret.
Yeah, I'll see you downtown.
Right. Tell Chief Brown we'll be in to see him, will you?
Okay.
All right, mister, let's go.
Mind if I finish my coffee?
All right, make it fast.
Okay, thanks.
What's your name?
Nathan Kroner.
You ever fallen before?
A couple of times, small beefs.
Where?
Midwest, Colorado, Kansas.
Big time?
Burglary. Served 3 years in Colorado, 2 in Kansas. Thought you had it figured this time. Sure way to make it pay. Never know, do you?
What's that?
How it's going to turn out. Take this Dodge, for instance.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a cigarette?
Yeah, here you go.
Here.
Thanks. I got a match. You know, this would never work if you tried it with honest people.
Is that right?
Sure. Right off, I told him I was having trouble with my passport. Even told one of them I was in the country illegally. That's when he should have gone to the cops right then.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna miss that.
What's that?
The coffee. Gonna miss it. Anyway, if every one of them didn't have a little thievery in them, isn't a con game in the world it'd work. You ever think of that?
Yeah, once in a while.
I hand over a bunch of diamonds. Now, I know they're worth a minimum of $15,000. Worth that anywhere in the country.
Uh-huh.
So what happens? The mark takes them into a jeweler and finds out they're worth that much, and right away he's out to try to make a fast buck for himself. He comes back, tells me they're only good for $10,000. You see? Thieves.
Mm-hmm. You about finished with that coffee?
Yeah. Now, the mark stands to make himself a couple of $1,000 going in, but that isn't enough. He's going to take me for more. It wouldn't work if they weren't thieves at heart.
Well, that still doesn't give you the right to take them.
I suppose not. I get a real kick, though, out of figuring what they look like when they find out they're stuck with a handful of cut glass. Must be real yaks to see that luck.
And how about that coffee? Come on, let's go.
Yep. Okay, I'm with you.
All right.
Pull this Dodge anyplace else in the country?
Not me. There's the first place. Figured if I scored good here, I could take it easy. You know, work a bit, maybe once a year in a different city. Keep moving. Don't make any difference how they talk or what kind of clothes they wear. A mark's still a mark. I just had a bad deal. Going good, I could have lived off of it for years.
That's what you wanted, huh?
Yeah, just a deal to keep me in clothes and food. Roof over my head, nothing big.
Well, it all worked out then, didn't it?
What?
That's what you're going to get. Come on.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 15th, trial was held in Department 98, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Nathan Austin Kroner was tried and found guilty on 4 counts of grand theft and received punishment as prescribed by law. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not more than 1 year in the county jail, or for a period of not less than 1 nor more than 10 years in the state penitentiary.
Dragnet, the story of your police force in action, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
from the most widely acclaimed new novel of the 1970s. Ally McGraw and Ryan O'Neal star in the #1 bestseller by Eric Siegel, Love Story.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Big crowd here tonight. Crackpot O'Toole, Looney Mulligan. By the way, Looney is very worried. Well, his brother is in trouble again. He'll probably get out of it? I doubt it, Duffy. They electrocuted him last night. Yeah. And you know who else is here? Yaki Harrigan. Well, yeah, he's been in the hospital. No, just a flesh wound. Well, you remember the $100 bill he had tattooed on his chest? He was robbed. Oh. That reminds me, Duffy, Dave Hossinger is coming down here tonight. Huh? You still sore because he sold you that vanishing cream for Mrs. Duffy? But, Duffy, he didn't guarantee to make her vanish permanently. Huh? Well, I know he's a phony, Duffy, but he is my pal. And I'll brook nothing further in his behalf. Good day, sir. That guy. Well, Eddie, come here. You know, Dave Hossinger is coming down here tonight, so leave us lay out the welcome mat for him, huh?
No, we can't do it.
Why not?
He swiped it the last time he was here.
Now, look, Eddie, Dave has reformed.
Again?
Well, a leopard can change his spots, can't he?
Yeah, if he does, it'll be for stripes.
Eddie, you're a stubborn man. Leave me quote you what Dave says in his letter. And I quote, Archie, I am working on a highly secret and scientific experiment involving the splitting of the atom, and I may let you in on it. Signed, Dave.
Mr. Archie, I got a feeling there's a fraud in your future. But tell me, what do you estimate your friendship with Dave Hosner has cost you so far?
Eddie, you don't measure friendship in dollars and cents. I've known Dave for a long time. I know that through the years he has come to me for money, but only when he couldn't raise it no place else. And it was never for himself. He was always trying to do some good with it. For example, Mother's Day had come along, and Dave, sweet guy that he is, he'd get sentimental and borrow a couple of bucks to bail the old lady out.
A very nice touch.
Yeah. And now, me and Dave are going to work together, delving into the mysteries of anatomic physics. And what that means, Eddie. Have you ever considered the atom with respect to industry?
Naturally. What you think I do with my days off?
Imagine what it'll do, huh? I was reading that one fingernail full of atoms will be able to pull a train up a 90% hydraulic grade with only 3 amperes of diesel horsepower.
How do they do it?
Well, it's simple. The train will be jet propulsed. You understand about the atom, of course.
No, tell me about it, Daddy.
Well, these atoms are so small, you see, that you can get a dozen of them on a pinhead. Hello, Finnegan. What do you hear?
Bells, like always. What are you talking about?
Well, we was talking about splitting the atom.
Oh, that's a big mistake, Arch.
Expostulate.
Well, look what happened in the Garden of Eden. They split an atom, and look what come out of it. Damn.
Finnegan, as your nearest and dearest friend, may I make an illuminating comment?
Well, certainly, Arch. What is it?
You're stupid.
Not so loud. That's just between you and me.
Finnegan, what I was talking about was not the ADAM. I was talking about the atom. ATAM. No, I can't understand a guy like you. Here are big things happening in the world. The atom is split up. Reconversion is setting in. But it means nothing to you, does it?
No.
You see what I mean? You don't know from nothing.
Oh, yeah? Do you know that Tessie Mumler fell down a manhole?
No, I didn't.
Well, touche. Don't be telling me what's an atom.
Hello, Archie. Hello, Finnegan.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Boy, that's some short skirt you got on. Boy, I can see your knees.
Finnegan, them are her ankles.
They still look good to me, Arch.
Finnegan, please. The beast in you is coming out, and 2 beasts is too much. Now go on home and take a cold shower.
Archie, what's this about Dave Hossinger coming down here tonight?
So what?
He's a crook.
Define that.
Well, you remember the last time he was here, he was selling that surplus army goods?
Yeah.
Well, he sold Mama a surplus girdle that split the first time she wore it.
Well, don't blame the girdle just because your old lady has too much surplus.
Archie, do you always have to say nasty things behind Mama's back?
Well, it offers such a nice broad field of operation. And furthermore, I don't want no more questions about Hossinger. He's coming down here tonight on a very secret mission.
Well, you could tell me what it is.
Tell you, the Tokyo Rose at 3rd Avenue?
What are you talking about? If you remember, Ernest Diefeldorfer and I were secretly engaged for 2 years, and I didn't tell a soul.
Well, you must have told somebody, or else how would his wife have found out? Now, look, Miss Duffy. Duffy, if you were the last woman on Earth, which is a horrible thought in itself, and if I was madly in love with you, which is too revolting for words, I would still say that this secret is none of your business.
But, Archie...
Now, please, stop. You're getting to be a pest.
Oh, you never have a good word for anybody.
On the contrary, I have 5 good words for you. Hit the road.
That's only 3.
The rest ain't hard to figure. Now stop bothering me before you drive me to berserk. What a dame.
Mr. Archer?
Yeah, Eddie?
I think Mr. Hosner is here.
How do you know?
I just heard one pretzel say to another, and you think you're crooked.
Quiet. Here he comes. You'll hurt his feelings.
Archie, my old pal.
Dave, me old buddy.
My old schoolmate.
Me old sidekick.
The next voice you hear will be that of the old prosecuting attorney.
Please, cut out the rejoinders. Well, Dave, it's great to see you again. What you been doing? Working hard?
Well, not too hard, Art. I like to take things easy.
Yeah, you do at that, don't you? And yet, you're a success. How do you do it, Dave? What's your formula?
Oh, it's very simple, Art. Hear no evil, speak no evil, and keep moving. You got my letter, didn't you?
Yeah, but Dave, why so mysterioso?
Well, look, you read in the papers about them splitting the atom in half, huh?
Yeah?
I have got both halves right here in this box.
But, Dave, what are you going to do with a split atom?
It's obvious. Piece it together again.
Amazing. But that's a big job, Dave. What do you get out of it?
Where's your imagination, Archie? They worked on the atom for years, spent $2 billion on it, and what happened? The doggone thing split. So if they spent $2 billion splitting it, what do you think they'll pay to have it put together again?
Holy cat, it's fanciful. There'd be a fortune in it. But tell me, Dave, do you know anything about atoms?
Well, not personally, but I have hired one of the biggest scientific minds in the country to work with me on it.
Not Bernard McFadden.
Even bigger, Professor Thaddeus Radcliffe.
Smart guy, huh, Dave?
Smart. You've heard of radar?
Yeah?
The professor's name is Radcliffe. Need I say more?
I got you, Dave. Well, how do I enter into the picture? Financially?
No, I don't want a penny from you, Art.
Oh, that's good.
See, all I want is a place for the professor and I to conduct our experiments. A little hideaway. You know, something like the back room here at the Tavern.
Dave, I got a thought. Why not use the back room?
A very clever idea, Art. And very generous, Art.
Well, if I can help one little bit in giving the posterity of the world a little surcease, it's worth it.
Well, thanks, Art. Now I better get an okay from the higher-ups. Can I use the phone?
Oh, by all means.
Thank you. Oh, hello, operator. Let me have Washington, D.C., please. War Department.
Everything all set, Dave?
Arch, we have just made history. And you are in on the ground floor.
Hello, Mr. Hossinger.
Well, Professor, just in time. I would like you to meet a friend of mine, Archie.
Hello, Professor.
Pleased to meet you, Archie. My, you have a lovely laboratory.
Well, I'll be honored to have you use it. Anytime you feel like it.
Well, thank you very much. Too bad I didn't have a nice, large place like this when I was conducting my last experiment.
The place was too small, Professor?
Yes, there was no room for my dynamo and generator. No room for my hydraulic compressor. But the big obstacle was that I didn't have room for my revolving turbines.
What were you working on, Professor?
Rainbow bubbles.
The professor's kidding, of course, Archie. You know what he's really been working on?
What, Dave?
FM.
Okay, if you don't want to tell me. Okay.
Well, Professor, I think now we better go to work, huh?
Oh, goody.
Oh, Arch, one thing more. While we're in the back room, you better question all the people around here. We can't be too careful, you know.
Dave, depend on me. From now on, it's Archie the Bloodhound.
I knew I could count on you. See you later, you dog, you.
See you later, Dave. Now, leave me see. Who's suspicious looking around here?
Mr. Archie, what's going on here anyway?
What's going on? Why are you so curious? You know, it comes to my mind that actually we know very little about your background. Quick, did you ever think of overthrowing the American form of government?
Wait a minute.
Do you belong to any subversive activity?
Squirrel bait.
Don't avoid the issue. I want the truth now. Did you ever work for a foreign power?
Oh, sure. Come here. You are talking to the man who in 1942 worked for the Cuban underground smuggling rum into Coca-Cola.
You're a cool one. Okay. You may step down now, but don't try and leave the country.
Arch, I was just wondering.
You was just wondering. What's your name, Bud?
Clifton Finnegan.
Oh, ready with a pat answer, huh? How old are you?
Well,
I'll try another question.
Look, don't worry about me, Arch. Nobody will learn nothing from me.
That I guess I should believe. Now, let's see. Who else is there around here?
Say.
You know, Eddie, I've been thinking here, and I'm a little worried.
Why?
Well, if the professor succeeds with these atoms, it might be very dangerous. You know, them atoms give out poison radioactive rays that linger around for months, you know. You read about it, where the white corpuscles eat the red corpuscles.
Yeah, don't worry about poison gas around here. Nobody would ever notice it.
Say, Arch.
Oh, how are you, Dave? How's things going back there?
Arch, we have run into a snag. I need your brains.
Oh, what's the trouble, Dave?
Well, you know how this atom works, don't you?
Well, I got a smattering idea. As I understand it, the basic elements is composed of protons, electrons, and croutons.
To say nothing of the Sir Isaac Neutron.
Quiet, Eddie. You're stepping out of your class here. Now, as I further understand it, all of these trons is held together and homogenized into a tube full of the aforesaid electrons, which are composed mostly of ingredients.
Arch, I think you have hit it. That's where our trouble is.
What?
There is one ingredient missing. I'm afraid we can't put the atom together again.
Well, what's the missing ingredient?
Well, don't let this get any further, Arch.
Yeah.
But this vital material, which we shall hereafter refer to as Factor X, is, and let me whisper this to you, glue.
Glue?
Careful, Factor X.
Oh, yeah, well, look, Dave, you got nothing to worry about. We always keep a bottle of Factor X right here in the place. We use it on the free lunch instead of fly paper.
No, Arch. This is a special kind of Factor X we have to buy.
Oh, expensive?
Oh, yes, and that's the trouble, you see. The professor and I have just sunk our last nickels into this thing.
Oh, well, why don't you ask Washington for some money?
Arch, I haven't the heart. They've already sunk $2 billion. Now to ask them for another bottle?
Oh, no, that'd be too much. Well, look, Dave, I realize that this atom is a great boom to humanity. As a favor to me, could I help contribute something?
How much you got, Arch?
$5.
$5, eh? Let me consult my catalog. Oh, yes, here it is. Special secret Factor X for vulcanizing atoms. 1 quart to a customer. Price $4.90 per quart.
$4.90 a quart. Dave, where does this glue come from? Man of war?
Well, it's up to you, Archie. But I don't think you're the kind of man that would let a measly $4.90 stand between you and immortality, are you? Arch, not that I want to press you, but just picture that statue of you sitting on a horse in Central Park, holding an atom in each hand.
Okay, Dave, it's a deal. Here's the $5.
Thanks, Arch. Well, I'd better hurry over and get the merchandise. See you later. And keep your eyes open. Our enemies are very clever.
Okay, Dave. See you later. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Professor Radcliffe? Yeah, he's here. He's in the back. Just a second. Whom to am I speaking? The superintendent of Bellevue Hospital, huh? Oh, the insane ward, huh? Look, wise guy, do you think you're dealing with children? There's no Professor Thaddeus Radcliffe here, and you got the wrong number. Trace that call, Eddie.
Hey, maybe that call was on the level, Mr. Archer.
What do you mean?
Well, that professor's got some peculiar ideas.
What do you mean?
Well, 10 minutes ago, I served him a ham-on rye, and 5 minutes later, he asked me for another ham-on rye.
Well, what's so peculiar about that?
Nothing, only this time he wanted it in a glass. With a cherry in it.
What is it, Professor?
Archie, this glass. Wherever did you get such a glass?
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. It's delicious.
Professor, have you always been a professor?
Oh, no. Just recently.
What was you before that?
I was a general in the French army.
When was this?
Well, let me see. I met Josephine in 1812.
He could guess. The man thinks you were holy. Holy cat. The ambulance.
Oh, there you are, Professor. Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo.
Now, come on. You and I are going for a nice ride.
Oh, really?
Yes. Say good night to the nice gentleman.
Oh. Good night, Archie. If you ever come to France again, look me up. You'll find me buried on a little island called St. Helena. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
And there goes one of the nicest pecans I have ever met.
Holy cat. Wait until Hossinger finds out that he's been dealing with a nut.
Yeah. And wait till he finds out that the professor was crazy, too.
Yep, Dave's heart will be broken. He placed a lot of faith in that atom.
Say, Arch! Arch!
Oh, here he is now.
Arch, did I just see the professor leaving in an ambulance?
Yeah, Dave, this is going to be a blow to you, but that professor was a demented praecox.
What?
They just sent the keeper for him from Bellevue.
The keeper? Arch, how can you be that stupid? Don't you know who that was?
Who?
That was no keeper. That was an undercover agent from the Balkans.
From the Balkans? Holy cow.
Arch, why did you let him go?
Oh, but Dave...
Man, you have placed me in a terrible position with Washington.
I'm sorry,
Do
Dave.
you realize that by letting that spy take the professor back to the Balkans, it may mean that civilization will be set back 1,000 years? It may mean war.
Oh, anything but that, Dave. What can we do about it?
Well, there's only one thing I can do. Go to the Balkans and get the professor back. But where am I going to get the money for the boat trip?
How much do you need, Dave?
Oh, you haven't got that much money, Arch. It'd mean that we'd have to tap the register.
Well, so what? If it's going to save another war, let's tap the register. Hey, you want, Dave? $18.53. Will that take you to the Balkans?
Well, no. But if it's all you got, maybe I can work fast and head him off at Hoboken.
Oh.
Well, so long, Arch. And thanks, old man, on behalf of humanity and the entire civilized world. Be seeing you, kid.
Good luck, Dave. Holy cat, ain't it amazing? Me, Archie, a kid from PS4 saving civilization. Boy, what a small world, huh?
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
had been through a trial by fire, and only the greatest warriors and their deadliest enemies emerged from the flames.
Who are you?
Nobody.
Oh, mister, I can feel it. The dice are rolling.
He was the one they called Mad.
But he's just a raggedy man.
But to those whose lives hung in the balance...
Where's the waiting ones? Waiting for what? Waiting for you.
He was the one they called Hero.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dying times here.
Now, Mad Max is back in Beyond Thunderdome. Mel Gibson, Tina Turner, Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Of Jimmy Allen.
Now let's return to Jimmy Allen's Air Adventures. Speed, Jimmy, and Spanner Cheapside, you'll remember, were captured by pirates by looking for the lost French pirate Jerome Duroc. Shortly afterward, a plane crashes in the harbor, and one of the occupants proves to be Flash Lewis. That same night, Duroc, disguised as a native, makes his appearance. He tells them he is being held in the upper part of Cy Moy's house. Then a missionary, Mr. Johnson, accompanied by his wife and daughter, sails into the harbor. The pirate fleet, which has been defeated in an attempted raid on a river steamer, returns. And a rebellion, which has been smoldering for a long time, breaks into open warfare. The rebels are led by Jock Loon, who aspires to be chief in place of Cy Moy. Cy Moy comes to Speed and requests the help of the white men in the battle against Jock Loon. She offers their freedom in return for this help. Speed refuses, but offers to help her escape if she will give up her career as a pirate. This Cy Moy refuses to do. It is now later that night. The battle between Cy Moy and Jock Loon has been raging several hours. Jim, Speed, and Flash are standing in front of their house, gazing at the conflict below. Let's listen.
Neither side seems to be getting anywhere.
Oh, you're wrong there. Cy Moy's getting the worst of it, Jim.
State's right, Jim. Cy Moy and her men are gradually being run up towards her house.
Wait, Scott, look. There's a couple of houses on fire.
And Jock Loon is probably burning houses that belong to Cy Moy's men.
Hey, listen. We've got to think of some way to protect ourselves in case Cy Moy is defeated.
I've been thinking about that.
I've been wondering whether we should all stay here or go someplace else.
Where else could we go?
We could go up on the hill back of us. Then we'd be out in the open.
Yeah. I've got a surprise for you.
What is it, Flash? Quick, tell us.
You know, after I made those splints for Chris, I went back to the seaplane. There wasn't anybody around, so I got the machine gun we had and wrapped it up in a piece of cloth and brought it up here.
Say, that's swell, Flash.
Oh, great work, Flash. And not only that, but I've got 2 automatics.
And how much ammunition for the machine gun?
Brought up all we had, about 800 rounds.
That'll last a long time if we use it sparingly. Now, listen, boys, here's what we'll do. We'll lock ourselves in this house. And if it comes to the worst, defend ourselves just as long as we can.
The only thing is, what about food and water?
There's a well out in the backyard. Yeah, but we might not be able to get to it. Now, here's what you do, Flash. You better not waste any time about it. Get Spanner and the 2 of you fill every pail, bucket, and anything else that you can find, and bring them into the house.
Okay, Speed. I'll get Spanner and we'll do it right now.
What about food? Well, we've got very little of that, Jim. But food isn't as important as water. We can last several days without food. It'd be a mighty tough job to go that long without water. Even if Samoy is defeated, we might be able to hold Jack Long and his men off for several days. In the meantime, help might arrive. That's what I'm hoping for, Jim. Both ourselves and Duroc missing, to say nothing of Chris Landers and Flash Lewis, it doesn't seem possible that more than 2 or 3 days could go by without this place being investigated. I'd hope they might leave Landers' seaplane out in the shore. That would have attracted attention from the air. But Jack Long and his men burned it early this evening. Well, we must get more food if we can. Now, here's the situation. Jack Long controls the harbor and the waterfront. But right now, we can get to Simoy's house without going through Jack Long's lines. We've got to go down and get the rock anyway, and while we're doing so, we'll ask Simoy to give us as much food as she can spare. Bet you and I go down there then, before it's too late. Yeah, we better do that right away. I tell you what, we'll take Spanner along with us. That'll make another to help carry provisions. And leave Flash in charge while we're gone, eh? Right. Well, I'll call Flash. Oh, Flash! Hey, Flash!
Yes, Jim. Well, what do you have?
Come on out here a minute and bring Spanner with you.
Okay.
Jim, it wouldn't be so bad if we were just a bunch of men. But it's Mrs. Johnson and Sally. That's what worries me. I know, Speed. Oh, I hate to think of them. Let's not think about anything like that right now.
What do you have, Speed? Yes, Spanner.
Now, listen, Flash. We're going down to Simoy's house to get the rock, and also to get as much food as Simoy will let us have. We want Spanner to come with us. You're to be in charge while we're gone. If you should need us, all of a sudden, fire 3 pistol shots in rapid succession. We'll be able to hear it. Simoy's house isn't so far away.
Right house, Speed.
Well, come on, Spanner, let's go. Right out, Governor. Say, you'd better keep that door barred while we're gone, Flash.
Okay, Jim.
Now, let's talk things over a little bit on our way to Simoy's. Looks to me as though Jack Long and his men were getting closer to Simoy's all the time. Yeah, that's the way it looks to me, too. I think Simoy's waging a losing fight.
If you ask me, Governor, she won't last a couple of hours. I don't think. I say, Governor, look, what's that ahead there? Looks like some people coming this way.
Where's Spanner? Where?
Well, right there down the street. See them sneaking along close to the house?
Yeah, you're right, Spanner. I wonder what they're after. You suppose they could be some of Jack Lung's men? I don't know. Watch our step. Hey, let's hide here in this doorway. Maybe they won't see us. All right. Quick, Jim. Jump in here. Spanner, too.
Right out, Governor.
Let's keep quiet just a second. Perhaps they'll pass on by. Maybe they're on the way up to attack our house. Well, I hadn't thought of that. Listen, that's Simoy. Is that you, Simoy?
Yes, it is Simoy.
We're just on our way down to your house.
I was coming to see you.
How's the fight coming along, Simoy?
Very bad. I need your help.
You know what I told you?
Yes, I know. I think things over. Jack Long will kill my son. I have come to accept your offer.
Honestly, Simoy, you really will do it?
For the sake of my son, I do it. I have long talked with a son. He not wish be pirate. He wish go America. Be aviator like Jimmy Allen.
All right, Simoy. We'll do our best to protect you and help you to escape. Now, we haven't got much time to lose. Let's decide what we're going to do.
All right, Mr. Robinson. What you think best?
How many men do you have loyal to you?
Not very many. Some already killed. Perhaps 10, 15.
Do you have any junks left? And once you get out of the harbor?
Not have any junk now. Just Long have them.
Well, what do you suggest then?
I think maybe we leave in flying machine.
You mean in your amphibian?
Yes, machine, you come in.
I don't see how we can do that. If we couldn't get out of the harbor in a junk, we couldn't get out in our airplane. I don't see how we could get to our amphibian. Jack Long and his men control the waterfront.
I think maybe next sudden attack. Capture ship. Leave quick.
I don't think we can do it, Simoy. We'd have to get the ship out of that thatched hut, out the motors, and then taxi clear across the harbor and out through the entrance. Even if we could do that, we wouldn't have room enough for everybody. Here's what you do, Simoy. You'd better bring your men to our house and we'll defend ourselves there. Yes, Simoy. I think that's the best plan.
Yes, I think so, too.
Have you got any food and provisions down at your place?
Yes, I have plenty. Also rifles, swords, and ammunition.
All right. I'll tell you what we'll do. You keep your men holding that present line against Jack Long.
Yes.
And while they're doing that, we'll transfer provisions and arms up to our house.
Yes.
Then we'll tell them to fall back and up the hill.
Very good. I do that.
Oh, come on. We haven't any time to lose. Seems to me Jack Long and his men are almost up to your house.
Listen. Quick. He say Jack Long attack house soon.
Oh, great heavens. Come on. We've got to run for it. Go.
Hey,
look over there. Another house on fire. Oh, great stuff. This village is soon going to be a mass of flames.
Hurry, hurry. Welcome, my children. We must not be too late.
There's your house, Simoy. We're in time. Look down the street. Leading to the water, Jim. They're fighting within a block of Simoy's house.
Yes, we're going.
All right, now, Simoy. Have your servants get all the food together they can. Where are the arms and ammunition?
Right, in his room, over there.
All right. Here, Jim, Spanner. Tie all this stuff together. Ready to take up the hill.
Two more.
Now, let's see now. What do we got here, Jim? Well, there's a lot of old muzzle-loading rifles and a few modern ones. Well, sort out the rifles from the others. We won't take any of those muzzle-loaders if we've got enough rifles. What about these swords, Governor? Well, we may as well take a few of them. If it should come to a proposition of hand-to-hand fighting, we'll have to use them. There are 12 of these modern rifles, Speed. That's enough. Don't take any of those muzzle-loaders.
I have much food here in large baskets.
All right. Tell your women to carry them up to the house.
All right, they go.
Now, by the way, Simoy, what about Duroc?
Oh, you know about Mr. Duroc?
Yeah, we know all about him.
Please go with us.
I'll say he's going with us. Where is he?
Upstairs. See, over there.
I'll go up and get him.
All right.
Have you got anybody else around who can carry up these guns and swords?
Yes, I tell men, carry them up.
All right, tell them to do so. Hey, wait a second, wait. I'll take out 4 rifles and some ammunition. One each for Spanner, Duroc, Jim, and me. Here's Duroc. He's all tied up. I had to cut his back.
I was afraid you were not coming for me.
We wouldn't have left you here, Duroc. Don't worry about that.
No, I didn't think so.
Now, listen, boys. Here's a rifle for each one of us.
I used to use it in the Foreign Legion a long time ago, but it won't take me long to get used to one again.
No, use one too in the British Army. Now then, Simoy. What else is there to do before we go up the hill?
I must gather together some things today.
All right, but you better hurry. We couldn't afford to be cut off from our house up the hill. Why, that'd be fatal.
Yes, I hurry.
What are we to do? Well, we're going up to our house and make a stand there. It won't be long before this place is captured by Jock Malone.
They come closer all the time.
Yeah, you bet they do. Now, come on. Let's step out the door just a second.
Okay, let's go.
Great Scott, Jim. Simoy's men are making a last stand right down the street. Why, they're fighting hand to hand. Listen to that. Oh, Governor, they're sure of fighting. Oh, blimey. See, we got to get away from this place quick. Right you are, Spanner. Quick, Simoy. Come here.
Very soon, Mr. Roberto.
Well, hurry now. We've got to leave. Right now, Simoy. If we waste any more time, we'll be cut off.
All right. I come quickly.
Listen. Speed. Did you hear that? There's the 3 shots, Governor. That's the signal from Branch Lewis. They're in trouble up the house, Speed. Maybe Jack Wells will attack them from the other side. We can't lose another second. Come on, Simoy. Quick.
I come now. Yes.
Now, what else to do?
Tucky, my children.
Where's our talk?
See, in next room with children.
Hurry up, then. Go get them. Well, we can't waste any time. We've got to leave at once.
All right. I get them. Mr. Roberto.
Hurry now. Hurry, Simoy. Now, listen, fellas. We may have to fight our way up that hill. We can do it. All your rifles loaded?
Yeah,
I'm ready for any of What's going on now? Hurry. Hurry, will you, Simoy?
I hope she hurries. So help me, Governor. They're fighting right outside the blooming door. So help me.
Here we are lost. All right, Simoy. Come on, then. Let's go.
Look, Pete. Look. Simoy's men are retreating right into the house. So help me, Governor. We can't get out.
We're cut off. Get those rifles ready, boys. We're going to have to fight for our lives.
The little band of white people is in a desperate position. Divided into, can they last long before the fierce assault of Jack Loong and his cutthroats? The next their adventure is packed with thrills. Don't miss it.
program has come to you through the facilities of the World Broadcasting System.
Eastwood is back in full force as Dirty Harry in Magnum Force. Jimmy Riley, big-time racketeer. Lou Guzman, narcotics king.
What's happening?
J.J. Wilson, well-known pimp. There are killers on the loose, dressed like cops, and they always use a Magnum.
You and your partner are back on homicide.
It's a little dramatic, isn't it, Briggs? Not your usual style.
It's meant to be, Callahan.
Look, this thing might be bigger than even we think it is. This is the cream in the bottle, Callahan. Someone's trying to put the courts out of business. Look, you work with Briggs on this, Callahan.
They call him Dirty Harry, and he likes to do things his way. He's always around where the action is. In 24 hours, Harry manages to cover a stakeout, to stop a robbery, and to be a good neighbor.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
You're the cop who lives upstairs.
That's right.
But killers that look like cops are after Harry because he knows too much. Whenever there's trouble, they always call in Harry, because they know he'll do the job. It's all in a day's work for Inspector Harry Callahan.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I've just been reading a long letter from a serviceman's wife, and I wish I could read every word of it to you. Those of us who still live in our own homes with our own furniture can't possibly realize the discomforts and extra work many of these service wives have to put up with. This lady writes that the first thing she and her husband do to make an unattractive furnished apartment clean and livable is to give everything a good shining coat of Johnson's Wax. Here are her own words. When I was back home, I never appreciated the expression, her house just shines, because all my friends' houses shone. Now I know that until my own things come out of storage, the Johnson's Wax shine on the furniture is my biggest link with the quality and cleanliness I hope for someday. It adds dollars to the appearance of any atrocity it meets, and a fairly presentable piece will respond in a way to make any girl sing. Please, Mr. Wilcox, keep right on telling them. The families I've moved in after are people who haven't yet heard you. Thank you, service lady. I'll do my best to get everybody to use Johnson's Wax. A barber is usually a bald-headed man who sells hair tonic. His customers are usually men who like their hair and the conversation cut short around the ears. Like the man in the chair right now, a Mr. Magee, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
So I'm writing President Roosevelt a letter, see? And in it I'm saying to him, Dear Mr. President, look, kid, I got great ideas.
Yeah, now, look, Nick, you told me how...
Then in my own handwriting, which I am dictating to my wife because I don't write so somebody can read it, including me, I'm going on to say, look, I say, the Army is needing plenty ladies for nursing, is not?
Yeah, but...
So, also we got 1,000 guys who are too small on the eyesight for the draft, or maybe they got 7 toes on 1 foot or something. So I'm saying, why not take the rejectees and make them into guys for giving sick people the pills?
Yeah, but if you don't mind, Nick,
Of course, so far up to now, President Roosevelt, he don't sending me the answer.
Yeah.
Which is all right. He's just as busy as me, I guess. Maybe I better send a telegram to the Manpower Commission and say, how about a shampoo?
How can you give the Manpower Commission a shampoo?
That question was not for the commission. You, I'm asking.
Huh? Oh, I need a shampoo?
Everybody's needing a shampoo at the regular periods of the interval. Are you different?
No, I guess not, Nick. Go ahead. Only after you shampoo it, put some dressing on it quick, because I got a natural part in my hair that runs from one ear across my head to the other ear. See, it looks kind of funny until it's plastered down.
Yeah, smart my hair. After shampooing, we always...
Hey, wait a minute. How much is a shampoo? 50 cents?
75.
What? 6 bits just to wash a guy's hair?
Those are the ceiling prices, kiddo. That we got posted on the wall because nobody can reach the ceiling to put them up.
Why, that's enough. Why, that's a dirty jip. 75 cents to whip up a lather on a guy's skull and rinse it off again. Why, you scissor bill. You high-handed, low-minded brush bandit. I got a good notion to report you to the OPA.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Magee. Let's not lose our temperature just because
I won't wait a minute. Here's the 4 bits for my haircut, and you can take your shampoo and...
The haircut was 75 cents, too.
What? Another 6 bits for cutting off not enough hair to make a toupee for a tadpole? You got a lot of nerve. I'll wash my hair myself. Let me out of this chair. Why, George, any time you get me into this nest of thieves again, you'll have to threaten me more than with a razor.
Well, just put the 75 cents on the counter then, kid. Okay, Mr. McDonald, you're next. Step in the chair.
6 bits for a shampoo. That's the dirtiest way to get clean I ever heard of. So long, Dillinger. 6 bits for a shampoo. Why, I'd shampoo the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral for 6 bits. Compared with that guy, Jesse James was just a scared kid with a dry water pistol. I'll get his license. $6 for a simple little shampoo. My gosh, I used to get my car washed for 80 cents. You must think I'm some kind of a yokel to sit still for a kind of a deal
All right, dearie, all right. Relax. You're home now, safe with Mother.
Hey, Molly, you know what that Nick the barber tried to do? That ham-handed scout gardener tried
He tried to charge you 75 cents for a shampoo.
Yeah.
And you stormed out of the shop and you're going to shampoo it yourself.
Yeah, 75 cents for... Hey, how'd you know?
Well, the barber just called up. I lit the hot water heater right away so the water would be hot and you could shampoo your own hair.
Oh, so he called up, did he? What did he want?
He wants his apron back.
Well, he... Huh?
Here, let me unpin it for you.
Oh, my gosh.
There.
Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. No wonder everybody looked at me so funny.
Why, you look like a flat-chested Mother Hubbard, dearie. I'll have Beulah drop this bib off at the barber shop on her way home. Now sit down and relax.
Gee, boy, am I embarrassed. Wearing that big apron all the way home.
You must have really been angry, huh?
Angry? One more word out of him and I'd have shoved his barber pole down his noisy old throat.
Oh, dear.
6 bits for a shampoo. Why, that's outrageous.
I don't think that's so unreasonable. Oh. I always pay $1.50 myself. Though it's worth it not to have to sit there and hear the patriots talk about how much revenue the government is losing by closing the racetracks.
Well, my gosh, I
Hello,
don't...
Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Alice.
Hi, Alice.
You've been out in the wind, Mr. McGee? Your face is awfully red.
Well, he had a little argument with the barber, Alice. He came home hotter than a depot stove.
Well, my gosh, 6 bits for a shampoo at that barber shop. Don't you think that's ridiculous, Alice?
75 cents?
Yeah.
Oh, it certainly is, Mr. McGee. They can't make any money at those prices.
I don't know, Alice, why he doesn't wash his hair when he takes his shower anyway. Except that he's usually singing so loud he couldn't hear himself ask himself if he wanted to.
Oh, well, I never hear him. But lately I've been so busy with my charts, I don't hear anything.
What charts, Alice? You studying navigation so you can find your way home between the boys? Hey, that's not so bad. Between the boys. You see, if you spell it B-U-O-Y-S, it's a play on words.
Ain't funny, Magee.
I was kind of pleased with it myself. What charts, Alice?
Oh, my astrological chart.
Oh.
I was casting some horoscopes for some friends. I'll do yours sometime. Are you a Capricorn?
Am I a Capricorn? I'm an elk and a legionnaire, and I'm mighty proud of both.
No, I mean, what month were you born in, Mr. Magee?
Well, he was born shortly before Thanksgiving, Alice. And all white meat he was, too.
Oh, he's a Scorpio.
What do you mean I'm a Scorpio? A Scorpio is a big crab with a stinger in his stern. And if you mean that
No, Magee. Scorpio is merely the sign under which you were born.
I was not born under a sign. I was born 5 miles west of Peoria on top of Kickapoo Hill.
Oh, no, Mr. Magee. Now, look. There are 12 different signs of the zodiac, see?
Is that so?
Yes. And everybody is born under the influence of certain stars and planets, depending on what time of the year you were born.
I think Magee was born during an eclipse of the moon, Alice. He throws such a big shadow.
Oh, no fooling, Mr. Magee. It's very interesting. I've started to study astrology. For instance, your horoscope for January warns that people born under this sign must not let themselves be imposed upon financially.
Aha! You see, Molly? That barber was trying to impose on a Scorpio financially. I knew all of it. Is Scorpio a good sign, Alice?
Oh, Creeper's one of the best, Mr. Magee.
Yes?
Yes, but you must do as your horoscope says if you want to be happy.
Yeah?
You must control your temper, make allowances for other people, and follow through on any projects you have started.
Like washing your hair.
Oh, is he going to wash his hair? I just washed mine. That's why I'm wearing this towel around my head.
Oh, my gosh, is that a towel? I was just about to tell you I thought that was the best-looking hat I ever saw you wear.
How long ago did you wash your hair, Alice?
Oh, I just finished. I'd have taken a bath, too, but the hot water is all gone.
What? The water I was planning to use for my shampoo? Now, just a darn minute, Alice. What's the idea of
Scorpio? Control your temper. Make allowances.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Magee.
Oh, forget it, kid. That's okay. Far be it from me to stand between you and glamour. Use all the water you want. However,
what?
However, if she don't want her pretty little neck wrung, she better light that water heater before I count to 10. 1, 2, 3.
I'm going.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and fascinating rhythm.
you think the water's hot enough yet so as I can have a shampoo
It
for myself?
should be, dearie, although Alice used every drop of it, you know.
Yeah, just like a woman. With 3 of them in the house, a man hasn't got a chance.
Oh, now listen. Men are just as bad.
Huh?
When Uncle Dennis was staying here, he was always taking a shower.
Oh, well, I didn't begrudge him, though. The only way he ever took water was through his skin.
Well, my goodness. Oh, your water's probably hot enough now, McGee.
Okay, I'll run up and have my shampoo before... Hey, tell Beulah to see that nobody turns off the heater for a while.
I'll tell her right now. Oh, Beulah. Beulah. Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yeah, I'm going to shampoo my hair, Beulah.
He got a little irked at the barber, Beulah. Thought he was being overcharged, so he's going to do it himself.
Yes, sir. But them poor barbers, they sure work hard giving folks a shampoo. They just wax their fingers to the bone.
Are you inferring that I have an ossified skull, my good woman?
Oh, no. But my cousin, he's a tonsorial artist, and I hear a lot about how hard he works.
Well, Mr. McGee doesn't need a tonsorial artist. He had his out in 1928.
Tonsorial refers to barbers, Molly. It's from the Greek, tonsolasi marabasorium, meaning the quickest way to a man's scalp is to take a shortcut.
Well, for goodness sake. You university man, Mr. McGee.
No, he isn't, Beulah, but he has an unusually well-rounded background, though.
Yes, I can see that.
You know what that big razorback wanted to charge me for a shampoo, Beulah? 75 cents. Imagine that. 6 bits for a gob of soap suds and a dash of Schlemiel number 5.
That don't sound like no overcharge to me, sir. Barbers give you a real good shampoo. My cousin says 4 men in one day tell him he ought to charge at least $1.
4 customers?
No, ma'am, 4 barbers.
Yeah, that's what I thought. My barber's named Nick, and if he can't nick you with his razor, he'll nick you with the price list.
Well, personally, I think barbershop prices are very reasonable, McGee.
My cousin thinks so, too, ma'am. And he's ahead of his class in barber college.
Get a degree, Beulah?
Yes, a Ph.D.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Doctor of philosophy?
No, ma'am. Oh, physiognomy is de-whiskered.
Well, this isn't getting my curly locks beautified. See that nobody turns the heater off for a while, will you, Beulah?
You want me to light it for you, sir?
Oh, it is lit, Beulah.
No, it ain't, ma'am. Excuse me.
What do you mean?
What?
Well, I see the tank was full of hot water a little while ago, folks, so I embraces the opportunity to wrench out some window curtains.
Oh.
You mean it isn't hot now, Beulah?
Right now, sir, it's as cold as a walrus's knees.
Well, light the heater again, Beulah, if Mr. McGee still wants the shampoo.
You're doggone right I still want a shampoo. Though I don't know why I need any hot water. The number of times I've been in a lather today, I ought to be as pure as a bookstore in Boston.
He ought to be as pure as a bookstore. Love that man.
This is a fine state of how do you do.
How do you do?
Fine. How are all the... Look, now, this is no joking matter, Molly. Gee whiz, a man can't get enough warm water in his own house to steam a monocle. If I ever build another house, I'll build it in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
Well, the barber's probably just as perturbed as you are, McGee. He thinks you stole his apron.
Well, it takes a thief to catch a thief. I'll tell him when he can get it back. He should live so long. Hand me the phone.
Certainly, Scorpio. Here you are, and wear it in good health.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Nick's barber shop at 14th and... Okay, Mert. How's yourself?
Oh, dear.
Dizzy. What's say, Mert? Your brother. Dropped 1,500 feet out of a what?
Heavenly days, McGee. Was he killed?
No, just amused. He's a movie operator. Dropped 1,500 feet out of Gone with the Wind, and nobody even noticed it. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later. Mine's busy.
Well, the water ought to be hot again half an hour or so, and you can get this shampoo over with, which will make me very happy indeed.
Make you happy? My gosh, I never been so exonerated in all my life. Everybody stealing my hot
You
water.
don't mean exonerated, you mean exasperated.
Go on. No, and exasperated is when your time is up. Like when the time limit on a contract has exasperated.
Nah, that's expiration.
I thought expiration was when a guy put on a pair of fur pants and went looking for the South Pole or something.
Are you thinking of exploration?
Well, then what does exonerated mean?
Exonerated is when you have been found not guilty of something.
Well, who's been guilty of snitching all my hot water? Me? No, sir. Everybody else in the house has been the one.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, Molly. Hiya, pal. What are you scowling at?
I'm living in a nest of water pirates, Junior. You'd think this was the Mojave Desert, the way everybody steals water.
Well, somebody explained the situation to me. I came in late.
Well, he thought 75 cents was too much to pay the barber for a shampoo, Mr. Wilcox, so he came home to do it himself, and every time he gets a tank full of hot water, somebody uses it.
Yeah, the way people glom onto it around here, you think it was the dew off the last rose of summer.
Hey, look, pal, you're getting very irritable lately.
Huh?
Last week you were raving and ranting because nobody trusted your hand-picked mushrooms. Now you're sourpussing around because you have to wait for a shampoo. What's the matter with you?
Well, gee whiz.
McGee, Mr. Wilcox is right. Your temper is getting as ragged as a $2 retread.
I can't help it. It's hereditary. If you think I'm nervous and irritable, you should have known my great-great-grandfather. Ooh, was he irritable?
Why?
Well, he was just impatient. Couldn't wait for letters to be delivered and answered. Couldn't wait for anything. Kept saying, why don't somebody invent the telephone? What's everybody waiting for? What's that guy Bell doing anyway? Why don't he get with it? They say Grandpa was a terror.
Well, that bad temper should have smoothed out in 3 generations, pal. What if you do have to wait a few minutes for some hot water? What's 20 minutes or less in a lifetime?
Tell him what can happen in 20 minutes or less, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, you don't have to tell me.
Why, in 20 minutes or less, pal, a Johnson's glow-coated linoleum dries to a perfect protective finish.
Yes.
Restores new life and luster to the faded and worn surface.
You gave him that opening, Molly. Whose side are you on, anyway?
Say, listen, sweetheart, we're all on the same side. Aren't you happy with our product?
Well, no, not too happy. It don't spell anything backwards.
Look, pal, I was merely pointing out that 20 minutes or less can be a happy little period of time. Think of the housewife who pours a little Johnson's Glow Coat out on her tired old linoleum and spreads it around with a long-handled applier. Then think how the world brightens for her in just 20 minutes or less as the Glow Coat magically gives her kitchen floor a new lease on life.
You ever spend 20 minutes or less in a dentist's chair, Waxy?
Certainly. And well spent, too.
You were?
No, it was. But look, I didn't come in here to tell you how to improve the shining hours, pal. Nick sent me.
Who?
Nick, the barber. He said to tell you to keep that bib you walked out with.
Well, that was very kind of him, I'm sure.
Yeah, he said Fibber could keep it till spring when he comes in for his next haircut. So long now.
So he said that, did he? If he didn't give the best haircut in town, I'd never darken his hand towels again. Bye, George. Hey, you think the water's hot again, Molly?
Well, it should be, dearie. And this time I don't think anybody will cheat you out of it.
Well, they better not. The first mug, male or female, that lays a hand on a hot water faucet in this joint is going to get the...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Mushmouth.
Hi, Doctor. Hey, you look kind of bushed. What you been doing? Treating a centipede for fallen arches?
Oh, same old routine. Get to bed at 3 a.m., phone rings at 4:15. 5:30, a new little taxpayer starts squawking as loud as a full-grown one. At 7, I'm back in bed. At 9, I'm back at the hospital trying to be patient with patients who are trying my patience.
Well, you certainly look like you could use a good night's sleep, Doctor.
I wish my father and mother had been grizzly bears so I could sleep till about April. As it is, I'm in and out of the hay like a Nebraska pitchfork.
Don't you even get time to shave?
Haven't for 2 days. Just stopped in here because my car broke down the next block. Take 'em half an hour to fix it. You know what?
What, Doctor?
I'd give my right eye. That's the one with the evil leer in it. For a hot shower and the use of Magee's no doubt dull razor. Got any hot water in the house?
Why,
hot water?
Yeah, hot water. You know, that stuff you toss a bone in to make soup.
Why, certainly, Doctor. As a matter of fact, we just heated a tank full.
Yeah, you see,
I see you are two lovely, charming people.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if you'll excuse me, I shall run upstairs and swab the frame. If you hear a rusty clatter, pay no attention. It'll be my pores opening.
Well, say it, Magee.
Yeah, and go back to vaudeville.
Here are the King's Men with the Whistler's Song.
Whistle all the day, you will find the sun is shining while you whistle your blues away. Like a symphony of the birds and the bees and the sigh of the trees in the morning. Whistle all day long, the clouds on high will say goodbye and lazily roll along. Whistle loud and clear, all the world will be bright if you start the day right in the morning. See the sunbeams dancing round so happy and gay. Hear them saying, isn't this a wonderful day? Whistle your blues and whistle your cares and whistle your troubles away. You will be in style if you pucker up your lips and keep a whistling all the while. Like a whippoorwill, at the break of the day you will say, what a wonderful morning. Rockin' that kisser, then you blow real hard. Everybody tweet. You will get a grin or a cheery smile from everyone you meet. Soldiers, sailors, they all know this system can't be beat. If you want to be popular, pucker your choppers and treat. Whistle all the day, you will find the sun is shining while you whistle your blues away. Like a symphony, you will be bright if you start the day right, like the birds and the bees and the sigh of the breeze at the break of the day. You will say it's a wonderful morning.
I've been standing in the shower for almost half an hour. The door French begin. Hey, Magee, I helped myself to a couple of your clean handkerchiefs. I hope you don't mind. Where's Magee, Molly?
Out in the kitchen, Doctor. You feel better now?
My dear, I feel so much better that with a little luck I can get through the day without folding up like a summer resort card table. Thanks for the hospitality.
Not at all, Doctor. And the man came to the door and said your card be ready in about 10 minutes.
It's a wonderful world we're living in, isn't it? As I told one of my patients who had sat on a darning needle, why worry? Everything comes out all right in the end. What's Magee doing?
Well, he's just sitting there with his shotgun across his knees.
A shotgun across his knee?
Yes.
What's the idea? Going to flush a covey of quail out of the icebox?
No, he's just making sure that, well, it's a long story, Doctor.
And if it's about your husband, I'd like to hear it. He's a fascinating little character.
Well, it started in the barber shop. The barber was going to charge him 75 cents for a shampoo, and Magee thought it was too much.
He would. Magee thinks no more of a quarter than I do of my third cervical vertebra.
Yeah. And he came home to give himself a shampoo. But Alice used all the hot water, and he waited and heated some more, and then Bewley used all the hot water, and he heated some more, and...
I get it.
You got it.
Well, my epidermis is more important than his scalp, if only because there's more of it. But what's this about the shotgun?
Well, after you took your bath, he lighted the heater again. Now he's sitting there guarding it with his shotgun. He says anybody who steals this batch of hot water is going to be so full of lead, you could use them to write a letter to your Aunt Minnie.
Well, I haven't got an Aunt Minnie, but my sister Gertrude would be happy to get a postcard. Tell McGee I'm very sorry that... No, I'll tell him myself. Where's the kitchen? Through this door?
No, please don't.
What's the matter?
That's the hall closet.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, sure.
Will you excuse me while I smoke a hot water pipe of peace with your bitter half?
Well, I'll do better than that, Doctor. I'll come with you. Right this way. You know, it really has been exasperating for him, Doctor. And you know how he is when he sets his mind on doing something.
I do indeed. He follows through like a broken garter. Shall we knock?
They do.
Who is it?
Your best friend and severest critic. Or, reading from left to right, Your wife and your physician.
Okay, come in. Oh, hi, Doc. Feel better?
Infinitely. I'm sorry I used your hot water, my boy. In extenuation, I can only plead my ignorance of the situation.
I told him how many times you'd lost the hot water, dearie.
No, that's okay, Doc. But believe me, I'm making sure of this tank full. Anybody lays a hand on this water is going to wind up as full of holes as a German treaty. Is your car fixed yet?
Well, it will be any minute. I just dropped back here to say goodbye and thank you for a delightful dunk.
Well, I'll go out with you and see you get started all right, Doc. I don't think anybody will swipe this water now. I've warned them enough.
McGee, now please be careful with that gun.
Okay. I'll just set it down here in the corner.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. Look what you did.
What a neat third act curtain, my boy.
Oh.
You blew a hole right through the hot water tank.
Why, this is impossible. The gun wasn't even loaded.
Maybe I should read you another short paragraph from the service wife's letter I mentioned earlier. Wherever I go, she writes, I'm just one of your lieutenants. Long before we get all the hooks where we want them or all the woodwork cleaned, we have the kitchen and bathroom floors washed and glow-coated. And honestly, the saddest of cracked linoleum can look at least some better with glow-coat. Yes, it can, as many of you other ladies have discovered. But the tragedy of it all is that same linoleum would still be looking very much like new if it had been protected with glow-coat from the beginning. The gradual destruction and ruin of linoleum surfaces caused by continual scrubbing and neglect is tragic and so unnecessary. Johnson's self-polishing glow-coat actually saves work. It needs no rubbing or buffing, makes cleaning so easy, and its regular use makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer, besides making it more beautiful.
My, your hair certainly looks nice since you had your shampoo, McGee.
Yeah, it sure does, doesn't it?
And we're sorry we had to make you keep your barber shop open after hours, Mr. Nick.
Forget it, sweet sis. I couldn't lock the door till I got out of here anyway. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Come closer. I want to talk to you. I'm going to tell you an astounding story. The story of the Maltese falcon. 600 years, the falcon has carried the mystery of a fabulous wealth under its grotesque wings. I could tell you 1,000 tales of the men and women who have hunted this evil bird. But every story has the same ending. Murder. Listen to these incredible people, all consumed by their passionate greed for the Maltese falcon.
What have you ever given me beside money? Have you ever given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? Haven't you tried to buy my loyalty with money and nothing else?
What else is there I can buy you with?
Who? I won't play the sap for you.
I haven't lived a good life. I've been bad. Worse than you could know.
We were talking about a lot more money than this.
There are more of us to be taken care of now.
Well, that may be, but I've got the falcon.
You may have the falcon, but we certainly have you.
I take another riding from you I'm going to take.
Get up and shoot it out.
Stop it. The police will be here any minute. Now talk.
Oh, how can you accuse me of such a terrible...
This isn't the time for that schoolgirl act. We're both of us sitting under the gallows.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Jack Benny will be here any minute.
It's Texaco time with Jack Benny, Michelle Piastro, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen. This is Jimmy Wallington saying you're welcome for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Car owners know that the purpose of national mileage rationing is to conserve not just gasoline, but tires, and to keep America's cars in service for essential transportation despite the rubber shortage. But your Texaco dealer reminds you, your car must be conserved also. Now more than ever, its vital parts must receive regular lubrication and maintenance for longer life. See your Texaco dealer regularly. His skilled, systematic service will help save both your tires and your car. And now, when every mile counts, remember that the big Texaco star also stands for famous Texaco Fire Chief and premium Texaco Sky Chief gasoline. Last week, ladies and gentlemen, the New York film critics selected as the best picture of the year Noel Coward's dramatic masterpiece, In Which We Serve. Tonight we bring you a man who couldn't even get in to see the picture all last week. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're wrong, I'm sorry to say. I finally did get in to see that Noel Coward picture.
Well, how did you like it, Fred?
Oh, it was wonderful, Jimmy. When I left the theater, tears were streaming down my cheeks.
It was so emotional.
No, not emotional. The woman sitting next to me was eating onions all through the picture. She was throwing herring bones under the seat and using the leg of my pants for a napkin. You know, that's what I get for going into a theater so near Lindy's. They have the American plan audiences in there. It's no good.
Well, Fred, you can have Noel Coward. I'll take Lana Turner.
You'll take Lana Turner. You with that A card. How far can you take her? I mean, why, you couldn't probably...
Mr. Allen!
Of course. Well, Portland, did you see the Noel Coward picture that won the Critics' Award?
Yes, but we'd like the man who came to dinner. Mama and I saw it 10 times.
Oh, you liked the acting in The Man Who Came to Dinner?
It wasn't that.
No, what's that?
In one scene, Monty Woolley is eating.
Yeah?
And on the table, there's a whole pound of butter.
Ooh, a whole pound of butter. Yeah, it would cost a fortune to shoot a scene like that in a picture today, wouldn't it? Uh-huh. And speaking of butter, we've got an egg to go with the butter, too. Now, if we only had a certain pan I'm looking at, we'd be... Speaking of butter, we'd better get down to Allen's Alley.
Oh, what is your question tonight?
Well, during the past month, as you've probably seen in the pictures, in Boston and at Summit, New Jersey, meat dealers have started selling horse meat for human consumption. And so then our question tonight is, how do you feel about horse meat in your home?
Let's go down to Allen's Alley.
Let's do it. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland.
Can I knock on John Doe's door?
Well, sure. Go right ahead.
Yeah? What is it, little girl? Are you recruiting for the wax?
No, Mr. Allen wants to see you.
Oh, that pest. Is he back again?
Yes, Mr. Doe. Do you, this is my survey tonight. Do you think eating horse meat will have any effect on the country?
Well, eating horses will put a lot of bookmakers out of work.
That's true. That could happen.
It'll make a pedestrian out of Gene Autry.
That's right. It'll do that.
The horse show this year might win the Good Housekeeping seal of approval.
That could happen, too. Have you tried any horse meat yourself?
Oh, I've been eating it the last 3 weeks.
Well, tell me, confidentially, has the horse meat had any effect on you?
Well, instead of having indigestion, once in a while I get the heat.
I see.
And when I run for the train morning,
yes,
I can do a mile in 1:38.
Since eating horse meat, you can actually run a mile in 1:38?
Yeah, but I got to get down on all fours to do it.
Oh, I see.
So long.
Well, that takes care of John Doe. Now, I'll see if Mrs. Nussbaum is in.
No.
Good evening, Mrs. Nussbaum. How do you feel about eating horse meat?
Eating a horse, even a little pony, this I couldn't do.
You couldn't? Well, why not, Mrs. Nussbaum?
When I'm a little girl, a horse is saving my life.
Really? What happened?
But my mother said to me to a delicatessen.
I see.
She's giving me a pickle I shall keep in quiet.
Giving you a pickle to keep quiet, huh?
While Mumsy is stealing the pumpernickel, the loaf should not be from yesterday.
Yes?
I am on the sidewalk with the pickle creeping.
Uh-huh.
I'm falling off the sidewalk, head and heels over pickle.
Oh, God.
Down the Lincoln Street is coming. Look at those spittle-up brewery wagons.
The horses were running away, and you, a little baby, were in the middle of the street?
With my pickle, I am creeping.
Oh, yes?
People is all together shrieking, yay!
Yes?
And the brewery wagon is coming almost on me.
The brewery wagon is almost on you?
One horse is bending down.
Yes?
By the bloomers, he is taking me in the teeth.
And?
Quickly turning the head, the horse is flinging me back into the delicatessen.
The horse flung you back into the delicatessen.
Then he is stooping down and flinging in the pickle also.
Good. And that is why you won't...
Exactly. If I am eating horse meat, someday I might eating up the horse that is saving my life.
I see.
This, to me, is gratitude. Thank you.
I forgot to ask Mrs. Nussbaum what became of the pickle. Oh, well, another day for that. Let's see if Socrates Mulligan is in. Well, Socrates, what's cooking?
Well away. So long.
Well, that brings us to the last house in Allen's Alley. I'll see what's going on in here.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Falstaff's here to talk for Joe.
Now, please, you have a frog in your throat. Could I have an introduction?
Yes.
Oh, happy to know you. The frog is an AFRA member, I hope. Now, look, Falstaff, let us ration your poems tonight.
I have been composing like a beaver.
Well, look, I'm really...
Have you heard, I knew that all would not be well when that skunk climbed aboard the carousel?
No, I don't think so.
There was fire in her eyes the night we met. She peeked at me through her crepe Suzette.
No.
Just because you're a wave, Mother, you don't have to go out with the tide.
You're upsetting everything. Tonight we have been discussing horse meat.
Precisely why I'm in your presence. I have written a poem.
Well, what is your horse poem called?
Recipe for Horse.
Oh, Recipe for Horse. How does it go?
Since folks around the country are starting to endorse the old gray mare for dinner, here's my recipe for horse. To prepare a horse for cooking, you'll find the taste improved if before you roast your stallion, the harness is removed. Then back into the oven, and on the hour base, and with salt and pepper season the horse to suit your taste. And when old Dobbin's medium rare, the hostess who is smart will do as Emily Post suggests. Serve her horse meat a la carte.
Thank you very much, Falstaff. And now, Jimmy Wallington with just a word to the wise.
Each one of you car owners, ladies and gentlemen, is the custodian of a vital unit in America's transportation system. Every ounce of your car's rubber, every one of its parts, and the gasoline it uses are necessary to America's war effort. National mileage rationing conserves rubber and gasoline, but the conservation of the mechanical parts of your car is your responsibility. Keep your car in condition for your essential wartime driving by seeing that it gets regular service from your neighborhood Texaco dealer. His Marfax chassis lubrication protects 40 vital points of the chassis against excessive wear with Marfax, the super tough lubricant that resists the washing out effect of slush, snow, and rain. His insulated Haviland motor oil, insulated against breaking down under extremes of temperature, protects your motor hot or cold. And all of his many other Texaco products and services are planned to make your car last. Care for your car for your country. See your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly.
Anchors Away, played by Al Goodman and his Chamber Music Society of Lower Canal Street Orchestra. And now, yes, Portland?
I don't think it's fair.
No? What isn't fair?
Making fun of Mr. Goodman and his orchestra.
Oh, Mr. Goodman doesn't mind.
But you're always picking on him, and he never says a word.
Well, why should Goodman hire an interpreter for one word?
But you don't give Mr. Goodman a chance. You should have more music on your program.
Good music, yes. And tonight we're going to hear some good music, Portland. Our sponsors, the Texas Company, like good music. Don't forget, they sponsor the Metropolitan Opera broadcast every Saturday afternoon.
Is your program going to be high class, too?
For one night only. Our guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Michelle Piastro, the eminent artist, violin soloist, and concert master of the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. It is indeed an honor at this time to present Michelle Piastro.
This is horrible, Mr. Allen. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Is something wrong, Mr. Piastro?
I'm not Mr. Piastro. Mr. Piastro isn't here.
Mr. Piastro is... Well, who are you?
I'm Mr. Flugelman, Mr. Piastro's manager. I can't imagine what's keeping Michelle.
Gad, what a mess. This is a radio program, Mr. Flugelman. Now, we just can't hang around here waiting for Mr. Piastro. As his manager, you're responsible. I have announced a violinist.
Well, fortunately, I have a standby violinist with me.
A standby? Who is he?
Well, his name won't mean anything to you.
No, why?
But we around the Steinway building feel he has possibilities.
I have to have somebody, Mr. Flugelman. Where is this guy?
Yasha! I'm coming, Mr. Flugelman. Mr. Allen, this is Yasha Benny. Well, thank you. Yasha will play for you, Mr. Allen.
This is Yasha?
Yasha Benny, and this is the biggest crowd you've ever had.
Look. Look, Mr. Flugelman, this standby also ad-libs, I understand. Look, Mr. Flugelman, perhaps if we could wait just a little longer, Mr. Piastro will get here.
You have your violin, Yasha?
Yes.
It's right here, Mr. Flugelman. You didn't bring the one that lights up. No, I blew a fuse at Town Hall last night. I'm ready. Now, who'll turn my music? Who has a wet finger?
Now, wait a minute. Look, fellas, can't we wait just a little longer?
Remember, Yasha, this is a concert date, so none of that trick playing with the bow in your teeth.
Well, can I do that one where I stand on my head, hold the violin between my knees, and pluck it with my big toe?
No big toe.
The little toe?
No little toe.
Oh, shoot, I washed my foot for nothing.
No showing off tonight, Yasha. Just straight playing. I'll go out and see what happened to Michelle Piazza.
All right, Mr. Allen, shall I play my solo now?
Well, let's not rush into this thing, Mr. Benny. This, as you know, is a high-class program. I'm taking an awful chance letting an unknown play here tonight.
I'm not completely unknown, Mr. Allen.
Who knows you?
Well, I'm very popular in St. Joe.
Oh, in the West. Well, will you step just a little closer to the microphone, Mr. Benny, if you will? Just a little.
This is so different from concert work.
You don't use the microphone?
No. In concert, I merely stamp twice with my foot, and away I go.
Oh, you do? Well, you have the foot for it, I must say, Mr. Benny. I'll tell you, Mr. Benny, if we knew a little more about your musical background, it might help. Are you new at the game?
No. I've been playing the violin for 17 years.
Oh, I see.
I started playing when I was 5 years old.
Oh, And you've been playing 17 years. That would make your age about 22.
22, give or take a year.
Well, I must say, Mr. Benny, you are the first young violinist I have ever seen who has more hair on his bow than he has on his head.
I have more hair, Mr. Allen. I just didn't happen to bring it with me.
I see.
I have hair I haven't even parted yet.
Now, you're a little too close to the microphone now, Mr. Benny, if you don't mind. Would you just step back a trifle, if you would?
All so new to me, I don't seem to get the hang of it.
Slow catching on, I must say. Well, tell me, Mr. Benny, how did you first become interested in the violin?
Well, when I was a little boy, I had a big Adam's apple. I had to have something to rest it on, so I took up the violin.
Well, how did you learn to play? Did you get a transfusion from Heifetz? Is that how you learned?
No. I studied at Professor Hollister's Institute for Boys with Rich Parents and Symphonic Ambition.
Oh, in Waukegan?
Yeah.
There were such folks.
Yeah.
And you finished school?
No. In my sophomore year, I was snapped up by a talent scout for Manuel's Chili Bowl.
Manuel's Chili Bowl?
That was Waukegan's hot spot.
Oh, I see.
If you ordered the Mexican boiled dinner, I'd come to your table personally and play.
Oh, with the boiled dinner only. You were sort of a vitamin virtuoso. Well, after you had ruined the business at Manuel's Chili... Now, if you're hoping someone in the audience will give you better lines, I'm afraid you're out of luck.
Believe me, Mr. Allen, I got 5 more gray hairs at rehearsal.
After you ruined the business at Manuel's Chili Bowl, what happened?
Well, when I was 18, I became second violinist with the Waukegan Philharmonic.
Oh, the Waukegan Philharmonic? Yeah. You specialized in chamber music, did you?
We had our own chairs. We could play any place.
You say you were the second violinist with this versatile group.
Yes, sir.
Well, what is the difference between a first and second violinist, Mr. Benny?
In Waukegan, $4 a week.
That was the scale.
Heavens, no. I'd never write a thing like that in my script. Heavens, no. With the Waukegan Philharmonic, if you could play the scale, you could name your own product.
Tell me, Mr. Benny.
I killed that gag, and I'm very happy about it.
Well, why don't you lie down with it if it's dead? As the second violinist in the Waukegan Philharmonic, well, you kept pretty busy.
Yes, you see, our first violinist only had one finger on his left hand.
Oh, I see.
He used to miss half the notes.
And after he had given the violin part the finger...
I would follow through.
Well, I are you still playing with this outfit?
No, Mr. Allen. In 1937, I came east with Phil Spitalny.
Phil Spitalny. Well, isn't that an all-girl orchestra?
Yes, but where I sat, nobody could tell the difference.
With your big blue eyes, I suppose.
Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Allen, I'd like to play my solo.
Well, in just a minute, Mr. Benny, we must have a few more facts.
Facts? Look, Allen, I'm not marrying your sister. I just came here to play my violin.
Well, I know, but we advertised Michelle Piastro tonight, Mr. Benny. We can't put on any broken-down schnook who shows up here with a fiddle.
Fortunately for you, Mr. Allen, I happen to be a schnook, or you'd have a libel suit on you.
Well, let's not raise our voices, Mr. Benny. What about the rest of your musical career? Have you done any recording work?
Yes, I've made a few records for Victor.
Oh, Victor Records?
No, this was Victor Herskowitz. A much smaller outfit.
Oh, I see.
You've seen that record, Cone on the Telephone.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side.
Oh. Remind me not to turn it over. Well, I guess that's about all the information we'll need, Mr. Benny.
I should hope so. I didn't have half this trouble getting a C card here.
Well, it looks as though I'm stuck and stuck good. Now, you can go ahead with your solo.
It's about time. I'll tune up if you...
before you start, Mr. Benny, what is your number? I think you'd better announce it. We don't want people phoning in here after you're through playing. We'd like to have it.
Well, I'll take care of that, Mr. Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, my first violin selection will be the...
Hold it, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Mr. Flugelman, you're back?
Everything is all right. He's here.
Who is here?
Michelle Piastro.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, Gosh, it's good to see you, Michelle.
I'm sorry I'm so late, Fred.
But better late than what we almost got into, Michelle.
Mr. Piastro is ready for his solo, Mr. Allen. I'll get out your violin, Michelle.
But, Mr. Flugelman, I'm all ready to play.
Who needs you anymore? You can go, Yasha. Here's your violin, Michelle.
Mr. Flugelman.
Go away, Yasha. An artist is here.
I'll hold your mittens, Michelle.
Here's the rosin for your bowl.
But, Mr. Flugelman...
I told you you're through. Now go. Here's your music, Michelle.
Did this music stand right?
Mr. Flugelman...
You'll get paid. Go, get out. See me at the office. Are we ready, Michelle?
Yes, Mr. Piastro. What is your solo?
I'm going to play the third movement of Together Widen by Pablo de Sarasate.
That's the same number I was going to...
Sit down, will you, Mr. Benny? And now, at long last, ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Piastro.
Mr. Flugelman!
that was wonderful, Michelle.
Thank you, Fred.
And now, Mr. Benny, we haven't forgotten you. You can go right ahead with your solo, if you will.
I wish I was dead.
But we're waiting for you. Why don't you play?
Well, it wouldn't be ethical. Look, would Heifetz play after Ben Verney?
Well, what are you afraid of? You have 10 fingers and a violin. That's all Mr. Piastro
But
has.
he played my number.
Oh, fine.
If I played Saginawags again, it'll sound like Piastro's playing an encore. He'll get all the credit.
Say, Fred, I have to leave now. If you will excuse me.
That's it. Before you go, Michelle, I'd like to have you meet Jack Benny.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Hello, Mish.
Mish, then you know Mr. Piastro.
Oh, yeah, Mish and I are buddies from way back, eh, Mish?
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I don't seem to remember you.
Well, I met you at Carnegie Hall. Mr. Papini introduced us.
Mr. Papini? Oh, yes, he's the janitor at Carnegie Hall.
Well, he is the janitor, but it's a much bigger job now. They've converted to coal.
Mr. Benny here is also a violinist. Mr. Benny has been playing the violin for 17 years.
You've been playing longer than I have, Mr. Benny.
Well, that's the way it goes. What key do you play in, Michelle?
I play in any key.
Oh, I stick to the key of C myself. I got to like it as a boy. You know how it is, huh?
As a violinist, Mr. Benny, how did you like my solo tonight?
Well, frankly, Michelle...
Did you notice I had a little difficulty in the 8th variation of the 3rd movement?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, but since you brought it up, Michelle, you want the truth, of course.
Yes, of course.
Well, I thought your Andante was beautifully done. It sparkled.
Thank you.
I thought your Rondo was exciting, if not altogether brilliant. And your vibrato was adequate, but your pizzicato was, shall we say, lauso?
I appreciate your opinion, Mr. Benny. If anyone is an authority on louser, you are the man.
Perhaps Mr. Benny will play something for you, Michelle.
Yes, by all means, you must play, Mr. Benny.
Well, I'd love to, Mish, but it wouldn't be fair to you. After all, if I play after your solo, it'll only invite comparison.
Well, of all the nerve, Benny, you have the audacity to compare yourself with Michelle Piastro. Why, when you play the violin, it sounds like the mating call of a pair of corduroy pants.
Well, let me tell you, Alan, I'll bet $5,000 that if Michelle plays a number, I can play the same number and nobody can tell the difference.
You play and Michelle plays and no one can tell the difference?
You heard me, brother.
For $5,000?
They get $6,000 and a case of grape nuts flakes.
All right. Michelle?
Certainly.
Fine. I'll play the banjo to give the number a little substance, a little background. All right, Mr. Goodman, will you give us an introduction? Gad, what a night for music lovers. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the most sensational symphonic competition of the season. During the next two choruses, Michelle Piastro will play half of each chorus, and Jack Benny will play the other half. Mr. Benny will pay $6,000 in the case of grape nuts flakes to anyone who cannot tell the difference. Let's go.
gentlemen, before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Jack Benny and Michelle Piastro for joining us here tonight. Next week, our guest will be George Jessel. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to add a footnote.
Thank you, Fred. I just want to remind motorists that their tires must be inspected at an official tire inspection station before January 31st. Many Texaco dealers have been appointed official tire inspectors. We suggest you check with the Texaco dealer in your neighborhood.
And remember, mileage rationing saves your tires. Complete the job and save your car with your Texaco dealer's tow service. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in regularly. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chapter 1. He adored New York City. He idolized it all out of proportion. He romanticized it all out of proportion. Better. To him, no matter what the season was, this was still a town that existed in black and white and pulsated to the great tunes of George Gershwin. Now, let me start this over. Chapter 1. He was as tough and romantic as the city he loved. Behind his black-rimmed glasses was the coiled sexual power of a jungle cat. Oh, I love this. New York was his town, and it always would be.
Manhattan, starring Woody Allen.
Well, okay, tell me, why'd you get a divorce?
Why? I got a divorce because my ex-wife left me for another woman. Okay?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
God, that must have been really demoralizing.
I don't know. I thought I took it rather well under the circumstances.
Ooh-wee.
I tried to run them both over with a car.
Diane Keaton.
No. You're much different. You're much different. Yes. You're someone I could imagine having children with.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, hit the lights. Go ahead. Turn them out again.
Michael Murphy.
You don't want to make a commitment, and I don't want to break up my marriage and then find out that we're no good together.
The point is, what the hell am I doing in this relationship anyway? My phone never stops ringing. I could go to bed with the entire faculty of MIT if I wanted to. It's just, I don't know, I'm wasting myself on a married man.
Mariel Hemingway.
See, I'm glad you could get out tonight, because I really did want to see you a lot.
I like it when you get an uncontrollable urge.
Yeah, I know. It's my best feature.
Meryl Streep.
Hey, don't write this book. It's a humiliating experience.
It's an honest account of our breakup.
Jesus, everybody that knows us is going to know everything.
Look at you. You're so threatened.
Hey, I'm not threatened, because of the two of us, I was not the immoral, psychotic, promiscuous one. I hope I didn't leave out anything.
Anne Byrne.
Is this true? Did you make love with Jill and another woman?
Did she put that in there? I'm sorry. Did she wanted to? I didn't want to be a bad sport. I came here to strangle you.
Nothing I wrote was untrue.
What do you mean? That book makes me have to be like Lee Harvey Oswald.
It's an honest account of our marriage.
I think I'm still in love with Yale.
You are, or you think you are?
I started seeing him again.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm surprised.
Look, I love her. I've always loved her.
So what, you liked it now? You don't like it? You did like it? You know, it's still early. You can change your mind one more time before dinner.
You are so self-righteous, I mean, we're just people. We're just human beings, You think you're God.
I gotta model myself after someone.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke. The story of the violence that moved westward with young America. The story of one man who moved with it. Mark Dillon, United States Marshal. They all drifted here to Dodge City, one time or another. The Buffalo Killers, the Saddle Bums, the Spoilers. It's the end of the track and the start of the wilderness, the dumping ground of odds and ends and beginnings and leftovers. It's a place to stop and take the kind of pleasure you need. It's a place to pass through, and sometimes it's a place to die. My part of it was a sun-baked shack. Rent paid by the United States government. And a marshal's badge. Furnished free. I was at the window watching the heat plump itself with Kansas dust and roll in towards the town when the door opened.
Your name Dillon? You the United States Marshal?
She was about 50. Poke bonnet, gingham dress, beaded Indian moccasins for shoes.
They said there was a steady marshal here in Dodge City. Been living for 6 months running.
They've been lying to you. 4 months.
They say you and your gun can break a man's heart at 50 yards.
It's on your mind.
Want you to saddle up and get down to Gaujai.
Why?
My husband. He owns the White Buffalo there. Roulette, music, drinks. They say the roulette wheel's crooked.
I'll tell you what to do. There's a fella here in Dodge City named Sin Killer Stokes. Saves souls by the bushel. Trumpet playing and everything. You tell Sin Killer about your husband.
In Gaujai, they kill a man who runs a crooked wheel. I don't want my husband dead.
Well, look, ma'am, I don't even know you...
Abigail Contuarius. That's my name.
Yeah, well... Mrs. Contuarius, you don't need a marshal. You need an honest husband.
He's no more crooked than you are. If he was, I wouldn't take none of his money.
Sure.
Don't sure me, Marshal. The money don't just mean money to me. It means books for Indian kids and writing stuff. Slates and all.
Oh, a missionary.
Me? With a gambler and a philanderer and a toper for a husband? I teach Indian kids. Teach them to behave and a little learning, that's all.
Well, that's good work, ma'am. These towns could use more people like you.
Don't sniff around me. You marshals are supposed to mean law and order and the rights of decent people. Gaujai could use some of that. You coming, or do I have to ride my mule some more?
Ride it back to Gaujai. I'll be along.
Make it soon, Marshal. There'll be a convulsion down there if you don't.
It was night when the town of Gaujai loomed out of the wilderness and beckoned to me like a painted, skinny hag. If Dodge City had a sister, this was it. I rode up to the White Buffalo, started to tie my horse to a hitching post, twiddled to the shape of a Pawnee girl, when suddenly the gun in my back told me I wasn't alone.
You won't like it here in Gaujai, Marshal. Pretty as it is, you won't like it.
No?
No. Don't turn around, Marshal. I'm shy, I'm modest, I embarrass easy. Isn't that so, Harold? See? Harold thinks it's so. Harold had his tongue clipped. Apaches.
Maybe it was too long.
No, that's not a genteel thing to say to Harold, Marshal. He takes offense easy.
I'm new here. Back in Dodge City, the etiquette's a little more formal.
And go back to Dodge. We're happy here in Gaujai, like little birds. You could spoil it.
I was invited. Special invitation.
Yeah? Well, the dance is over. Now, Harold, now! I told you you wouldn't like it in Gaujai, Marshal.
When I opened my eyes, I was in Gaujai's dirt. I knew I'd never forget that voice and that crazy giggle. I picked myself up and waited till the town stopped its dizzy dance. On its third time around, I spotted a horse trough and stuck my head in it to get rid of the blood on my face. I finally pushed my bones through the swinging doors of the White Buffalo. A girl leaned against the bar, strumming a guitar. Black hair, slender. Something profane and exquisite was distilled into her features. She watched me across the room, and when she spoke, it was as if she hadn't quit singing.
Buenos noches, Chico.
Evening.
Oh, a marshal. A marshal with a cut face and a muddy badge. You buy girls drinks, Marshal?
Here's a buck. Buy yourself one. Where can I find the owner?
Over there by the poker table.
Which one?
The goatee and pompadour.
Thanks.
Come back to me, Chico. They call me Tamar.
Tamar, huh? Maybe I will. Your name, Contuarius?
Si. Oh, the marshal from Dodge City.
You already have the look of a large headache, senor.
Yeah? Someone else besides you and your wife was expecting me.
Muy mal. Too bad.
It wasn't good.
So I see. But I am glad you have come, Senor Marshal. Come, look around. See my place. I have a magnificent establishment here. No? Yes.
No.
Yes. You know, it would grieve me if I had to part with it.
It'd grieve Mrs. Contreras more, and for a better reason.
Senora Contreras hates it how I get my money, but she takes it for the Indian children.
Looks like the takes plenty.
No. Every day my wheel loses money. Somebody is swindling me. This somebody, I swear it, I will kill dead.
Your wife hinted it might be you who'd be killed, dead.
No one has killed me yet. This I tell myself, and it makes me happy.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at this wheel of yours.
Of course. Follow me. You see, I have also faro, dice, girls, dancing girls.
Mm-hmm.
And the finest liquor west of the Mississippi.
Number 12. Red face, 12 days.
Where's your spinner?
I will introduce you to him. Greg.
Senor?
Un momento. William will take your place.
Yes, Mr. Contreras.
Greg Hagen, the best croupier in the territory. Greg, I want you to meet Mark Dillon, Marshal of the United States of America.
I've heard your name, Dillon. You're from Dodge City.
Lately from there. Go count your chips, Contreras. Hagen and I want to talk.
Yes, I leave you gentlemen alone.
We want to talk, Marshal?
Yeah. Rumor has it the wheel's rigged.
Mrs. Contreras tell you to ask?
Maybe. Well, is it?
Look, Marshal, Contreras is my friend.
Still, a croupier's in a mighty good spot to double-cross the house.
Marshal, I already told you Contreras is my friend.
Sorry, I made a mistake. No hard feelings?
Plenty hard feelings. I think I like it better back at the table. Look around yourself, Marshal.
So, I did. Mostly, I hung around the roulette table. And as far as I could see, the wheel was giving the house and the customers an even break. Just about the time I was ready to go out and find Contreras again, two new players wandered up to the crowded table. One in a beaded jacket, the other a silent hulk of a man. They didn't seem to be together or even know each other. On the next spin, the ball fell into 29, bounced out, rolled around 13, and finally settled in double O. Just as it did, Beaded Jacket reached out and put a $100 bill on double O. Greg Hagen, the croupier, looked up.
I'm sorry, mister. You placed your bet after the ball settled. The house can't accept it.
I had that $100 down before you started to spin. Ask anybody. I had it down. I want to ask the people. I'm telling you, I had it down.
Look, mister, your bet wasn't legitimate. The house recommends you take your money and get out.
He did. Fast. Too fast. In another second, I knew the reason why. When Beaded Jacket picked up the bill, there was a blue chip under it on double O, and the house paid off to the silent hulk. I knew I'd heard Beaded Jacket's voice before. When I first hit town, so I moved fast. I got out of the casino just in time to see Beaded Jacket disappear around the corner. I took it easy. Polite and easy. The bullet nubbed the dust at my feet. I ducked into the shadows and whipped out my guns. The flash had come from a narrow passageway between two buildings.
I'm in this alley, Marshal. Come on in and get me.
Wait right there.
I'm waiting. I'll strike a match. I want to see your face when it happens to you.
Try me.
No. You shoot first. You'll miss, you know that, Marshal. But I won't, because your gun flash will tell me where you are.
Real clever. That was clever what you did back at the White Buffalo.
Honest Injun. Tell me about it.
You and your friend. That was Harold, huh? The giggle with the talent for pistol whipping?
Tell me all about it.
You throw down a $100 bill with a blue chip underneath it after the ball drops. You get yourself thrown out. Harold, who never made a bet at all, collects 35-1.
Oh, did Harold do that? Did you do that, Harold?
And there he was, framed in the entrance of the alley. I was caught between them. Beaded Jacket and a mute called Harold. The big guns in Harold's hands turned over and over. His face held all the evil in the world.
You're right, Harold. Take him.
He was shooting waist high along the wall, and he was getting close. There was only one thing to do, and I couldn't miss.
You shot Harold, Marshal. That was your mistake.
opened my eyes, I was in a place I'd never been before, a kind of cottonwood clearing. I eased the wound in my shoulder, and from across a smoldering campfire, I saw her. Tamar. The morning sun lighted up the features of a man at her feet. Senor Rafael Ramon Jose Contuarius. The bullet hole in his forehead gave him an extra flourish. Now it was Senor Rafael Ramon Jose Contuarius, deceased. And the girl named Tamar was singing a love song.
Back to Gunsmoke in just a moment. Combining modern detective methods with secrets of the mysterious East, the Green Llama offers CBS listeners a new thrill now on Sundays. Once he has heard of a crime or an injustice, Jethro Dumont, a wealthy young American just returned from 10 years in Tibet, brings into play his quick wit and knowledge of illusion to thwart the evildoers. Join him Sundays as he continues his fight against crime on this side of the Pacific, wearing green, the color of Tibetan justice, aided by Tulku, his trusted lieutenant. The Green Llama is a feature presentation of most of these same CBS stations. And now back to Mark Dillon, United States Marshal, and Gunsmoke.
When they pinned a marshal's badge on me, they said I had a job to do. This morning, my job was a man with a bullet hole in his forehead and a marshal with a wound in his shoulder. The dead man was Rafael Ramon Jose Contuarius, and the marshal was me. And there was a girl named Tamar.
You have slept long, Chico, without dreams.
How do you know there were no dreams, Tamar?
Because I saw Death give you a little piece of himself, and then ride away on his black pony.
Yeah, I'm lucky. How did I get here?
Senor Contuarius and I brought you here. The wagon over there in the burro. You are muy lucky, Chico. The bullet was for your heart, but it spent itself in your shoulder. It was not your time to die.
But it was Contuarius' time to die, huh?
Perhaps his grave has been empty too long.
And you knew him well?
See, I knew him.
Well enough to kill him?
I did not kill him. Senor Contuarius was my protector.
What did he protect you from? Himself?
I like your mouth better when it is gentle, Chico.
Then who did kill him?
I do not know. While we were here trying to help you, a bullet came out of the darkness and found Contuarius.
How come you picked this place?
It is a place Senor Contuarius and I knew well.
Oh, like that, huh?
It is a place where Senor Booth would not look for you if he knew you were still alive.
Booth? Oh, so that's his name, the man in the beaded jacket. How come he didn't finish me?
When we heard the shots, Senor Contuarius and I ran out of the White Buffalo. I persuaded Senor Booth that you were dead.
Booth persuades easy, huh?
He persuades easy, for Tomar. The shots were heard, people came. Senor Booth does not like too much attention.
Well, he's going to get all of mine, Tamar. Undivided.
I don't advise it, Chico. If you live, go back to Dodge City. If you die, die in Dodge City. Oh, wait. The Senor Contuarius in a burro cart. Oh.
Where is he? Where is he? Answer me, woman. Answer me.
There, Senora. Behind the marshal.
The marshal? Hello, Marshal. They said you'd been killed. Get up, Contuarius. Get up.
He's dead, ma'am.
Oh. He shouldn't be lying here on the cold ground. I'll lift him up into the cart.
I will help you, Senora.
If you so much as touch him, I'll kill you. Come along. Contuarius.
You're pretty strong to lift him yourself.
I've done it before. You're hurt, Marshal?
I'll be all right.
You can come too if you want. Take you back to town.
Look, ma'am, I'm sorry about...
Sorry? You should never have left Dodge City. All it got me was a dead husband. Get in.
Somewhere on that long wagon ride back to town, Mrs. Contuarius squeezed a tear onto her cheek. Just one tear. But for her, it was a major emotion. The sun was doing its best to char the wood frame buildings when we hit Gaujai. She drove past the White Buffalo to the far edge of town, pulled up at a tar paper shack.
Oh. Here we are, Marshal.
Why bring me here? Just so I could pick my own gutter? Why didn't you leave me in the cottonwoods to die?
That door. That shack door right over there. Try it.
All right, ma'am.
Get in.
Yeah? Well, Marshal, I heard you were dead. Hey, you're hurt. Come on in.
Thanks.
Who sent you here?
Mrs. Contuarius.
Huh? You better cut away that shirt.
Why'd she send me here, Greg?
Not neat, Marshal. Not neat at all.
Why here, Greg?
Lie still. I'll get some things.
You haven't answered my question.
I do things with my hands, Marshal. Spin roulette wheels and extract bullets between spins.
You a doc?
Yeah, I'm a doc. Was. Had a shingle. Nice, shiny one. And they said I couldn't have it anymore. Malpractice, they said it. What you looking at?
That roulette wheel on the table over there. Don't you get enough practice at the White Buffalo?
Don't strain yourself, Marshal.
I won't. I'm not too much alive. But I once knew a croupier clever enough to spin the wheel so that the ball would drop in any slot he wanted.
That'd be pretty hard to prove, wouldn't it, Marshal?
Yeah, it would.
Now, you want that wound fixed?
Uh-huh. Now bite my lip real hard.
Do that, Marshal. It's a nice pose.
I bit my lip, but all I got was a pain in my mouth. And I didn't need that. There was enough pain. It started when Greg put a scalpel against my shoulder, and it went on from there. It went on for a long time. Finally, everything gathered into focus.
Keep that bandage dry, Marshal. You'll be all right.
Thanks, Doc. What's your fee?
This bullet, the one I took out of you. I want it as a souvenir of the time I saved a marshal's life.
You're welcome to it. Just tell me this. You know a girl named Tamar?
Girl in the Bible had that name.
Contuarius knew a girl named Tamar. Now he's dead.
Contuarius dead? Well, I suppose somebody wanted him dead.
Yeah. But stick around. I may want to talk to you again later.
It's always a pleasure, Marshal. I'll be around. What are your plans?
I'm going to take a killer.
With your shooting arm in a sling? I don't think so.
I'll gamble on it, Greg. Want odds? I got up and left Greg's shack. Taking a killer needed a little preparation. And right now, preparation meant talking to Mrs. Contuarius. But something stopped me. It was the funeral Mrs. Contuarius was celebrating for her dearly departed. Somewhere she'd found a black ostrich plume and pinned it to the donkey's head. The cart she always used was draped in banners of black silk that looked suspiciously like the shreds of an elegant petticoat. 3 grinning Indian kids, maybe 8 years old, were beating the drum, clapping the cymbal, playing a flute. The rear of the parade was brought up by a bunch of other Indian kids, looking solemn because their new shoes hurt. And on the cart, in an open pine box, lay Senor Contuarius. I looked inside. The senor was still very aristocratic. I looked again, closer. Then I knew I just had to talk to Mrs. Contuarius. It was maybe an hour later when she drove up to the White Buffalo alone, her cart empty and stripped of the banners. She looked uncomfortable in her black cotton.
Lend me your good arm, Marshal. I don't want to rip this dress.
Yes, ma'am. There you are. Nice funeral, ma'am.
Thanks, Marshal. Kids behaved real nice, didn't they?
Yeah. You done a good job on him, man.
Thanks. You haven't been very successful, have you, Marshal?
Maybe that's your fault. Maybe you haven't told me enough.
About what?
About Tamar and your husband, for instance.
What about Tamar and my husband?
This about them, ma'am. They were real good friends. That could be a reason for you to kill your husband.
Could, Marshal, but it wasn't. Maybe he was killed because he found out who was cheating his wheel and you didn't.
But I did.
Then why don't you take him?
You want me to take Greg Hagen?
Greg, I don't believe it. Hagen's an honest man, as honest as you are, Marshal. Can you prove what you're saying?
I don't know. But I'm sticking around to see if I can. And I'm sticking around to see if I can bring in a killer.
Who is it?
Maybe you? Maybe Greg? Maybe Booth, the man in the beaded jacket? Maybe even the girl named Tamar.
Then come on in and have a drink. You look peaked.
I followed her into the casino. In an hour, it began to fill up. I hid myself behind the stairs where I had a clear view of the roulette table and waited. About 8, she walked through the door. Tamar. Tamar in a dress of red. Tamar buckled with silver. She strolled over to the table and put some chips on the black as Greg spun. There was no sign of recognition between them.
7 black. 7 pays, black pays. Place your bet.
On the next spin, Tamar won again. Then she lost. She doubled her bets and won more times than she lost. After a while, she stopped playing colors and switched to single numbers, 35-1. She kept on winning, about 1 out of 4. In an hour, there was roughly $20,000 stacked in front of her. And in an hour, there wasn't any doubt they were a team, and Greg was spinning a crooked wheel.
13 black. 13 pays, black pays.
Well, you're lucky. You're very lucky tonight, Tamar.
Tonight, senora. I am always lucky at your tables, no?
Not as lucky as tonight. Sorry, men, this is a private table from now on. You can all move over to the second wheel, right over there.
Private table, senora?
Yes, just you and this gentleman.
Mrs. Contrarius was playing it smart. The man she thumbed at over her shoulder was Booth in his beaded jacket. I could have made my move then, but I decided to wait for the piece to play itself out. Mrs. Contrarius was getting them all together, and this show was too good to spoil. Greg, Booth, and Tamar.
This is my last spin.
That's all right, Tamar. All Mr. Booth wants is just one spin. Right, Mr. Booth?
Yeah, just one spin. With a little lady.
But I was...
Mr. Booth, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it is all right. Spin the wheel, Greg.
We'll spin. Once more.
Bueno. All of my money on number 1.
Number 1, huh? That's a good number. Number 1. I'll take 10,000 in gold on number 1.
Three red. 3 pays, red pays.
Greg, why, you double-crossed me.
I double-crossed you.
It don't matter, Tamar.
Greg didn't have a chance. The knife he tried to draw was hammered back by the bullets from Booth's gun. They tore through his hand and across his chest. Suddenly, his face changed. He looked young and hurt and ashamed of the blood that he couldn't hold back. Booth held his guns like they were dogs on a leash that could snap easy.
Keep back. All of you. Marshal, you can quit playing possum now. It'd make me real happy if you try to follow it. Pick up the money and let's go, Tamar. Nobody move. Nobody move.
You let him get away, Marshal.
I don't think so, ma'am. He'll be wanting to finish me off. I'm going to give him his chance. I could have looked for him in a lot of places, but he was with Tamar. That narrowed it down. There was only one place to look. It was dawn when I found him, resting easy in the cottonwood clearing.
I knew you'd have to come after me, Marshal. You know, you're funnier than an actor I saw once in Dodge. You're much funnier.
Maybe you laugh too easy, Booth. Like you kill too easy.
Marshal, with his gun arm and a sling, chasing a killer.
Go away, Marshal. Go away while there is still time.
I got nothing but time. I'll wait.
That's where you're wrong, Marshal. You got no time at all.
Yeah?
Oh! Chico, this I do not believe. It is impossible that someone could shoot faster than Senor Booth. But with your left hand. Oh, Chico. You are so very quick with your gun. I like that about a man.
Take it easy, Tamar. Come on, let's go.
Go? Oh, not now, Marshal. There is time. Sit here next to Tamar.
Like this?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think?
Oh, Chico. Chico, do not talk now.
I think you had a great thing with Greg. He could put that ball in any number you bet on. Only that wasn't enough for you.
Oh, but it does not matter now, Carito.
You thought you could double your profits by throwing in with Booth. Maybe you were going to double-cross him, too. Like you double-crossed Contwarius and Greg.
Oh, do not worry about it, Chico. The money is yours, too.
It belongs to Mrs. Contwarius. And that's who's going to get it.
What? What are you talking about?
Take your choice. Come back with me to the jail in Gaugai, or I'll turn you over to Mrs. Contwarius. And I don't think she could stand having you alive.
Why, you... Oh, Chico, surely. Surely you are playing with me, huh?
You murdered a man, Tamar.
Chico.
You killed Contwarius.
Oh, Chico, I told you the shot that killed Contwarius came from the woods in back of the clearing.
Much closer than that. From your gun, Tamar. Contwarius had powder burns on his forehead, so that shot was fired from up close. I saw that when I looked into his coffin. Powder burns from your gun, Tamar.
We were going away together, you and I, Chico. Listen to me, Chico.
Contwarius found out you were double-crossing him with Greg, didn't he?
Listen to me.
Let's go, Tamar.
Listen to me, Chico. There is plenty of money, yours and mine. Listen to me, Chico.
She put her arms around my neck and her lips close to my ear. And for a long time, for a long, long time, first in English, then in Spanish, then in Cherokee, and in a language I couldn't recognize, she whispered at me every foul name in the book. She was talented. She didn't repeat herself once. Tamar didn't understand that a marshal had a job to do, and that the job got... On the way back to Dodge City, I came across a cottonwood clearing I'd never noticed before. I rode down into it. Small animal scurried off a log and lost itself in the shadows. Then I was alone. For a time after that, for a long time after that, I thought about Tamar. They'd given her her guitar, but I knew she wouldn't be singing much longer. The rest of the way home, the country was dust. It got inside of my mouth, and it stayed there.
Gunsmoke featured Howard Culver as Mark Dillon, supported by June Foray, Gerald Moore, Vic Perrin, Jack Crucian, D.J. Thompson, and Jay Novello. Music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. The original story, by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, was directed by Richard Sanville. This is Alan Botzer to Gunsmoke, and another thrilling adventure with Mark Dillon, United States Marshal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yeah, this is Peter Lorre speaking.
I couldn't resist the temptation to call you. I just read of your new picture that you're to make.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thanks for your interest.
Oh, I thought you were magnificent in M. And just the other night I saw your new picture, The Man Who Knew Too Much. What character are you going to play in?
Oh, it's the most unusual story. You know, it's a great love drama. I am to be a half-mad scientist,
I, a poor peasant, have conquered science. Why can't I conquer love? He shall be shut up when it's I who am mad. But nobody knows that. Yes, each man kills the thing he loves.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's Be Buddies. When the makers of Jell-O introduced this famous gelatin dessert a good many years ago, they made a permanent contribution to the American dinner table. And now they've added another standard item to the national menu in those delicious new Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are ready-prepared puddings that take far less time to make them than the old-fashioned pudding, which required 5 or 6 different ingredients and took half an hour or so to prepare. With Jell-O puddings, all you'll have to do is add milk and bring to a boil. In about 5 minutes, you pour it into sherbet glasses and set it aside to cool. And there, almost before you know it, you've made the family a swell pudding that tastes truly homemade. A smooth, creamy pudding, as attractive as can be and simply delicious. Jell-O puddings come in the 3 grand old pudding flavors of chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. And they're made by the makers of Jell-O, so you know they're good. After this, when you buy Jell-O puddings, too. And enjoy their rich, mellow goodness. Take it from me, friends. There's a treat you'll soon repeat. That was Let's Be Buddies, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, last Thursday evening was Halloween, and Jack celebrated by throwing his annual costume party for the Jell-O gang. So this evening, we will turn back the clock. The time, last Thursday night. The place, Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
I'll never smile again. Heidi, Heidi, ho.
Rochester.
I'll never smile again till I get more dough.
Rochester, that's a beautiful song. You don't have to change the lyrics.
Well, I'm trying to get a message across.
Oh, you are? Well, you don't have to put it to music and make an opera out of it. If you want a raise, just come right out and ask me.
I'll never smile again.
Now, cut that out and stop complaining. I'm giving a costume party tonight, and I'm not even dressed yet. Here, help me pull my shirt off.
Okay.
There. Now, hand me that grass skirt.
Oh, boy.
Rochester, hand me that grass skirt. Tonight, I'm going to be a hula girl.
Hula girl?
Yes.
With your rheumatism?
Never mind my rheumatism. I bought this outfit when I was in Honolulu, and I'm going to wear it. Now, pin that gardenia in my hair.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the matter?
Can't find anything to pin it to.
All right, hang it over my ear. There. Say, that's pretty good. Do I look like a hula girl, Rochester?
I suppose so. I guess they come in all shapes and sizes.
You can never pay me a compliment, can you? Now go out and make those popcorn balls like I told you to.
Yes, sir. Say, boss, how about the cider?
The cider?
Do you want me to put a little jolt in it?
Leave it alone. There's nothing more refreshing than a glass of sweet cider.
Nobody's going to slide down the banister on that.
Rochester, there's going to be a party, not a brawl. Now go tend to your work. And on your way to the kitchen, answer the door.
It's in the opposite direction.
I don't care. Answer it. What do you want me to do, rebuild my house? My goodness. Grass skirt's a little long. I better pull it up.
It's Miss Livingston. Good evening, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester.
Oh, hello, Mary. What do you think of my costume?
Well, I'll be...
What's so funny about me being a hula girl?
Hula girl? I thought you were a haystack with dandruff.
Mary, if I'm a haystack, what am I doing with this gardenia hanging over my ear?
All right, you're a sissy.
I'm not a sissy, I'm a hula girl. Princess Jackamoku. Now, later on, Mary, when the party gets rolling, I want you to ask me to do a native dance.
No kidding. Are you going to dance?
Yeah, I learned it in Honolulu last summer. Get a load of this. It's not the island fair that is calling to me. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Wow, how's that? I sure made my hips move, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, now move them back.
I'll get them back. Don't worry. Now, Mary, light the candles in those jack-o'-lanterns. I want to put them in the window.
Okay.
Say, boss.
What is it?
Ain't you cold running around with nothing on but a grass skirt?
No, what makes you think I'm cold?
You got so many goose pimples, you look like a horn toad.
Oh, I'll be all right in a few minutes.
No kidding, Jack. You ought to put something around your shoulders.
Oh.
Well, holy smoke.
What's the matter?
Look at that tattoo on your arm. Grow with Waukegan.
Oh, that. I had it done when I was a young fella. You know, I had a couple of snorts of elderberry wine one night, and I felt very civic. Hand me that pumpkin.
Here you are. Gee, I'll bet you were a devil in those days, eh, Jack?
Was I? You should have known me then, Mary.
I can just see you standing in front of the pool room, with a straw hat over one eye and a toothpick in your mouth.
Yeah.
When a girl would pass by, you'd yell, "Hello, chicken, let's fly the coop."
All right, so I used to flirt with the girls.
You'll get one yet, boss.
Rochester, I thought I told you to go out in the kitchen and fix those popcorn balls. And see who that is.
Why don't you put swinging doors in here?
Rochester, this is not a saloon.
Especially with that cider.
Never mind, answer the door.
Okay.
Never saw anybody as lazy as he is. Say, Mary, I forgot to ask you, how's your cold? You know, we missed you on the program last week.
Oh, I'm fine now, Jack. I'll be with you next Sunday.
That's good. Well, look who's here.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, look at the kid, all dressed up in a Navy uniform. Where'd you get it, Dennis?
My girlfriend goes with a sailor.
Oh, well, that was very sweet of him. You know, Dennis, I used to be in the service myself. Darn it, I wish I could go again.
What can a hula girl do in the Navy?
Oh, stop, will you? I'm not a hula girl.
You could have fooled me.
There you are. I look all right, don't I, Dennis?
Yeah, but if you're a hula dancer, Mr. Benny, don't you think you ought to take your shoes off?
Oh, certainly. Why didn't you tell me, Mary? I can't dance with shoes on. Here, Rochester, help me take them off.
Okay, hold tight.
And incidentally, Mary, you should have worn some kind of a costume yourself.
Well, gee, I didn't know what to wear.
Oh, you could have thought. Rochester, I said take my shoes off.
I'm trying.
Well, pull.
Okay.
There. Now, take the other shoe off. Say, Mary, I got an idea how you can dress. Why don't you go upstairs and put on one of my old suits I used to wear in vaudeville?
Where'll I find it?
They're in the big trunk in my... Thanks. They're in the big trunk in my bedroom. Gee, it feels kind of good to go barefoot.
Look who wants to get in the Navy with those fallen arches.
Mary, I've told you 1,000 times my arches are not fallen.
Then why do you make a footprint like a wedgie?
Because I like to keep up with the style. Now go upstairs and put on one of my old suits and get into the spirit of things.
Okay.
Rochester, don't stand there holding my shoes. Put them away.
Well, the right one's got a lot of those old big $1 bills in it.
Stop making things up. There's nothing in that shoe but an insole.
Green, ain't it?
Put them away. I know exactly how much is in there. Gee, I wish the gang would get here. Say, Dennis.
Yes, please?
What are you going to sing on the program Sunday?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Benny. I haven't picked anything out yet.
Oh. Well, look, Dennis, there's a brand new number out now called Do You Know Why? It's a song that Mary Martin sings to me in my new picture.
The one you made with Fred Allen?
Shut up. And it'll fit you perfectly. Look, there's a copy of it on the piano. Run over it for me, will you?
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And by the way, Dennis, whenever you refer to that picture in the future, just say the one I made with Mary Martin. Leave Fred Allen out of it.
Why?
Because if you don't, I'll put my shoe back on and kick a field goal with a certain young tenor. Understand?
Yeah, 3 points.
Oh, sing. Darn, this gardenia keeps slipping off my ear.
Our love will stay until the cows come home. And then the cows came home. Do you know why? We used to say we'll love this way till Hades freezes over. And then it just froze over. Do you know why? Thought we had a future, dancing a jig for us. Do you suppose our little dreams got too big for us? We used to say our love will stay forever and anon, and now forever's gone. Do you know why? Do you know why? We thought we had a future, dancing a jig for us. Do you suppose our little dreams got too big for us? We used to say our love will stay forever and anon. And now forever's gone, darling, do you know why? Neither do
Very good, Dennis. That'll sound great on the program.
Yeah, I think it'll be swell.
Wonder what's keeping Phil and Don. We want to go out tonight and have some fun.
See, Mr. Benny, while we're alone, do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
No, what is it?
Well, how come I only got 35 cents for mowing your lawn last week?
What?
I used to get 50. Didn't I do a good job?
Well, of course, Dennis, but you see, 35 cents is the winter rate. The grass doesn't grow as high in the winter.
Oh, that's right.
Certainly.
I'm sorry I mentioned it.
Oh. That's okay.
You're not mad, are you?
No. You had a legitimate complaint. No. Don't hesitate to speak up, Dennis, anytime. And incidentally, I wish you'd watch those... Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
There's someone at the door.
I'm fixing the popcorn.
Answer the door. Now go ahead.
Yes, sir. Doggone, with all this walking, I might as well be a picket.
I never saw anybody that hated doors so.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Hi, Jack. Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Say, I thought you'd never... What's that supposed to be, Don? A black costume with white lines all over it.
Why, don't you get it?
No, what are you?
I'm a skeleton.
A skeleton?
Yes, these white lines create the illusion.
Oh, well, those chins cancel it. By the way, Don, how do you like my outfit?
Oh, it's very attractive, Jack, but aren't you afraid of catching cold?
No, I'm all right.
Here I am, fellas. How do I look?
Well, Mary, what are you supposed to be?
A ham. This is one of Jack's old suits from vaudeville.
Yep, I wore that suit in every theater on the Orpheum circuit. Look at those big checks and pearl buttons.
It's a little loud, isn't it, Mr. Benny?
Well, of course, nobody wears a suit that flashy nowadays.
They don't, eh?
No.
Boys, on Central Avenue, we got pallbearers that dress louder than them.
I believe you.
What a suit. Get a load of these cuffs on the sleeves.
Well, it was all the rage. Gee, when I used to walk out on the stage in that outfit, I was a sensation.
What are those red spots all over the suit, Jack?
Those red spots? I don't know.
They tomatoed him in Toledo.
They tomatoed him in Toledo? Now, wait a minute, Mary. That's a fib. When I played Toledo, it was wintertime, and tomatoes were out of season.
You were so bad, they shipped them in.
Listen, Miss Livingston, Toledo was one of my best towns. Well, I used to be a...
Open up! Open up in there!
Hey, fellas, there's Bill Harris. Wait till he sees me in this hula costume. Answer the door, Rochester.
Here I go again.
Answer it. Is my gardenia on straight, Mary?
Yes, yes.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Hello, Roch. Hiya, fellas.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Mr. Harris.
And there's Mary. How's your cold, baby?
Oh, a lot better, Phil.
That's swell. Say, who's the old dame in the grass skirt?
Oh, dame, this is me. I'm a Hawaiian princess.
What are you doing later, Toots?
Now cut that out. I wouldn't laugh at anyone else's costume, Phil. What are you made up for in that outfit?
Well, I'm Julius Caesar. You know, the guy that was nuts about Cleopatra.
Julius Caesar?
You know, he was the Roman umpire.
That's emperor. What a dodo. Phil, umpire is what Caesar ruled.
Jack, that's empire.
Don, a skeleton should be seen and not heard. Phil, I gather that you're studying ancient history now. You know, Mary, Phil goes to night school. He's trying to broaden his mind.
You ought to clean it up, too.
You said it.
All right, Mary, all right. You don't have to get derogatory.
There he goes with derogatory again. He learns one big word in night school, and he's going to run it right out of the dictionary. Say, Don, are you going to...
Hey, fellas, you know who wrote the first American dictionary? Noah Webster.
All right, Phil, we know that.
Jack, I'm getting hungry. When are we going to eat?
Pretty soon now. All right, Rochester, let's get things rolling around here. Serve the refreshments.
Okay. Will you have a glass of sweet cider, Miss Livingston?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Dave, Mr. Wilson?
Thanks.
Thanks, Rochester.
How about you, Mr. Harris? Will you have a glass of sweet cider?
Absolutely not.
I would have bet on that.
Rochester, no comments. Now pass that lovely tray of hors d'oeuvres.
The what?
The hors d'oeuvres.
You mean them little things you eat and you ain't at nothing?
Yes, just pass the tray. How's the cider, Dennis?
Whoopee!
Boy, what an imagination.
One more drink and he'll go out and get tattooed.
Yeah. Now, Dennis, get up off the floor and uncross your eyes. Showing off on sweet cider yet.
Pass the olives, will you, Phil?
Here you are. Gee, you look cute in that outfit, Mary. Where'd you get the suit?
This is the one Jack used to wear in vaudeville.
Yes, sir. I wore that suit in every theater in the country.
Hey, Jack, look what I found in the pocket, an old program.
No kidding.
Yeah, from the Globe Theater, Kansas City, Mo.
Oh, yeah.
Who was Mo?
The manager, wise guy. Who was Mo? The Globe Theater, eh?
You were the headliner, weren't you, Jack?
I sure was. Who was on the bill that week, Mary?
Here it is. Swain's Cats and Rats, Fink's Mules, Howard's Elephants,
Uh-huh.
Finnegan's Fleas, and Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, I never will forget that week. I felt like Frank Buck. Well, let's have something to eat, then we can go out later and have some fun.
Yeah, I want to ring doorbells and run like the Dickens.
Don, control yourself. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Did you invite Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, to come down and join the party?
You shouldn't have let him come down here, boss. I think he's cuckoo.
Oh, you always think that. What's he done now?
Remember that coil of rope he brought up to his room the other day?
A coil of rope? Yes.
Well, he's sitting on the floor playing a flute to it.
Oh. Well, why didn't you take the rope away from him?
I tried to, and it hissed at me.
Oh, stop dreaming things up. And ask Mr. Billingsley to come down here.
Hey, Jack, look what else I found in your coat.
What?
It's a letter from an old girl of yours.
An old girl?
Yes, it's signed Loopy.
Oh, Loopy Herman. Oh, yeah, from Upper Sandusky.
Gee whiz, it's written way back in 1911.
Yeah, oh, boy, she was pretty.
What does she say, Mary?
Now, Mary, don't you dare read that letter. It's personal.
My own sweet Jack.
Mary.
Oh, be a sport, Jackson. Let her alone.
Oh.
My own sweet Jack. I have written and written, but so far have not received an answer. When am I going to hear from you?
What?
Use the dame's illiterate.
Oh, fine. 1 week in night school, and he's a critic.
Get this, fellas.
Now, Mary.
I'll never forget the first time we met in front of the Cameo Theater. Our meeting was very romantic, although I liked to die when you whistled at me and yelled, "Hello, chicken, let's fly the coop."
Give me that letter.
Papa's afraid for me to marry you because he does not like actors. But if you still want me, I'm the apple in your eye, like what you said.
Girls were silly in those days. Now, give me that letter.
P.S. I forgot to tell you, a horse ran away with me last Tuesday. I wished it was used.
Mary, give me that letter or tear it up.
Why, Jackson, I can't understand you going out with a dame that ignorant.
Bill, you were spelling Harris with one R up to last week. You're never right.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Phil may not be so hot in English or history, but he's not so dumb.
Oh, yeah?
You just don't understand him, that's all.
I don't understand him.
No.
Atta girl, Mary.
Come here, Phil. I want to tell you something.
What is it, kid?
Well, listen to this. You know, Phil, I'm critical and analytical where you're concerned. I've learned just what you're all about.
You mean, Mary, that you think you've really got me figured out?
I think so. You're kind of slow at working out puzzle or trick. But when it comes to love, you catch on quick.
But look, Mary, I'm only wasting time at bridge. I don't seem to click.
But when it comes to love, you catch on quick.
Well, there's a lot of other things I know. I'm kind of sharp.
Where's Alaska?
Alaska's right up,
When is Christmas?
Christmas is the 20th.
Who was Lincoln?
Oh, I'll bet you I'm wrong, whatever I'm thinking.
You're not a whiz at any quiz. Your mind just won't tick. But when it comes to love, you catch on quick.
Well, ask me something else. Go ahead. Now ask me something.
You don't know what it's all about when you wave that stick.
Well, the stick. But when it comes to love, I catch on quick.
And even though you have a band, you can't play a lick.
Maybe not, honey. But when it comes to smooging, I catch on quick. Ask me something about music,
all
will
right,
you?
Phil.
Anything.
What's the downbeat?
A downbeat is when you bring
What's the half note?
that little round thing.
Ah, what's a ballad?
I'll bet you it's something that comes with a salad.
You couldn't find your way around with shovel or pick.
But when it comes to love, we catch on quick.
Yes, sir. Say, that's cute. You know, hey, Don, come here a minute. I've got something I want to tell you.
What is it, Jack?
Listen. You're kind of slow at playing golf with spoon or niblick. But when it comes to food, you catch on quick. Yeah.
I'm not so good at outdoor sports. I don't seem to click. But when it comes to food, I catch on quick.
You sure do, Don. Hey, listen. What's strawberry?
Delish.
What's raspberry?
Katish.
What is Jell-O?
It's easy to make, boy, and it tastes swell, oh.
You're not a whiz at any quiz. Your mind just won't tick.
But when it comes to food, I catch on quick.
And he means Jell-O. When it comes to food, we catch on quick. Hey, that was great. We ought to sing that Sunday, Don. Make a note of it, will you, Mary?
Let me do it. I'm practicing writing.
All right, Phil, all right. You can do it. Well, it's Mr. Billingsley. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Entertaining your friends, I see.
Yes. Yes, won't you join us?
No, thank you. I was just going out.
That's too bad. Say, that's quite an outfit you're wearing.
Yes, I'm Napoleon.
Well, there's nothing like dressing up on Halloween.
Oh, is this Halloween? Goodbye.
I wish he wouldn't drag that halibut across my rug. Hey, fellas, what do we do now?
Let's go out and ring doorbell.
Okay.
If I hear another doorbell, I'll scream.
Too bad about you.
Come on, fellas, let's go.
Now, wait a minute. Mary wants me to do my hula dance, don't you, Mary?
Yeah, I can hardly wait.
Hey, Don, get a load of this. I learned it in Honolulu. Say, Rochester, get your guitar.
Here it is on the piano.
I want a little hula music for atmosphere. Do you know a little brown girl?
Millions of them.
I mean the song. Now, come on.
Oh, Jack, you're not going to dance with that cigar in your mouth.
Joe Frisco does. Come on, Rochester. 1, 2. It's not the island fair that is calling to me. Dum dum da dum 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 da 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 da.
Look at the boy wiggle.
Da da dum dum bum ba bum bum bum.
Oh, Jack.
Bum,
Jack,
bum.
stop.
Da 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 dum bum.
Jack, stop. Your grass skirt's on fire from your cigar.
Da da. Oh my goodness! Look at the smoke. Hey, put me out! Put me out!
Phil, throw some water on him.
Throw the cider. It's no good anyway.
Well, do something. Oh, my eye. I can't see out of my right eye. I'm blind.
That's your gardenia. Pull it up.
Oh, yeah. Well, somebody do something. I'm getting hot.
I'll get some water out of the kitchen.
I can't wait for that. Open that door. I'm going to dive in the swimming pool. Gangway.
Hey, boss, come back.
What's the matter, Rochester?
I just drained all the water out of the pool.
My goodness, he's out on the diving board.
Here I go. Whee! Yikes! Jeepers creepers, I'm going to kill somebody! Rochester! Rochester!
Have you ever noticed, ladies and gentlemen, that very often when folks sit down to dinner, the first thing they think of is the last part of the meal? What's for dessert is the way they usually phrase it. And the quickest, most satisfactory answer, of course, is Jell-O. For example, there's that grand new Jell-O recipe, raspberry banana dessert, as simple to make as ABC and downright swell. Just make up a package of raspberry Jell-O as you usually do. Chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 banana sliced. Then mold and serve plain or with whipped cream. You'll say it's one of the finest desserts you ever tasted. You really will. For raspberry Jell-O, like strawberry Jell-O, now has a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced, which gives raspberry Jell-O its distinctive goodness. Enjoy it tomorrow in Jell-O's new raspberry banana dessert, a tempting combination of creamy sliced bananas and rich crimson raspberry Jell-O.
Well, folks, that's what happened at my house on Halloween night.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for this week's program, we bring you that flat-headed comedian, Jack Benny.
It's too late now, Don. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. The right to vote is your priceless heritage as an American citizen. Be sure to go to the polls and cast your ballot on National Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. Popular table size, not more than 18 cents in most stores. Ask your grocer about his new low price. Remember, same luscious log cabin syrup. Same high quality, same mellow flavor. Only the price is changed. Tomorrow, buy log cabin syrup at the new low price. The lowest in history.
Many strange things happen around here. He was a farmer, wife and 2 children. We used to live in that old house behind those trees. For no apparent reason, we'd stark, raving mad. He walked into his bedroom. The bodies of his wife and children have never been found. And if he hears you call his name, he'll come for you.
Come and get us, madman!
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Donna Magee and Lucille Ball in Lucky Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And joining us tonight, I wonder how many of you realize you've exercised a very special freedom. It's a freedom that no fascist country enjoys, but it's guaranteed for us by a great document, the Bill of Rights. Under this bill, which America commemorates today, we can, among other things, say what we think, read what we like, and listen to what we want to on the radio. And tonight on the Lux Radio Theater, your freedom of choice is bringing you RKO's delightful comedy, Lucky Partners. It's a rollicking story of 2 people who believe so thoroughly in luck that they're willing to take chances on both love and horses. And those 2 people in our play are tonight's stars, Donna Magee and Lucille Ball. In a little while, we'll see how they make out with Lady Luck. But here's something we want to take no chances on. Our 10th anniversary celebration on October 16th. For that birthday of ours, we want you, and that means all of you, to help us select the play and stars that you want most to hear. Just drop me a postcard dated no later than September 27th to Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Recently, I was amused at a newspaper story with a London dateline. A reporter's account of an interview with Adolphe Magee, who was overseas entertaining the troops. He found Adolphe in his hotel room, bent over a tub, immersed in suds. The reporter says he tossed me a bundle of socks, handkerchiefs, and a package of Lux, which he'd somehow brought over in the airplane with him. And he tells how they finished Adolphe's washing and hung it out to dry from the windows of one of London's swankiest hotels. In these days when we have to shift for ourselves in so many ways, Lux Flakes is a good traveling companion. Now it's curtain time again. And here's the opening act of Lucky Partners, starring Don Amici as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. We're about to relate a pre-war fable. It involves a whistling artist, a girl who had to deliver some books, and a street in Greenwich Village. The whistling artist was a complete stranger to the girl who had to deliver some books, but that didn't bother him in the least. And one morning, as he passed her on the street in Greenwich Village, he stopped whistling long enough to remark,
Good luck.
Whereupon the girl with the books, being as curious as she was attractive, spun around and asked a perfectly natural question.
What did you say?
I wish you good luck.
Well, why?
Oh, no special reason.
I see. Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, that's how they met. And now, an hour later, the girl rushes back to the bookstore where she works. But this time, she has a different package under her arm.
Aunt Lucy.
Is that you, Jean?
Yes, and look, this dress. Did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Oh, it's gorgeous. Where did you get it?
Well, after I left here to deliver the book to Mrs. Adams, I passed a man. He was whistling, and as I passed
Was
him...
he good looking?
I didn't notice. Anyway...
What do you mean you didn't notice? A man whistles at you, gives you a perfectly dazzling dress.
Oh, he didn't give it to me.
He didn't give it to you?
I just passed him. Oh, you make me furious. You remember I left here to deliver some books?
Oh, yes, dear, perfectly.
Good. Well, when I was delivering them, a girl walked out. She was mad as a hornet.
Oh, the man's girl.
She had nothing to do with the man.
Uh-huh.
The girl was at Mrs. Adams' house, her daughter. She's leaving her husband. She was throwing away her clothes or something, and she gave me this dress because it reminded her of her husband. Now, do you understand?
Just relax, dear. Perhaps it'll all come back to you later. Incidentally, Freddie just phoned.
Look, Aunt Lucy, across the street. There he is now, the man I was telling you about.
Oh, Mrs. Adams' daughter's husband.
The man who wished me good luck. And don't you see, I had good luck. I've got this dress.
Oh.
Here, hold the dress. I got an idea.
Where are you going?
The man, I got to see him.
Well, hurry back. Freddie said in 10 minutes.
Oh, yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo.
Me?
Yes, could I see you for a second?
Why, certainly.
I'd like to make you a proposition.
What?
A business proposition.
Oh?
Could I meet you in, say, an hour at Nick and Nick's?
Where?
Nick and Nick's.
Who's Nick and Nick's?
The bar and grill around the corner. They own it. Two brothers.
Oh.
You must be new around here.
Yes, I am. My name is Grant. David Grant.
Oh, I'm Jean Newton. I work right across the street there, my aunt's shop, the Book Nook. You're sure I won't be putting you out?
Oh, no, not a bit. I work here, too. You see the sign there on the second floor window?
Oh, that's you, huh? Portraits, $1 caricatures?
Uh-huh. Likeness guaranteed.
Well, I'll see you later. Goodbye, Mr. Grant.
Bye. Well.
Yes.
Might have known you'd find me.
The door was open, so I walked in.
What do you want?
Look, I'm not just your lawyer. I'm your friend. I want to talk to you.
Want me to come back, is that it?
Of course I do. Caricatures at $1 a throw. You. And this place, why, it's beachcombing. Look, I can understand you're feeling bitter. You think of yourself as a jailbird.
I don't think I feel bitter. Anyway, let's forget it. Besides, I got a date in a little while.
Can I have 10 minutes?
Oh, all right, sit down.
Give me one good reason why you won't come back to Chicago.
Oh, I can give you a dozen.
But don't you understand? What happened 3 years ago. You're a famous artist. You can't let that ruin your life. You're a young man.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Nick. I want to buy a sweepstake ticket.
But yesterday you said you was offering them.
Well, yesterday I was offering them.
So now she's on them. We're supposed to sell the tickets, not touch people offering them.
You're lucky. Only one left. Here's the ticket. Nick, write down the name. What is the nom de plume, lady?
Two strangers.
Me and him got that. Nick and Nick.
Well, how about two pigeons?
Okay, 2 pigeons.
Hello. Oh. Well, I guess we better sit down someplace, huh?
Show the pigeons to a table, Nick.
Okay, Nick. This way, nice and private.
I hope you don't think this is too silly, but I'm playing a hunch, and it has to do with you.
Hmm?
You see, it all began this morning when you wished me good luck. Well, I ran smack into some good luck right away, and suddenly I began to feel lucky, you know.
Vaguely.
Well, all I want is for you to share a sweepstake ticket with me.
A sweepstake ticket.
You
want to win some money?
Well, sure.
Oh. What do you want money for?
I plan to get married.
Oh, to a fortune hunter?
He's nothing of the kind.
Well, then why doesn't he take his yacht?
Well, he'd marry me tomorrow if I wanted him to. And what business is it of yours, anyway?
I'm sorry. You were saying that if we win, you get married.
Yes.
And then what?
Then we leave for Poughkeepsie, Freddie and me.
Honeymoon in Poughkeepsie?
We're going to live there.
But what about your honeymoon?
Well, that'll have to come later.
Oh, no. No, that can't come later. Why, that's terrible. I can't possibly be a party to a scheme like that. And besides, what sort of a man in these days demands a dowry? Is he a foreigner?
Of course he isn't. He wants the money. He doesn't want the money. I do.
Oh, I see. Tidy reserve in the event married life doesn't go so well. Is that it?
No.
Oh. Well, what is this jerk? I mean, your fiancé. Has he got a job?
He's an insurance engineer.
He's a what?
Well, he sells insurance. Look, do you or don't you want to buy the other half of my ticket?
Well, I'm debating it. Money breeds everything that spoils the nice things in life, meanness and hatred.
Okay, goodbye.
On the other hand, if I could accomplish something worthwhile with my share of the fortune...
Well, what's to stop you?
Only you.
Me?
That's right. I'll buy half the ticket if you let me apply my winnings toward a proper and complete honeymoon before you settle down in Poughkeepsie.
I couldn't let you pay for my honeymoon.
Oh, it'd be a very great pleasure. Honeymoons are one of the things in life I still regard very highly.
Well, if you insist, I think maybe I could convince Freddie. It's a deal.
Well, that's wonderful. We'll get some champagne and drink a toast to what I confidently expect will be the most wonderful experience in my life. Our honeymoon.
Just a minute. Did you say our honeymoon?
That's right.
Would you mind waiting here for a moment?
Oh, not at all. You'll be back.
You bet I'll be back.
Hey, Pigeon. What's the matter with the other pigeon?
Well, nothing.
She's pretty mad. I heard what you said. I bet she's getting a boyfriend.
He's an awful big guy, mister. How much do you weigh?
Oh, 160.
Feel him, Nick. Looks pretty flabby.
Yeah. Bloat. No reach, neither.
Yeah. Better have a cab ready to take him home. Where do you live, Jack?
Just around the corner. Thanks a lot.
There he is, Freddie. There.
Hello.
Would you mind repeating to my fiancée what you said to me?
Yeah, chum. What'd you say to her?
Or are you scared he'll misunderstand, too?
Unless I'm a very poor judge of intellect, Freddie will grasp it instantly.
Tell him.
Well, honey, give the poor fella a chance.
But he insulted me.
Well, you just told me he bought a sweepstake ticket with you.
Yes, and if we win, he said I'd have to go on a trip or something.
Well, what's the matter with that?
But he said with him, Freddie, before I marry you.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes.
Okay, chum. Suppose we step outside in the alley.
But what on earth can we do in the alley that we can't do in here?
Plenty, chum. Outside. Now, you wait here, girlie. This isn't for your eyes. I'll be right back.
Go out and stop it, Nick, please.
Me? That football player murdered me, too.
It's been 10 minutes. He'll kill Mr. Grant.
Ain't that what you wanted?
Oh, I just wanted him to sock him once. You don't think I... Look.
It's Freddie. He's back. Hiya, champ.
It's the other guy, too. He's talking to Freddie.
Yeah, I'm laughing, too.
His hair ain't even mussed.
Well, sure, I think it's a wonderful idea. Swell.
Freddie.
Yeah, honey?
Didn't you...
Oh, of course not, honey. He explained the whole thing to me.
I think the first thing we should do, Miss Newton, is make a list of all the things we want to do on our trip.
There, he said it again, just now.
Oh, now, honey, you misunderstand him completely. Dave's a very eccentric type of chap. He has a lot of peculiar principles.
Peculiar?
Now, all Dave wants is to make people happy.
And you dare suggest that I do this? Go away with a perfect stranger?
If we win, Miss Newton, but then I'm sure we will.
But you'll travel as brother and sister. Oh, he's harmless. Just look at him.
Brother and sister.
Well, naturally, he was shocked when you jumped to the wrong conclusion.
I suppose you want me to apologize to him.
Well...
Oh, that's quite all right.
You know, Dave, if it wasn't for my Poughkeepsie promotion, I'd like to make the trip with you. Say, if you win, how much dough do you get?
$150,000.
Hey, it just occurs to me, Dave. Who's going to hold the ticket?
Well, would it be too much trouble if you did?
Me?
I trust him to do the right thing, don't you, Miss Newton?
Oh, at all times. Here.
Oh, thanks, baby. Goes right in the old wallet. Oh, yeah, 150,000 smackers.
That's your picture in the wallet, Freddie?
Oh, yeah, All-American tackle.
Oh.
You tell him, honey.
We went to school together.
Ah, I bet that was cozy. Well, good luck again, Miss Newton. And, Freddie, it's been a real pleasure.
Oh, it's mutual. That's a very strange duck, honey. Very strange.
And just what kind of a duck does that make you?
what if he isn't at home? You sure he lives here?
Sure, I'm sure. And I still don't see why I had to come here.
Well, because half the ticket's yours, baby. You gotta tell him that... Oh,
well, good evening. My, I haven't seen you two for some time.
out of 10 million tickets, he's lucky enough to draw a horse, and all he says is, I haven't seen you two for some time.
What did you say?
They drew your horse. Yours and Jean's. Patsy Q, she's running in the Derby.
Patsy Q. But the race isn't running until next week.
Don't you understand, Dave? As long as the horse is gonna run, why, this little old ticket of yours is worth dough already. A lot of dough. That's why we're here.
Nick and Nick said they can get us $12,000.
Yeah, but I gotta catch a train at Poughkeepsie, so I'll be very brief. Now, do we take the $12,000 or do we risk it all and win in $150,000? Now, me, I say play her safe and take the $12,000 now.
And what do you say, Miss Newton?
Well,
My share of $12,000 won't furnish quite the honeymoon I'd hoped for.
What?
I'm sorry, Freddie. What?
Whoa, you can't go through with any crazy scheme like that.
Why not?
Well, it's impossible. That's why it's scandalous. It's bound to be misunderstood.
Well, I'm afraid you have a deplorable lack of confidence in Miss Newton, Freddie. But I'll leave it all to her.
Well,
Now, wait a minute, Jean, before you say another word.
What do you mean, another word?
Well, it's just that I've changed my mind.
What?
Oh, not about you, about the horse. I say let's shoot the whole works. Let's take a chance.
Not sell?
Yo, what do you say, girlie?
I have nothing to say.
Dave? How about it, Dave? $150,000 or nothing.
Oh, by all means. I don't see how we can possibly lose.
What a character. Who knows, but hey, look at the time. Oh, goodbye, honey. How about a big squeeze? And don't worry. I'll phone you.
Goodbye, Freddie.
Well, so long, chum. I see you at the races.
Well, Miss Newton?
Look, what kind of a man are you, and what kind of a girl do you think I am?
Well, I think we both like to travel.
What gives you the remotest idea I'd go? I'm a perfectly conventional person, Mr. Grant, and possibly the dullest you ever met.
Please, Miss Newton, won't you allow me to take that risk? Good night.
Good night.
Oh, when the derbies run, would you mind if I drop in at the book nook? I don't own a radio.
Oh, by all means. Aunt Lucy's dying to see you again. She says you have an interesting face.
Oh, wonderful woman, Aunt Lucy.
And now the news I know all you sport fans have been waiting for. The results of the Derby run today at Epsom Downs. England's most colorful sporting event of the year was run today under ideal conditions. And before a record-breaking throng including many of the Empire's most celebrated figures. And here are the results. One Song was the winner by 2 lengths. Plumtree second, Bonnie May third, and King Perry fourth. Swan Song, the winner, was ridden by jockey Harry West and carried 100.
Turn it off, Aunt Lucy.
Owned by Sir Arthur and Lady.
Well, at least we don't have to pose for the newsreels.
Oh.
Oh, come on now. Cheer up, Aunt Lucy. Maybe it's just as well.
Perhaps for you. But you know something? I'm sorry Jean missed the trip with you, so there.
Aunt Lucy.
Well, I am. We think you're a very attractive man. Aren't you even sorry?
Why, of course I am.
Well.
Funny, I was so sure we'd win. Bye, Jean.
Bye.
Answer it, Jean. I'm in no condition. Darn that horse.
Hello?
Hello, Jean, honey. Did you hear the news?
Oh, hello, Freddie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad, huh? But little old Freddie's got a surprise. Now, you just go to Nick and Nick's. Tell him old Freddie sent you for the money.
What are you talking about?
About $6,000. I sold your half of the ticket.
Sold it? When?
Right after I left you and Dave. $6,000.
But we said we wouldn't sell.
Oh, you don't think I let my baby take a risk like that? And besides, did you ever think for 1 minute I was going to let that guy go off with my girl?
Freddie, we went 50-50 on the ticket.
Absolutely correct. And what did I do? I sold only your half of the ticket. I let his half ride. He stood to win $75,000, but his horse didn't win, so just his tough luck, that's all.
I see.
Now go right over to Nick and Nick's.
All right.
I'll be down tomorrow. So long, honey.
So I went straight to Nick and Nick's. The money's here in this envelope, and half of it's yours.
Well, good old Freddie.
Yes.
Oh, but wait a minute. No. None of this is mine. He sold your half.
Oh, no, it's 50-50. Freddie said so.
Oh, did he really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when will we leave?
Oh, please be serious.
Well, I'm completely serious.
I can't possibly go away with you.
Then I can't possibly accept this money. Here.
But it's yours. You need it. I know you must.
I did need it, but only for one purpose.
What?
For our trip. An artistic experiment that people would confuse with something improper or whatever it is you'd think they'd do.
You can't ignore people.
No. I found that out once before. But I didn't think you were people.
Well, I'm not. What did you mean when you said experiment?
Well, I meant the experiment of taking someone who was going to settle down happily and prosaically in Poughkeepsie and giving her one little holiday on a quite impersonal plane, of course, and then seeing if it would last her for the rest of her life.
Impersonal, huh?
That's right. Like guide, or a scientist making an experiment.
But it's such a crazy idea.
Experiments are always crazy until they're proved.
All right. Maybe I'm the one who's crazy now, but... Okay. Make the experiment.
Well, that's good, Jean.
We were 2 pigeons. Now I'm a guinea pig.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Is it? Well, just make sure you understand now. A strictly impersonal guinea pig.
Donna Magee and Lucille Ball will be back with Act 2 of Lucky Partners in just a moment. When you get an especially interesting letter, don't you like to share it with someone?
That depends on who it's from, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, this one's from Mrs. Ruth Willette of Wolf Creek, Kentucky. She says Wolf Creek is a small town in the wilds, and at one time the dealers were out of Lux, so...
I struggled along with my laundry, never satisfied with the appearance of the nicer garments. When I began wearing summer clothes, I discovered they lacked the dainty freshness I so appreciated before. Then one day, I was able to get Lux Flakes again. After washing my light dresses, I noticed a decided difference between the appearance of the garments that had been luxed and the ones that I'd done with the other soap. Please let me express my deep and sincere appreciation of Lux Flakes for making wash day easier, for giving joy and satisfaction in wearing clothes that have distinctive freshness. Poise and graciousness can only come when one is well-groomed, and to be well-groomed, clothing must be clean and color-fresh.
That's one of the nicest letters we've ever received, Sally.
And it all goes to prove that, as Mrs. Willette puts it, you never miss the water till the well runs dry. If your dealer's been out of Lux sometimes, keep trying. He's getting lots more now. Lux is worth waiting for.
You know, Sally, Mrs. Willette proved herself what actual washing tests showed. With strong soap, too hot water, and rough handling, pretty things get old and drab-looking in almost no time.
But when the same kinds of things are washed with gentle, lukewarm Lux suds...
That's a different story. They stay bright and lovely up to 3 times longer. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lucky Partners, starring Donna Magee as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. Miss Jean Newton, having faced the most perplexing problem of her life, has made her most drastic decision. She's become a guinea pig. The following day finds her in David Grant's newly purchased car, speeding away from the security of Aunt Lucy's book nook. The aspects of this purely impersonal experiment chill her righteous bones, but she's resolved to see it through. And seeing it through, she realizes, involves such things as polite conversation.
On a day like this, it's nice being a guinea pig.
Well, that's good. Tell me, how do you like your car?
My car?
Yes, I don't believe in possession, so I bought it in your name.
Well, thanks. I wish I could understand you. You know, I think you're running away from something.
Well, maybe. Maybe I'm running away from the same things you're headed for. Security, respectability. I had them once.
What happened?
I'm sorry, but this experiment rules out anything in my past and anything in your future. We've time only to enjoy the poetic present.
Well, I don't want to seem unpoetic, but could we stop at a Western Union somewhere?
Why, certainly.
I think I'd like to send a wire to Aunt Lucy and I guess Freddie, too.
Oh, by all means.
Oh, I'm glad you're not angry.
Well, why on earth should I be angry?
Well, I know that everything's all right and purely impersonal, but you must admit it may be a little difficult for Freddie to understand.
Yes, that's true.
So I'll just let him know that the scenery's lovely and I'm having a good time, and that'll show him that everything's all right, won't it?
Well, I think it's a splendid idea. We'll wire him everywhere we stop.
Well, maybe not everywhere. Where are we stopping first?
Niagara Falls.
Oh.
Welcome to Niagara Falls, and may I express the hope you'll have a very happy time here?
Well, you may indeed. I'm David Grant. I wired from New York.
Oh, quite so. Rooms for self and sister, not necessarily adjoining.
That's right.
Oh, front, please, front.
Yes, sir.
Miss Grant, 355. Mr. Grant, 526.
The elevator's this way, sir.
Here you are, boy. You go on ahead with the bags. My sister and I'll be up later.
Sure, Mr. Grant.
Why, later?
Because I recommend something to eat.
Oh, thanks. I'm really not hungry.
No? Drink?
David, I'm awfully tired, honestly.
Oh, but it's so early. Okay, run along. I'll see you in the morning.
Thanks again.
Good night, sister.
Good night. Oh, brother.
Oh, having a bite to eat, I see.
Yes, I am. Won't you sit down?
Oh, no, indeedy. I just wanted you to know that I...
Sent the roses to Miss Graham?
Oh, a beautiful bowl, sir. Beautiful. Oh, Mr. Grant, about the rooms.
The rooms?
I feel just awful about those rooms I gave you, but adjoining rooms are now available, and if you'd care to move tonight,
Well, I think that my sister is already retired. Besides, we're completely satisfied, thank you.
Oh, well, perhaps tomorrow?
Oh, perhaps.
Yes, sir. Oh, well, company, I see.
Huh? Oh.
Hello.
Well, hello. Please, sit down. Would you like some ham and eggs?
Well,
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Double my order, please, and some coffee now.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank you for the flowers. I mean, that's why I came down. To thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
People just wouldn't believe this, would they?
Believe what?
Our being together like this. I mean, they'd think it wasn't like this. Frankly, I didn't quite visualize it like this either. I mean, this is so pleasant.
Oh.
Are you thinking about something?
Yes.
A secret?
No. Freddie.
Freddie?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, after all, we do owe it all to Freddie, don't we, Gene?
Yes, David, what happens after
After what?
the trip?
Oh, well, I take you home and you get
Oh,
married.
no, I mean, what's going to happen to you?
Oh. Well, I don't exactly know. Something will turn up. It always does.
Oh, Mr. Grant.
Yes.
I feel so much better, Mr. Grant.
Oh, you do? Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that.
I took the liberty. I changed you and Miss Grant to adjoining rooms.
What?
The bags are moved. You've done the hotel a great favor.
Well, as long as it's a favor.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure the management will appreciate it.
Well, I want the management to feel free to call upon us at any time.
By all means. What am I saying?
Well, these are our new rooms, I guess.
Yes.
You take this one, and I'll take that one. Here's your key.
Thanks. Good night.
Oh, the room, you better see if you like it first.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, but let's see. Okay?
Beautiful.
Well.
Look, it's Freddie.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, one of you two better start lying.
Just what are you doing here?
I followed you here, that's what. Just what do you mean coming on a trip like this with him?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I mean, you're coming home to marry me like we agreed.
You agreed that I take this trip first, remember?
I can testify to that.
You shut up. You think you can take my girl and...
And what? Never mind. Maybe you two would rather talk it over alone. I'll go to my room.
Well, I used to think he was just crazy. Now I don't trust him.
Well, that means you don't trust me either.
Well, why should I? Now that I know he isn't crazy.
I think you'd better leave.
What?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. Okay. Only don't be surprised if I don't appear to be waiting when you come back.
Yes, Freddie?
I'll go, but I warn you, it may be for good.
Maybe.
Oh, I just can't understand you. I just can't.
David?
Come in.
I'm sorry about Freddie.
Oh, now, don't blame Freddie. Try looking at it from his point of view.
Well, anyway, he's gone.
I don't envy him traveling all night.
It'll teach him not to be so suspicious. Well, good night. Oh, what a lovely fireplace. I love fireplaces in bedrooms, don't you?
Well, haven't you one? I didn't notice.
Uh-uh.
Well, we'll change rooms.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Good night.
Good night.
You got a room?
Oh, yes, indeedy. Alone?
Yeah.
Sign here, please.
Okay. Call me at 2 o'clock.
P.M.?
A.M.
A.M., yes, sir.
And don't forget. Oh, is that the right time?
Yes, sir, just 11 o'clock.
Thanks.
Hello?
Did I wake you up?
Oh, no.
Can you hear the music?
Yes?
Nice, isn't it? Nice, dreamy. It's like a lullaby.
Lovely.
Is the moon shining through your window?
Uh-huh. Did you arrange that, too?
Why, certainly. I can just see you. A shaft of pale blue light falling across your room and your face like a soft shadow on your pillow.
Can you really see me?
Well, of course I can. I have a wonderful imagination. Well, pleasant dreams, Jean. Pink-eyed rabbits, curly-haired lambs, and ribbons and bells, and sunny meadows. You sleep yet?
Oh, no.
Jean,
Yeah?
how would you like to jump out of bed, get into that lucky dress you told me about, and have the last few dances with me? We're still time.
Wonderful. I'd love to.
Wonderful. Hurry now. I'll meet you in the lobby in 10 minutes.
made it.
My Gee, you are dazzling.
Oh, good evening, Miss Grant.
Good evening.
I called the terrace, Mr. Grant. Your table's waiting. The new rooms are satisfactory, I trust?
Oh, they're perfect, but my sister should have the one with the fireplace. Can you switch them?
Oh, it'll make me very happy
Oh,
to.
don't put them to all that trouble.
Oh, but we're making him happy. Come on, let's find that music. Having a good time?
Swell. Nobody knows who we are or what we're doing here.
I'm not so sure about that. 2 tables down, that elderly couple. You know them?
I've never seen them before in my life.
It's funny, they've been sort of smiling at us since we've been here.
David, they're nodding at me. They're getting up.
Are you sure you don't know them?
Positive.
I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, well, no, not a bit.
But there's something we'd like to know.
Are you superstitious?
And do you believe in luck?
Oh, yes, we do, don't we, David?
Well, we've been very lucky.
Then would you come out with us?
Out? Just across the terrace and into the garden. It's very nice, really.
There's something we'd like to show you.
Perhaps share with you.
Jean?
Well, why not?
You think we're adults, don't you? But we're really not.
Just old and happy.
Show them the way, Alva.
Say, what in the world are they up to?
We'll hurt their feelings.
It's quite dark here. Can you see?
Oh, yes, it's beautiful here, these old trees and shadows.
Just a little way further. Oh, this is it. This is the threshold.
Threshold to what?
Why, to whatever you want on the other side.
Of course, my dear.
See? It's a bridge over this little stream. Now, you pick her up and carry her across the bridge.
Oh, that's fine.
Aren't you coming?
Oh, no. We crossed it a long time ago.
Well, come on, David.
Okay. Up. Now what?
Why, you kiss her, of course.
Huh? Oh.
Fine, fine. I said fine, fine.
Oh.
Now you carry her back across the bridge, and over here is the wishing well.
Yes. 50 years ago tonight, we stood right here and wished that our marriage might last forever.
You do understand, don't you? It's just that you two looked so happy and shining when we saw you inside that we wanted you to have our good luck. Good night.
Good night.
Jean,
Yes?
I apologize
What for?
for kissing you. I promised it would be strictly impersonal. Either we must go back to being as we were, or else we can't go on with this trip.
But why?
Because that's how it was going to be, remember? Now let's get inside and dance.
Would you mind very much if we don't? It's nearly 12:30. I think I'll go to bed.
Oh?
Good night, David. We can shake hands, can't we? Quite impersonally?
Why, of course.
Aren't you coming in, too?
Oh, later, I think. Don't forget, you'll have the room with the fireplace. Here's the key.
I'll leave yours at the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, what time do we leave in the morning?
Would 9 be too early?
9 will be swell. Thank you, David.
Good night.
Hello?
2 o'clock, sir.
Huh?
2 o'clock.
Oh, 2 o'clock, thanks. All right, come on. Open this door. Open it up.
Who is it?
It's your fiancée, that's who it is.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
I'll give you 10 seconds or I'll bust it in. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
This is my room now.
Oh, sure.
We changed rooms.
Oh? Was the other one haunted?
Now, look. I don't like you following me, spying on me. It's disgusting.
Where is that guy? Where is he?
I haven't inquired. He's probably next door.
Get packed. I'm taking you home.
You are?
What kind of a sap do you think I am? But before we leave, I'm going to tear that wolf to pieces. I'll murder him.
You let him alone.
Is this his room?
Yes, but if you think for one
That's
minute...
all I want to know. All right, come on, Grant. Be a man and open this door. Grant, open up. All right, I'll go in after you.
Freddie, put down that fire axe.
That ain't for him, that's for the door.
On him, I used just my natural strength. Yeah. All right, Grant. Put up your dukes. Hey, where is he?
David? He's gone.
Oh, skipped, huh?
He probably went for a walk, maybe.
I took his baggage for exercise? Wouldn't be surprised if he stuck you for the bill. Hello, give me the desk. Hello. Hey, what's happened to Mr. Grant? Mr. David Wolf Grant. Uh-huh. Checked out, huh? Did he pay his bill? Oh, he did, huh?
Give me that phone. Where did he go? This is Miss Newton. I mean, Miss Grant. Oh, he did? And took the car? Oh, well, will you send it up right away, please? Thank you.
Send what up?
He left me a note.
Well, that's very thoughtful of him. Always a gentleman, even when he takes the car and ditches you.
Do you still want to drive me back to New York?
You got a date with him there?
No, I haven't got a date with him there.
Okay, then I'll wait for you in the lobby.
Sorry, officer. I didn't realize I was going so fast.
Yeah. Driver's license?
Yes. Here.
Is your car?
Well, not exactly.
Well, whose exactly is it?
Well, it belongs to Miss Newton.
She know you got it?
Well, in a sense, no.
That's the sense I'm interested in. Where is she?
Well, at this moment, she's at the Arrogane Hotel, Niagara Falls, but she's asleep now, and I'd rather you didn't disturb her.
I think maybe she wouldn't mind.
Oh, I forgot. She isn't registered there as Miss Newton.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, she's registered as Miss Grant, my sister.
Why?
Well, that's rather a long story.
Okay, it'll keep.
Oh, thank you.
You can tell it to me in the morning. To me and the judge.
I'm arrested. You mean you're putting me in jail?
Mm-hmm. But first you're going to find me that dame. Move over.
Yes, sir.
And get going.
Yes, sir. And in case you're interested, officer.
Yeah?
I'm very unhappy. Very.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, our stars, Donna Magee and Lucille Ball, will return in Act 3 of Lucky Partners. Now, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a high honor is to be awarded this evening to the employees of Lever Brothers Company, our sponsors. An honor which climaxes one of the most encouraging stories I've ever heard. 3,000 miles away in a New York studio is the distinguished president of the National Safety Council, Colonel John Stillwell. Come in, Colonel Stillwell. Where does your story start, Colonel Stillwell? Well, how long did it take the National Safety Council to change that picture? $300,000. Well, that's 3/4 of our total American war casualties. Now, that's a happy fact, Colonel, but how do you account for it? Now, such a saving of life and limb is really a very worthy accomplishment, Colonel Stillwell. On behalf of the president of Lever Brothers Company, Mr. Francis A. Countway, and on behalf of all the men and women who comprise the Lever Brothers family of workers, it's my privilege to thank you for this very fine award. And we thank you, Colonel Stillwell, for being with us tonight. And now, back to our story. But first, let me invite you backstage after the play for a chat with our stars. The curtain's rising now on Act 3 of Lucky Partners, starring Donna Magee as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. About 50 miles from Niagara Falls, there's a town called Pocomo. And in Pocomo's police court, suspected of stealing an automobile, David now faces the judge. But David is not alone. The law likes witnesses, and Jean and Freddie have been forced to oblige.
Well, now, let's see who you all are. You. What's your name?
Frederick Victor Harper III. Insurance, Your Honor.
Well. Know these people, do you?
Oh, yes. Young lady's my fiancée.
I am not.
Well. Seems to be a little confusion. Remember now, under oath. What's your name, young lady?
Jean Newton.
Alias Jean Grant.
No, Your Honor. That is, yes, Your Honor.
Owner of the allegedly stolen conveyance.
Oh, no. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes and no, eh? We'll see. That's what we're here for. And you're Mr. David Grant. That right?
Well, no.
Says so here. Says you are.
But we're under oath, Judge. I am not David Grant.
Then who are you?
Paul Knight Somerset.
Paul Knight Somerset?
What'd you say? Who?
Paul Knight Somerset.
Somerset. Well. Court's adjourned. Gotta figure this out. Lock him up. Paul Knight Somerset.
Thanks a lot for coming, Wendell.
So it appears you've set the world on fire again.
Yeah.
You should see this town. Discovering you is the biggest thing that's hit it in 50 years. You're all over the New York newspaper, too.
And Jean won't talk to me.
The Pocomo Chamber of Commerce has just made you an honorary member. Hotel is jammed. Business booming.
Can they make anything out of this?
Of course not. We're going to be in court tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. At 5 minutes after 10, I guarantee to have the case dismissed.
Thanks, Wendell.
We're waiting in this handy room, Paul. They'll be ready for us any minute.
Jean.
How do you do?
Hiya, Dave. Paul.
Hello, Freddie.
I just want to tell you again, no hard feelings.
Thanks.
Boy, what a mob in there. What a lot of contacts I'm going to make.
Jean, I wish I could make you understand.
I'd rather you didn't try, David.
Well, not David, Jean. Paul. Now, why don't you break down? He's a celebrity. You can't expect
Freddie,
him...
please.
I tell you, Paulie, you just can't figure women, can you?
Jean, this is my attorney, Mr. Wendell.
How do you do?
I wish you'd let him represent you.
It's a very simple matter, really, Miss Newton.
I don't need an attorney. I've done nothing that I can't explain myself.
We're ready. Come along.
Come on, Freddie.
Yeah, they can't begin without us.
Wendell, wait a minute.
Yes?
Thanks for everything, but I just decided I don't need a lawyer either.
What?
Run along, Wendell. I'll let you know how I make it out.
Paul!
Here, now. No liberty. Court of law, you know. More witnesses I hear, more confused I get. Now, where's the girl's aunt?
Oh, me, Your Honor?
Come here. When did you first meet Mr. Somerset?
A day or two after he whistled at her and gave her the dress.
And Lucy.
Shush now. Shush. He gave her a dress?
Oh, and what a dress. Cost at least $200, silver beads and things.
My. And how did your niece explain such an expensive present?
Oh, she didn't. She denied he gave it to her.
Now, about this trip, where did he get the money for it? You know?
Oh, that's easy. My niece gave it to him.
Dear. Step down. Next witness, hotel clerk. Where's the hotel clerk?
Right here, Your Honor.
Remember this telegram?
Oh, indeedy. Please reserve 2 rooms not necessarily adjoining.
What did that mean to you? Come.
Why, Your Honor, that means that they must adjoin.
Here. Shush now. Shush. Court of law, you know. That's better. Mr. Harper, are you or are you not engaged to Miss Newton?
Well, I was engaged to her, Your Honor, and I think I may say I have every confidence I shall be again.
Were you engaged when she went off on that trip?
Oh, yes, sir.
You approved?
Well, maybe not at the time, but I realize now I was unduly suspicious and narrow-minded.
Oh?
Well, I found out who Mr. Grant really was. I mean, a celebrated celebrity and, well, you know.
I never heard tell that celebrities were any more to be trusted with a pretty girl than anyone else. Well, this ain't buttering any bread. Miss Newton, please. Right here, Miss Newton. Now, just remember, we're here to protect you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pray don't mention it. Now, how did this all start? This trip and everything?
I was talked into it, Judge. First by Mr. Harper and then by Mr. Somerset.
I thought Mr. Harper was again the idea.
Oh, he was, but Mr. Somerset talked him into it, too.
Good talker, huh?
Oh, yes. And I was to be a guinea pig or something.
A what?
Judge, do I have to go into all of this?
Oh, my, yes.
Well, I warn you, it's going to sound kind of crazy. It was crazy. I was crazy to fall for it, too. It was supposed to be a friendly little trip as brother and sister. Oh, please, Your Honor, I can't make it sound like he did. It was sort of a, well, oh, you know what I mean.
Did he keep on being just brotherly?
Well, not entirely, Judge.
Overstepped the mark, eh? Kissed you, I suppose.
Just once, and then a little later he drove away in the automobile.
Thank you, Miss Newton. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, pray don't mention it.
Your Honor.
Yes?
As my own counsel, may I cross-examine the witness?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Miss Newton, is it a fact that since he left you at Niagara Falls, my client has made repeated attempts to see you?
Who's your client?
I'm my client. And you refuse to give him a chance to explain? Well, Your Honor, will you be kind enough to tell the witness to answer?
Got to answer him, young lady. But don't be scared. We're here to protect you.
Thank you.
Pray don't mention it.
I was saying, you refused to listen to my client.
Yes.
Did he leave a note for you at Niagara Falls?
You know perfectly well you did. You did.
Have you got it with you?
I tore it up in little pieces.
Oh. Miss Newton, do you believe that my client was sincere in his feelings for you?
Your Honor, he's only trying to make me talk to him now because I wouldn't talk to him outside.
Is that right?
Definitely.
Sorry. Can't allow you to discuss your personal feelings.
But, Your Honor, if I can't explain my reasons
If
to...
Miss Newton is interested in your reasons, she can ask you when you're on the stand.
Well, in that case, no further questions.
But I have. You're the painter, huh? All night, Somerset?
I was.
What are you now?
Oh, not much of anything.
Just a loafer, eh?
Well, it's a little harsh, perhaps. Depends on how you look at it.
Yes, yes. Did you accept $3,000 from Miss Newton?
Yes.
Persuaded her to go on a trip with you and then made love to her?
I kissed her once.
I don't care about statistics. Answer my questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you deserted her and made off with her automobile.
Exactly.
Well, didn't take long to get that cleared up. Your turn now, Miss Newton.
Well, I'd just like to say that he bought the car with his own money, so I guess he had the right to take it back.
That's for the court to decide. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Pray don't mention it.
Your Honor, being my own counsel, am I entitled to ask myself a few questions?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Somerset, when you asked Miss Newton to go on this trip, were you in love with her? Well, I didn't think so at the time, but now I know that I was.
Your Honor, I object. Personal feelings.
Objection sustained. Go on, Mr. Somerset.
Tell me, Mr. Somerset, when did you fall in love with Miss Newton? Well, I think it must have been when she said she had a proposition.
One more word and you'll be in contempt of court.
Pray, don't mention it, Your Honor. I'm finished. Oh, no, I'm not. Somerset, do you think that a man with your record had any right to make love to her? I do not. That's why I ran away, and I'm extremely sorry.
I warned you, Somerset.
Judge, may I ask him a question?
Go right ahead, Miss Newton.
Mr. Somerset, do you mean to suggest that it was because you had once been in jail that you walked out on me? I mean on my client?
Well, it was partly that.
And what else was it?
Oh, my whole mode of life.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Exactly what's the matter with your mode of life?
Nothing from my point of view, but a great deal from everyone else's. I've been described as a beachcomber, a screwball, even as a loafer.
You used to be described as one of the best painters in the country, but you haven't really painted in 3 years. Why?
Your Honor, I object.
Come. Answer the little lady.
Well, because of some paintings. I published them in a book.
What kind of paintings?
The kindest thing said about them was that they were documentary in nature. I painted some of our better-known citizens and institutions in such a manner that I was sued for libel.
You lost the case?
Oh, decidedly. I was fined heavily.
Well, couldn't you pay the fine?
Yes, but I went to jail instead. A matter of principle.
Is it true that since then this book of your paintings has become practically a classic?
So they tell me.
Then it was just bitterness and resentment at the injustice of the decision that made you stop painting. And that keeps you loafing and making caricatures now.
Oh.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And you're in no way ashamed of yourself and your attitude.
No.
Well, in case you're interested, I am. Thoroughly ashamed of you. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Step down, Mr. Somerset. Well, it appears we have not one but 3 defendants charged with various offenses. I'll take Mr. Harper first.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I'm right here.
Any man who would let Miss Newton go off with another man is a dope. I can't fine you for being a dope, but for destroying one hotel door with a fire axe, the penalty is $25. Now go sit down and think about it. Now for Miss Newton.
Well, Your Honor?
Miss Newton seems to be a much wrong little lady. A little too trusting, perhaps, but otherwise in no way to blame. Obviously, there is no case against Miss Newton. You can sit down, too. As for Paul Knight Somerset, I'm not too happy with his record, and it seems to me he's gone out of his way to confuse this court. To begin with...
Your Honor, you can't say things like that about him.
I was merely about to repeat the same things you said.
Well, I can say them, but you can't. You owe Mr. Somerset an apology.
Young lady, I've granted you a great deal of freedom in this court.
But you do. You owe him an apology in the name of the whole bench. It was terrible what they did to him. Just because some stupid judge couldn't tell the difference between works of art and...
I'm getting pretty mad, Miss Newton.
But artists aren't like ordinary people. They're sensitive. So sensitive that if you hurt them even the littlest bit, they run in a corner and you can't get anything out of them. They won't paint. They let their feelings run away with them, and then they run away from their feelings, and they don't know what it means to the girl they've made fall in love with them. And you're to blame because you stand for the law, and you certainly ought to apologize to Mr. Somerset in the name of the law. And now you can put me in jail for contempt of court if you want to, because I'm finished.
Well, Mr. Somerset.
Yes?
Did I understand you to say you were in love with Miss Newton?
Oh.
Remember, you're still under oath.
In that case, yes, Your Honor.
Miss Newton, in the course of that barrage you just leveled at me, did I hear you say that you were in love with Mr. Somerset?
Well, I guess I did let it slip, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what there's left for me to say.
You can apologize to him.
Somerset, she seems to think it would make you feel better and persuade you to start a new and useful life again. So here goes. I know the judge who sentenced you. Went to school with him. Personally, I think he's pixelated. I'm very happy to apologize. Now get out of here, all of you. I'm going fishing.
You are now leaving Pocomo Township.
David, you sure this is the right road to New York?
Oh, sure. And I think it's very nice of you to let me drive you back.
If we were going the other way, the road would go to Niagara Falls.
That's right. You know, I just thought of a wonderful experiment.
Nothing impersonal, I hope.
Purely unscientific.
How does it work?
Well, you take a little gold ring, and a funny little judge in Pocomo says some magic words, and bang.
What happened?
In 50 years, I'll give you an exact answer.
David? Turn the car around.
Jean? This is the road to Niagara Falls.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, let's drop in on the family next door and see what's going on.
Patsy! Patsy?
Mama, in my house.
House? What house? Oh, my nice, clean blanket. Just because I hang my blanket over 2 lines to dry doesn't make it a house for you to play in.
It's a beautiful house, Mommy. There's the front and the back, and up between the ropes is a roof.
Yes, dear, I see. But I just luxed that blanket, and I don't want it to get all dirty again.
It smells nice, Mommy.
Yes, it's all fresh and clean for us to use when the weather gets cold.
It's soft, too.
It is soft, honey, and clean and fluffy. So let's keep it that way.
How about those lightweight blankets you've been using all summer?
Are they clean and ready to put away?
Or the ones Junior brought home from summer camp?
Warm, breezy days are ideal blanket washing weather. Here's how to do them. Make extra rich, lukewarm suds with mild Lux flakes. Squeeze them through the blanket. Never rub or wring or twist.
What about women who have washing machines?
They're lucky. Be sure to use enough water to float the blanket and run the machine only 3 minutes. Then rinse thoroughly in lukewarm water and hang it in the shade to dry.
What's this about hanging it over 2 lines?
Hanging a blanket over parallel lines helps keep it from sagging at the edges.
With gentle Lux care, your blankets will stay soft, fluffy, and unshrunken a long, long time. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Donna Magee and Lucille Ball were lucky partners in tonight's play. And after hearing these fine performances, I I think we've had a bit of luck, too.
Thank you, C.B. It's the first time that I've acted before two producers. You knew that Don was forming his own picture company.
Yeah, so I've heard. What are you going to make for your first picture, Don?
Well, nothing's finally settled, but there's a great idea turning over in my mind.
Has it got room to turn?
An idea for a picture, Don?
The story of Dr. Wassel.
The story of Dr. Wassel?
I don't wonder you're impressed. Great idea, huh?
But, Don, hasn't it been done before?
Oh, no. And even if it had, I mean a big production, Technicolor, and big names.
Oh, I see. Somebody like Gary Cooper, maybe, or Lorraine Day.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. Maybe I could help on it, Don.
Oh, no, C.B. Not that I don't think you're a great producer, but Dr. Wassel, that'd be over your head, to put it baldly.
You know, Don, I think you're going to go places in pictures.
Go places? Look where he just went.
And C.B., when I finish Dr. Wassel, I'm going to give it to you for the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, thank you, Don, thank you. But we've already counted on producing Dr. Wassel here.
For next Monday night?
No. For next Monday night, we have another exciting play. As full of warmth and action as the heartbeat of America. It's the 20th Century Fox hit, Home in Indiana. And we can promise you a 4-star performance with Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Kane, all in their original screen roles.
Sounds good enough for Don to make a picture of, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You brought a lot of pleasure to a lot of homes tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Kane in Home in Indiana. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Now, a brief reminder from Uncle Sam to save those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. They're more urgently needed now than ever for medical supplies to save American lives and for explosives to help win the victory sooner. Rush your waste fats and greases to your butcher, and he'll give you 2 meat points plus 4 cents for each pound. Next month, October 16th, the Lux Radio Theater celebrates its 10th anniversary on the air. We'd like you to share in this celebration by helping us select the play and stars you'd like most to hear. Send your suggestions on a postcard to C.B. DeMille, Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Or use the ballot which your Lux Toilet Soap dealer will be glad to give you. Lucky Partners was presented through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Bride by Mistake. Don Amici can currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Greenwich Village. Lucille Ball appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. Heard in tonight's play were Carlton Cadell as Freddie, Harry Tyler as the judge, and Verna Felton, Noreen Gamil, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Arthur Q. Bryan, Leo Cleary, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Home in Indiana, starring Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Crane.
Hear ye, hear ye. Kate Smith and Aunt Jenny join up to bring you their Friendship Cocoa Cake. Lusciously light, chocolatey layers piled with fluffy sea foam frosting. So delicious and so easy. Made in 5 minutes in just one bowl with new Easy Mix Spry. See the Spry ad in October women's magazines and newspapers. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lupin Sensei.
ミケール・ハインツ作花束と少女だ。
同日同時刻にそっくりな2枚をルパンとキャッツアイが手に入れた。偶然のわけがない。まだあるんです。
まさか3連作？
3枚目を先に奪う。
ルパンのみならず各国の軍部に情報が飛び交っている代物です。
マジ？
こんなん相手にして平気なのかよ。
役者は揃ったわね。
やめ、ぶっ飛べ。
俺たちはこっからが強えんだぜ。
レディーゴー。
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Have you ever been in a dangerous situation where you have too much time? I know this sounds strange, because most of us never have enough time for the jobs we face. In our story today, though, the problem is reversed. A man might lose his life because he has too much time on his hands. Let's call this story 10 Hours Too Much. The day this story begins is just another day for us Rangers. Nothing unusual or exciting. It's simply a beautiful day, and we have many blessings to thank the Lord for. I was sitting in the office, eyeing a stack of paperwork on my desk and trying to decide whether to file it in the wastebasket or roll up my sleeves and polish it off. Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking.
Bill, this is Peg Banker.
Oh, hello, Peg. A long time no hear from you. How are things, including the little bankers?
Things look rather glum at the moment, Bill.
Oh? What's the matter, Peg?
Ed's overdue home by 3 hours.
Oh.
I'm worried, Bill. He's never done this before without calling me. Do you suppose something's happened to him?
Well, I don't think so. Have you called the bank?
Yes, but Jeb Hilliard, the chief guard, says Ed left about closing time as far as he knows, and he's definitely not at the bank.
Well, I wouldn't worry about Ed. Perhaps he was called away suddenly on an urgent business matter, and he'll get in touch with you as soon as he can.
I don't think so. I called Mr. Peters, and he said as far as he knew, Ed didn't have anything pressing.
Oh, I see. Oh, tell you what. Give Ed another hour, or hour and a half. If he doesn't contact you, then call me, and I'll start the ball rolling to find him, okay?
All right, Bill. That sounds like the sensible thing to do. I feel some relief just talking to you about it. I'll let you know the moment I hear from Ed.
That'll be fine. And I'm sure everything will be all right, Peg. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Tom, how are you and the boys coming along with the timber markings?
Okay, Bill. We ought to be finished within a week, and then Frenchy Dussel and his boys can start thinning out this neck of the woods.
Well, that's fine work. I want to see your plat markings before we give Frenchy the go-ahead.
All right. Say, the forest west of Cougar Canyon and up as far as the High West Ridge is getting pretty scrubby.
Oh?
I was going to turn in a report on it, but as long as I'm talking to you, I thought I'd mention it.
Well, thanks for the tip. I'll see that Angus and his boys get in there as soon as possible and clear out that scrub. That all, Tom?
Yep, everything's routine right now.
Okay, I'll see you later. Over and out.
Bill?
Yeah, Graywell.
Marty Ford report that Tree Farm planted 40,000 seedling trees this fall.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that sound like awful lot?
No, they're doing it by machine now. That figure's okay.
40,000 trees. Not a lot of planting.
No. And we've got to step up production at the tree farm because we're getting behind the demand for new trees. We use a tremendous amount of seedlings each year, and then the ranchers and farmers want more and more to plant windbreaks. You know a good windbreak has to be 5 or 6 trees deep.
How many trees farm going to plant next year?
Well, they're shooting for 75,000.
Oh, that many?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Stumpy should be back from the accounting office with the payroll any time now. And we'll have to divide up the shekels according to each man's portion.
Oh, you broke, Bill?
No, but my pocketbook is badly bent, and payday is very welcome. Yes, sirree, this here folding stuff sure does wonders, and a man ain't much good without it.
Everybody has a smile on face on payday.
Ranger headquarters.
Billy isn't home yet.
Who? What? Oh, yes, Peg. Has Ed called you?
No, not a word. Bill, what am I going to do?
Now, just take it easy, Peg. Getting up a full head of steam isn't going to help any. Don't panic. I know it's bad for you and the children. You'll sense your fear, and then you'll have your hands full. I'll be at your home in 10 minutes.
Thanks, Bill.
Now, don't mention it. We'll find Ed if we have to turn this whole country upside down. Goodbye.
Oh, what's wrong, Bill?
Yeah, something's gone haywire. What is it? Well, I didn't mention it to you fellas before because I thought he'd turn up shortly. Who'd turn up, Sonny? Ed Banker. He's 4.5 hours overdue home for dinner.
Not bad.
It ain't good for the vice president of the bank to be missing, young feller. Well, I'm going over to talk to Peg. Stumpy, Grey Wolf, you fellas stand by here. Alert all rangers for a manhunt, but don't move them until I give the word. And this is top secret for obvious reasons. I'll see you later. Do the children sense there's something wrong, Peg?
I don't think so. I haven't told them. Well, Ed frequently works late, and I'll tell him he's gone out of town if need be. Judy worries so about her daddy that she'd be a nervous wreck if I told her the truth.
Mm-hmm. I think that's wise, till we know something more definite. Now, what can you tell me about Ed's habits that I don't already know?
Well, Bill, that's what's driving me frantic. Ed has such a set pattern of living, and he never deviates from it, well, one week to the next. Except when we're on vacation, of course.
Well, give me a blow-by-blow description, will you?
Well, Monday nights he's home all evening, and Tuesday he goes to the gym and then to the men's club at church, and he's home by 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then Wednesday, one of us goes to prayer meeting, and Thursday is home night. Friday, we alternate between boys' club and choir practice. Saturday, well, Ed calls it family day, and if we go out, we take the children. Sunday, of course, is the Lord's Day, and we're all together that day.
Mm-hmm.
And during office hours, Ed attends several businessmen's clubs for luncheons, and then one night a month, he attends the orphanage committee meeting, and, well, that's it.
Well, as you said, it's a set pattern, all right. Did he give you any clues this morning?
What do you mean?
Oh, any unusual remarks or actions? Did he appear worried or nervous?
On the contrary, Bill, he was unusually happy this morning. Well, yesterday he closed a big deal for the bank, and it'll bring in considerable new business. And
This is going to be rough.
that's what's got me so worried. What could have happened to him?
Now, take it easy, young lady.
That's easy for you to say. He's not your husband.
You've got to believe me, for your own good. Now, you can't be drawing mental pictures of tragedy for yourself, or you'll crack up. Then you won't be able to take care of those 3 fine children of yours. Now, let's go on the basis that no news is good news.
I'm sorry. I know you're trying to help, Bill. I'll be all right. Really, I will.
That's good. Well, now I'd better get started. I'll keep you informed. You'd better try to rest. Sleep would be better.
I can't sleep now.
You want me to call the doc? Have him send over a sedative so he can sleep?
No, I'll try to rest.
Afraid to stay alone? My mother would be glad to come over and stay with you.
Would she? Oh, that'd be wonderful. Just to have someone to talk to and give me a little moral support.
Henry's out in the car. I'll have him drop me off and then bring my mother over here. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye. Bill.
Oh, yes?
How are you going to find Ed? Where will you begin looking?
Well, I don't know yet where we'll start. There's only one way to find a needle in a haystack.
Well, how's that, Bill?
Turn over every piece of hay until the needle is found. Grey Wolf, call in all rangers off duty or on duty for a manhunt.
Right away.
What's your plan, Sonny? Call the sheriff and tell him to rouse his men out on the double. Get a hold of Captain Fredericks of the state police and give him a description of Ed. Have him put out an all-points bulletin for Ed as a missing person. Right away, young feller.
Grey Wolf calling Tom. Grey Wolf calling Tom. Tom, need help. Find Ed Duncan. Over. Grey Wolf calling Hank. Hank?
Hello, Cal. We've got a manhunt on for Ed Banker. Yes, sirree. Oh, Bill will tell you about it when you and your men get here.
Tom, do it.
That'll be mighty fine, and keep this quiet, Cal.
Right. Over now.
Yep. Goodbye. Well, Bill, Cal and his bloodhounds will be here in 15 minutes. That'll be fine.
Now, all rangers be here in half hour, except men in fire towers.
Okay. Now let's get outside and get the cars ready. That's the story up to this minute, Cal. Ed's vanished into thin air, and there's no logical explanation for it.
Well, maybe someone's holding him for ransom, being he's a banker.
And there are a lot of possibilities, Cal. Now, here's my plan of action. I've marked out areas on the map, and we'll go over them with a fine-tooth comb, one by one. We don't want to arouse the people right now, so no questions will be asked that will give away Ed's identity.
Oh, yes.
I want all buildings that might be used to hide a man searched, unless they're living dwellings. Get the owners out of bed, if necessary, to open up. I've got Judge Wilson alerted, and he'll issue any search warrants we may need, if necessary, right away. Cal, Stumpy, Grey Wolf, understand?
Sure do.
Yep.
And very clear, Bill.
Now, here are maps for you fellas. I've marked your areas of search. Take your time, and don't leave a stone unturned. All right, let's go. Grey Wolf, I'm going to look through that old horse barn over there. You stick with the radio.
Right, Bill.
Car 6 to car 7.
Go ahead, car 6.
We ain't found a thing in this sector. Should we proceed to section B2?
Yep, go ahead to section B2. Car 7 to car 1.
Go ahead, car 7.
No results. Sections A1, B1, C1 have been searched.
Okay, car 7.
Sheriff 1 to Ranger 1.
Ranger 1 to Sheriff 1, over.
We found a man's hat and coat. We're at the river and Main Street.
We be right there, Sheriff 1. Bill.
Yes?
Cal might have found something.
Where at, Grey Wolf?
At Main and River. There they are, by bridge.
Here's the coat and hat we found.
No, I don't think this is a clue. Coat and hat have been in the water a long time, Cal. Coat's rather threadbare, and the color of the hat doesn't go with the color of the coat. And Ed's a pretty sharp dresser, you know.
And I thought we had something, Bill.
Now, don't give up, Cal. Better have your men start dragging the river.
What, do you expect foul play?
I don't know. But if he's been kidnapped, this coat and hat Could have belonged to the person who did the job, even though they look too waterlogged. I'm going to let Peg have a look at them. You fellows continue the search.
Okay. Okay, boys, let's get back to work. We've still got a lot of ground to cover.
Oh, Bill, I must have dozed off. Have you found Ed?
No, not yet. I have a hat and coat I'd like you to look at.
Oh.
Now, take it easy. I feel certain they don't belong to Ed, but I want to be sure.
Oh, all right. Come in the house. You don't have to stand out there.
Thank you. Well, here they are.
Those aren't Ed's. Thank the Lord for that.
Yeah, I didn't think they were Ed's, but I wanted to make sure. You recognize them?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm sorry to have bothered you at this late hour.
Oh, it's no bother. After all, you and your men are out there working. Would you like some coffee?
Oh, thanks, but we've got that all taken care of. I'm sorry I don't have cheerful news for you, but we'll keep at it until we find out.
I know you will, and I want you to know how grateful I am. Please let me know the minute you find anything at all.
I will, Peg. Good night.
Car 7 to Car 1. We're through with the search, and we found nary a thing. What next?
Report to headquarters, Car 7.
Car 5 to Car 1. We finished and got nothing to report.
Report to headquarters, Car 5.
Sheriff 1 to Ranger 1. No Ed Banker or anything connected with him. Over.
Cal, you and your men report to headquarters. We got some food there and coffee, and we'll get our heads together and see what we can come up with.
Right. Over and out.
Lost in thought, Bill. You haven't said one word. Bill, you awake?
Sort of. This thing's got me puzzled.
You're not alone. How can Ned disappear like this? Unless he
ran off with some of the bank's money. I'm sure that's entered a lot of minds this night. As far as I'm concerned, that's the last possibility. I think I know Ed better than that.
That's what I keep telling myself. But where can he be?
If I knew that answer, Grey Wolf, there'd be a very happy wife and children right now.
Or very sad.
Well, now that we're refreshed, what's our next move?
I'm going to seize the bull by the horns, fellas. Time's too short to do otherwise.
Okay, shoot.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, not right.
I'm going to get Mr. Peters down to the bank and have him open up. You fellas get the employees out of bed and get them down to the bank, and we're going to ask some questions.
Maybe that'd do trick, Bill.
Well, I hope so. Get going, fellas. Grey Wolf, get the station agents out of bed for the railroad and bus line and ask them if they've seen Ed. Only this time, use his name.
After the bank closes, us guards like to sit down for a spell, Bill. I was on the front door, but then Mr. Banker could have walked out when I was getting a chair. For that matter, I don't pay much attention to him because, well, he's coming and going all the time anyway.
Let's not beat around the bush, gentlemen. I've been chief clerk in this bank for 40 years, and I've seen a lot of men come and go. Ed Banker's been giving me the creeps the last week or so, sort of snooping around and looking.
Well, I will say one thing, gentlemen. This is most unusual. Do you think Mr. Banker may have absconded with some money or securities? Oh, my word, that would be terrible. No, I didn't see him leave the bank.
You Yeah, I'm Mr. Banker's secretary. Yeah, as far as I know, he left the bank at 5 o'clock. No, he wasn't acting strangely. Or was he? Or he might have been. Seemed rather preoccupied most of the day.
Come to think of it now, Bill, Ed did that kind of funny today. Just didn't seem to be himself. Bill, if you don't find Ed in another hour, I'm going to have to call the bank examiners and have them rush in here for an audit before we open for business.
Mr. Peters, do you believe Ed has stolen money or securities from the bank?
Right now, I don't know what to believe, Bill. I don't want to believe it, but yet I've got to entertain the idea for the sake of the bank's reputation and the peace of mind of the depositors and the stockholders. The people won't take my word for it that everything's still here if this breaks loose as scandal. Why, we're liable to have a run on the bank.
A statement of condition by the examiners would stop that, wouldn't it?
Well, I hope so, or we're ruined.
I'm telling you, Ed isn't a thief or a crook. We mustn't think on that basis or we're lost.
Maybe you're right and maybe not, Bill. Men change from being honest to being crooked sometimes.
Yeah, Graywolf's right, Sonny. What proof have we that Ed hasn't taken off with some of the bank's money?
Well, there ain't any proof, but I got to agree with Bill this time. We got to assume Ed's honest.
I think so, too. Great day, fellas. We've all known Ed for years. He's helped us all with financial problems of one sort or another.
If there was only some shred of proof, some clue.
But, Bill, I think I can help you there.
How, Mr. Peters? Come on, speak out, man.
Well, have we looked at the vault to see if it's been tampered with?
Well, no, we haven't. But how would that help?
Well, if Ed took the money, he'd have to take it from a teller's cage. There were no shortages reported. If he took securities, he'd have to take them from the security tellers. And they audit every night, and there were no missing securities reported. So Ed would have to get into the vault to get his hands on cash or securities.
Uh-huh. Let's go down in the basement and take a look at the vault.
I don't recall
find something down here.
Well, there's the vault door, Bill. It weighs 7 tons and has a time lock on it. Now, if all of you will stand back now, I'll try the combination. If the time lock's been tampered with, the door will open. Let's see, it's 7, 4, 3, 8, 6. Oh. No, I'll try it. Gentlemen, the vault's securely locked, and the time lock won't allow it to be opened until 8:30 in the morning.
That's very good. I'm glad you're here.
Quiet, everybody.
Bill, what's wrong?
Quiet. I'm going to tap on the vault with my revolver. Now listen.
Someone's inside vault.
Yes. Our good friend, Ed Banker.
What can we do to get him out? What can we do?
Bill calling safe company now to get man to come out and open vault.
What can he do? There's a time lock on it. It'll die in there.
Now, listen here, young lady. Getting all worked up into a lather ain't gonna help none. Now, don't you fret. Bill'll get him out of there, even if he has to blow the door off with high explosive.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. The connection's bad. Maybe you ought to try again.
I'm flying down to your plant in a helicopter, and I'll pick you up in an hour. Bring an engineer along so we can figure out the oxygen capacity of the vault. You understand? You understand?
Yes, I understand. We'll be...
Hello?
Number, please.
Operator, I've been cut off. This is Bill Jefferson. Call that number and tell him I'm on my way with a helicopter. Will you do that, please?
Just a moment. I'll give you the supervisor.
Hang the supervisor. This is a matter of life and death. Do as I say and be quick about it. This is Chief Ranger Bill Jefferson.
I'll do as you ask, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you. I got the copter wide open. There'll be a Knotty Pine in 10 minutes. How long can he last in the vault?
Well, I think I've got an idea of the size of the vault. I'd say his oxygen supply's getting pretty thin right now. He won't last more than, half an hour.
Maybe you better drill a hole through the vault door large enough to pump oxygen inside, Mr. Ford.
Oh, that'd take hours. I can get this high-speed drill through to the time lock and get it to release the tumblers and bars. That's our safest approach.
Well, you're the doctor. Just one thing I want to be sure of.
Oh, what's that, Mr. Jefferson?
Hit that time lock the first time you drill.
That's what I came for, sir. Let me have that lubricant, please.
Mm-hmm. Here you are, Mr. Ford. How much farther?
About a foot. Just pray this drill doesn't break. Oh, it snapped. Hey, give me that electromagnet.
You mean this?
Yes, that.
Can you get the broken drill out with that?
Yeah, sometimes. And if I can't, well, we'll have to start all over.
Peg, please control yourself. Mr. Ford's trying to get him out and can't be disturbed by emotional outbursts.
She's coming.
Oh, good.
Whew, that was close. Now, we'll try to get it the rest of the way. I'm through the door and into the time lock. Try the door.
Right. Well, how do you feel, Ed?
Not bad, Bill. I guess I'm suffering from shock right now.
What happened, man?
Well, I left my briefcase in the vault and I went back to get it.
Uh-huh.
Guess I must have been as quiet as a church mouse because Frank didn't hear me and he didn't know I had returned. So he closed the vault door and went home. I didn't think of making noise right away. I guess he left before I could get to the door to pound on it.
And you had a close shave, mister. Because you had too much time on your hands. 10 hours, to be exact. 10 hours too much. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
This is what it has come to.
Look! Out there! They're coming back! Come on, move it!
Here is where it shall be decided.
There it is. Greetings from the Humongous.
In a world without gas,
The Humongous rules the wasteland.
I'm gravely disappointed that you wish to take the gasoline out of the wasteland.
Defend the fuel.
We'll never walk away.
Give me the pump, the gasoline, the whole compound.
this is a land that prays for a hero.
Well, if anyone's gonna get in there, it's gonna be you.
This is Mad Max 2.
time since I seen driving like that, man.
The warrior of the road.
You're okay by me, pal.
Gotta hand it to you, Treasure. The last of the V8 interceptors.
Every day we get weaker while they get stronger.
You want to get out of here? You talk to me. Now, to do the job, I need some high-octane gasoline. Got yourself a deal.
You can run, but you can't hide!
You gonna crash or crash through?
I was wrong about you. I'm sorry.
When it's every man for himself. And there's no place left to run. When all that's left is one last chance. Pray that he's still out there. Somewhere. Mad Max 2.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, with Felix Mills in the orchestra, and our guest tonight, Lawrence Tibbett. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, tomorrow is Election Day, and we find George in Stanley's cigar store making last-minute plans to win that coveted public office, second assistant substitute city councilman from the 3rd District.
Well, Stanley, these last 2 boxes of Perfecto Royale cigars may turn the trick. I'm passing them out to every man who has a vote.
Yes, Mr. Burns?
It's darn nice of you to give me a special rate because I bought so many of them.
Oh, that's all right. At 4 for a nickel, I still make a profit.
They're top-notch smoke. Have one, Mr. Perkins?
No, thanks. My doctor advised me to stay away from tobacco, but not that far away.
Okay, have your little joke.
Oh, hello, George. I thought I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Stanley. You're not selling my husband more of those cigars, are you?
Don't blame me.
I'm getting these for the voters. You know, to pass out.
Well, they certainly will if they smoke those.
Darling, I don't believe you know Mr. Perkins. This is the real estate man, Mr. Grafton Brookhouse Perkins.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Perkins? Well, gentlemen, wait till you hear the clever thing I just did. I put an ad in the newspaper calling George's opponent, Gordon Cates, a moron.
But you can't do that. He'll sue us.
Oh, I was too smart to mention his name. The ad said, "Do you want a moron for your councilman? Vote for George Burns."
Oh, fine. I'm ruined.
Oh, say, that political commentator's on the air right now. If you folks would like, I'll tune him in.
Oh, swell. Then we'll see what he thinks of the election tomorrow.
And all indications point to a clean sweep for Henry Garson in the 2nd District. Now, over in the 3rd District, where George Burns opposes Gordon Cates, it looks like a real fight.
Gee.
With everyone fighting to vote for Gordon Cates.
Oh.
And now, political notes from here and there. Last week, the state of Louisiana turned the governor's chair over to Jimmy Davis, whose successful campaign, you remember, featured the singing of Mr. Davis. Music in politics seems to be an important new trend.
Stanley,
and
quick,
it wouldn't
turn that
surprise
off.
me if...
What's wrong, Mrs. Burns?
George, you can croon your way into office just like that governor did.
You think so?
Well, of course, darling. Oh, here we've been knocking ourselves out, and all the time you've had the election right between your tonsils.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no? In Louisiana, that man's singing got him the governor's chair, didn't it?
Yes, but...
Oh, why, George may even get to be governor. It wouldn't surprise me if his singing gets him the chair.
Well, come on home, Gracie. I've got a lot of practicing to do.
but wait a minute.
I'd love to call you Rose.
Oh, murder. I'm in for it now.
Why, Mr. Perkins?
Well, I'm the agent for the house next door to Burns, and for months I haven't been able to rent it because of his singing.
Well?
Well, he's been quiet lately, and just yesterday I managed to rent the house to Lawrence Tibbet.
Lawrence Tibbet?
Yes. Oh, George's singing will drive him crazy. Say, I better telephone him.
Oh, yes. Mr. Tibbet might get mad and throw George right out of the neighborhood.
Yes, he might. Never mind the telephone.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear, but roses fade away.
Louder, dear, louder. Those vocal cords haven't been used lately. They're a little dusty.
The roses die when wintertime appears. What was that?
Oh, our new next-door neighbor knocking on his window. He's the noisiest man. His little son runs away, and all day long he stands at the window yelling for him. Figaro, Figaro, Figaro! I don't know. They must be Spanish.
Yeah. I'd love to call you Daisy. But... what was that?
Oh, the man next door again. Flies must be bad over there. Closing all his windows.
Hope they don't come over here. I'd love to call you Daisy, but Daisy's always hell.
George, what are you doing?
Vocalizing, Bill. I need something to loosen up my throat.
Well, here's a knife.
Bill, George is going to win the election tomorrow with his singing.
Oh, no. I don't get it.
Well, we'll get all the voters in the Hollywood Bowl tonight. George will sing for them, and tomorrow they'll vote for him.
Well, Gracie, even if that'd work, it's no good because Lawrence Tibbet is using Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Lawrence Tibbet? What office is he running for?
Well, he's not running for any office. He's giving a concert.
Hey, that's bad. All the music lovers will be there listening to Tibbet. I won't have anybody to sing to.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We'll find Lawrence Tibbet and ask him to turn his concert over to George.
Oh, Gracie, that's impossible.
Why, I'll bet if George walked out on that stage and started singing, the people couldn't tell him from Lawrence Tibbet.
Oh, they could, too.
They could not.
They could, too. Tibbet has a mustache.
Well, now I've heard everything.
And if I call you Buttercup...
Say, Gracie, why don't you tell the people if they vote for George, you'll help them get one of those wonderful full-color baby pictures you're sending out?
Oh, there are no political strings attached to getting those pictures, Bill. All the folks have to do is send me a dime to cover the cost of handling and mailing, and then I'll send them one.
Gee, it's a cute picture, Gracie.
Oh, yes, it shows a whole boatload of happy little red-cheeked babies sailing along, having the time of their lives. It makes you feel good just to see them.
Yeah, it's a big picture, too, 12 by 15 inches. Printed in full color on such heavy art paper, you don't even need a frame.
And there's no advertising on it, Bill.
That's right, Grace. And all the folks have to do to get one is to send a dime to Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York. That's Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York.
Now, please, everybody, send for your swan picture with all those cute babies in it. Now, before they're all gone. Send me your dime tonight. Don't miss this year's swan baby picture.
That address is Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8, New York. Well, Gracie thinks that George can get himself elected councilman if he can just sing in Hollywood Bowl tonight in place of Lawrence Tibbet. Gracie is trying to get in touch with Tibbet, not realizing that he is their new next-door neighbor.
Oh, let me see now. Where would I be if I were Lawrence Tibbet? Oh, I know, at Nelson Eddy's house.
If you were Tibbet, you'd be at Nelson Eddy's?
Sure, throwing rocks through the windows.
Gracie, I'd give up this idea if I were you.
Oh, don't be silly. If I could just think where Lawrence Tibbet might be.
Figaro! 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 Hey! Figaro!
found that kid yet. Hey, keep quiet over there. I'm trying to think. Let me see. Where would Lawrence Tibbet be? Now he's lost his daughter.
Hey, wait a minute. That's a great voice. Did you hear that E flat?
Oh, that's nothing. George's E's are much flatter. Oh, let's see now. Oh, maybe if I call the Hollywood Bowl, I could find Mr. Tibbet.
Mimi, Mama, 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 Mama.
Well, now even his mother's run out of him.
Listen, I don't know who that guy is, but he's got a wonderful voice.
Oh, Bill, it's only good if you don't hear George sing.
Can I tell you something, Gracie? It's only great if you don't hear George sing.
Oh, Bill, I'm glad you agree.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I've found you.
Show him up, George.
I'd love to call you Rose, dear. I'd love to call you Rose, dear. I'd love to call you Rose, dear.
Oh, not.
That did it, George. Old Leather Lungs gave up. Well, I better go out and look for Lawrence Tibbet. Bill, what does Mr. Tibbet look like?
Lawrence Tibbet? Well, he's a big, handsome, barrel-chested baritone.
Oh, George is type. George is type, huh?
George isn't that type, Gracie.
He is, too, on a smaller scale, of course. He may not have a barrel chest, but he's got a cute little keg tummy.
Well, I'll see you folks later. Bye.
Oh, Bill, on your way out, will you see who's at the door?
Oh, sure, Gracie.
I want to talk to you.
Why, Lawrence Tibbet.
Now, look here, my good man. I don't want to be a fussy neighbor, but you've got to stop beating that dog over here.
Dog?
Yes, his howling is driving me crazy.
Oh, you must mean Mr. Burns singing.
Now, don't tell me those sounds came from a human throat.
Well, yes, you see... hey, wait a minute. Are you living in the house next door?
Yeah, if you can call it living.
Oh, this is rich. Gracie doesn't know that you're Lawrence Tibbet. Wait till she finds out.
Well, who was it, Bill? Oh, it's the Leather Lungs.
Yes, Gracie, the man next door. He's mad about George's voice.
Oh, he is?
Very mad. I'll see you later.
Did you want to see my husband?
Yeah, definitely. You see, I'm trying to get in shape to give a concert.
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband wouldn't have time to give you lessons.
Lessons?
Yes, he's too busy. You see, he's taking Lawrence Tibbet's place in the Hollywood Bowl tonight.
Well. This is very interesting. Tell me more.
Oh, are you a fan of Mr. Tibbet?
Yes. I have been for years.
Oh, you know him?
Intimately. In fact, I shave Mr. Tibbet every morning.
Oh, you're a barber. And you want to give up barbering and start singing, huh? Well, let's hear your voice.
My voice?
Yes, sing something.
On the road to Mandalay. Well?
Well, I hope you didn't sell your shop.
I beg your pardon.
Let's hear you hit an A.
A.
Now hit a C.
C.
Now hit a J.
A J?
Oh, too high, huh?
Say, Gracie, I thought I heard you. Oh, it's old Leatherlung.
Oh, yes, George. He wants you to give him singing lessons.
No, really.
Well, I haven't got a lot of time, son. But at least I can check up on your voice and see if you got anything.
No,
don't be nervous. Just open your mouth wide and let me hear you sing. Or she could carry a gun good as any mother's
But
son. Let me hear you sing. Or she could carry a gun good as any mother's son.
Or she could carry a gun.
No. Or she could carry a gun good as any mother's son.
Or she could carry a gun.
No. For. No. Or she could carry a gun good as any mother's son.
Or she could carry...
No.
Well, George, I think that's enough for the first lesson.
Well, okay, you can relax, son. A few sessions like that, and you'll be able to get those pear-shaped tones just like I do.
Yes. And after tonight's concert, they'll probably put George's vocal cords in the cement at Grauman's Chinese. Don't you think so?
Yeah, they'll probably sound better there.
Now, see here, Mr. What's your name?
Tibbet. Lawrence Tibbet.
Now, see here, Mr. Tibbet, if the... Huh? You're Lawrence Tibbet?
That's right.
Gracie.
Well, we certainly fooled you, didn't we, Mr. Tibbet? You thought we didn't know who you were. You see, I like my little joke.
Yeah, obviously. You married him.
Huh?
Well, now, if you don't mind, I'm going home now and rehearse for my concert tonight.
Oh, rehearse here, Mr. Tibbet. We want to talk to you about your concert anyway.
No, I don't think I'd better.
Oh, but we'd love to hear you sing.
No, thanks.
Oh, well, then, you sit down and George will sing for you.
Oh, I'll sing.
Oh, George, isn't this thrilling? Grand opera right in our own living room.
No, this won't be opera, though. It's a favorite of mine from musical comedy. Cole Porter's Night and Day. Night and day.
Tibbet, that was wonderful. I'm sorry I said you weren't as good a singer as my husband.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, I take it back. You are as good.
Yeah? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I think.
Yes, sir, that's a nice little voice you've got there, Larry. In fact, you got me worried. I'm going in and vocalize a little. Oh!
Mr. Tibbet, my husband can get elected councilman tomorrow if you just let him take over your concert tonight.
Oh, I'm afraid that's impossible. The people expect to hear me sing things like Carmen.
Well, George can do that. Which Carmen do you sing, like Lombardo or Miranda?
Oh, just forget it, Mrs. Burns.
Well, I guess George will just have to get the voters over here and sing for them this afternoon.
Oh, no, please, not that. I had to concentrate, and that house next door is the only vacancy in Los Angeles.
Well, it can't be helped, Mr. Tibbet.
Now, look, if I give your husband a part in my concert tonight, will you promise to keep him quiet this afternoon?
Oh, gladly.
All right. Now, have him backstage at the Bowl at 7:45. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye and thank you, Mr. Tibbet. And don't worry about George's voice. He's a regular nightingale.
You think so?
Oh, yes. When he sings in Hollywood Bowl tonight, you'll really hear the birds.
I'm afraid so.
Well, here I am, Larry, all ready to sing.
Will George have much to sing, Mr. Tibbet?
Oh, yes, he sings every other number.
Gee.
Now, here's the program. First, you sing the aria, O tu che inseno agli angeli, from La Forza del Destino by Giuseppe Verdi.
That's my first number.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm afraid I don't know that one.
Well, I'll sing that one for you.
Oh.
Now your next number is a stirring thing. Viva il vino spumeggiante from Cavalleria Rusticana by Pietro Mascagni.
That's my second number.
Yes. And this, of course, you do very fortissimo. Viva voce, eccetera, eccetera, eccetera.
Oh, well, that's the only way George would do it.
I'm afraid I don't know that one either.
Then I'll sing that one for you, too. Now comes our duet.
Oh, now we do something together.
Yes, we'll do two numbers. Sei il mio nome and Ecco ridenti in cielo from Il Barbieri di Seviglia by Gioacchino Antonio Rossini.
You don't happen to know Struck Miss Lizzie. Or Ta-Ta Tootsie Goodbye?
No.
Strutter's Ball?
No.
Well, Mr. Tibbet, if the whole program is going to be those classical songs, George won't get to sing at all.
Too bad, but I tried. You know, I went through the program, but I just couldn't work anything out.
Well, I thought you worked George out very well.
Well, Larry, while you're out there singing, couldn't you just ask the folks to vote for me?
My dear fellow, George Burns, running for councilman, could hardly fit with Carmen and Faust and Rigoletto.
Oh, I guess it couldn't. Or could it?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. It's just an idea. You go on the stage, Mr. Tibbet, and I'll bring your music out to you.
But why you?
Well, I'd like to look it over so I'll know what to say when I introduce your numbers.
But I thought the narrator was Bill Goodwin.
Well, I'm taking his place.
Oh, I see. Well, hurry now. The concert begins in just a few minutes.
Yes. Good evening, music lovers. Welcome to Hollywood Bowl. It is my pleasure to present Mr. Lawrence Tibbet, who will sing the famous Toreador song from the opera Carmen. Oh, you better read off this music, Mr. Tibbet. It's a special arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lawrence Tibbet.
cameraman, first, second assistant, substitute, city councilman from the... Hey, wait a minute. Stop that music. Stop it. Mrs. Burns, I can't sing this.
Oh, what's the matter? Wrong key?
Mr. Tibbet, I'm sorry I let Gracie narrate for me and cause all this confusion. Here's another arrangement. Sing this one.
Well, this doesn't have anything about George Burns in it, does it?
Oh, no, sir, not a word.
All right. Let's take it again, Mr. Mills. Wash with Swan soap, that's what it's for. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, stop. All right.
Mr. Tibbet, what's the matter?
Well, what is this Swan soap?
Well, Mr. Tibbet, that's the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, bathing the baby, or for dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
But the Hollywood Bowl's no place for Swan soap.
Oh, Swan's great in a bowl. Or a pan, and it's especially wonderful in a tub if you're bathing a baby. You see, Swan's pure as fine Castile, and Swan is so mild and gentle it's just perfect for a baby's tender skin. And naturally, if it's a soap for baby, well, Swan must be just right for your hands and face, your tub or shower.
Mr. Mills, you play that selection from Rigoletto, and this time I'll sing from memory, and no more special arrangements. Bella figlia dell'amore.
Swan breaks in two. Put half in the bathroom for your hands and face and half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry.
Hey, stop that music. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a slight delay in the quartet from Rigoletto while I take care of the trio from the 3rd District.
George, are you asleep?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you into such a mess tonight.
Fine thing. I'll never be elected now. Getting thrown out of Hollywood Bowl in front of 50,000 people.
I'm sorry.
Wind up tomorrow with 2 votes. That's all I'll get. Your vote and my vote.
Oh. Just your vote, dear. I'm voting for Gordon Case.
What?
Well, as long as you haven't got a chance anyway, and he has got a lot of sex appeal.
Good night, dear. Good night.
Folks, I just want to tell you this. Gracie was really on the level about that baby picture we spoke of. If you want to get a swell full-color picture of a lot of babies just as happy and full of fun as can be, here's your chance. This picture is by a famous artist, and it's printed on very heavy art paper. You can frame it or tack it up just the way it is. Perfect size, too, 12 by 15 inches. To get your picture, just send a dime to cover the cost of mailing and handling to Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York City 8. That's Gracie Allen, Box 84, New York 8. Better do it now before you forget. Here they are again, George and Gracie.
We're a little late, folks. Good night.
Makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station next Tuesday, same time, when we'll have as our guest George E. Jessel. Remember the same time every Monday and Wednesday when you'll hear 2 other great programs, Lux Radio Theater and Frank Sinatra. Both the same time in the evening and over the same station as Swan Soap's George Burns and Gracie Allen. Tune in every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at this time. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Till next Tuesday, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? When a soldier goes into battle, he needs ammunition. When a soldier's wounded in battle, he needs medicine. You can help provide both by saving used kitchen fat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I see romance and comedy and great music in CinemaScope.
Yes, don't worry about black cats, broken mirrors, or walking under ladders, because this is your lucky day. Dreamy, delightful Doris Day, taking you on a musical adventure from moonlighted Miami to star-lighted Broadway. Robert Cummings, who knows he has the world in his hands when he holds her in his arms. Phil Silvers, top man in the nation's who's who of comedy, as the crackpot who hits the jackpot for laughter.
Say, how about a little square dance? Yeah, hey! All right, so. Must be these boots. I'm used to dancing my bare feet. How's everybody?
This is strictly business, Mr. Carson.
Yes, Miss Williams, strictly business.
Oh, Mr. Carson.
Love you dearly, more than just sincerely. And the bluebells of Broadway are ringing. The bluebells are ringing where the bagpipe beat on Broadway. I speak to the stars, and I wait for an answer. That's why I want to sing like an angel and dance, dance like the devil. So, Mr. Leader Man, strike up the band. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Lucky me, with a lucky star to guide me, and the one I love beside me, liking me. So fancy free, don't you wish that you could be
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Hornet Does It. The Green Hornet strikes again. Jack Kenley stood watching as the guard at the state prison unlocked the last iron gate that meant the outside and freedom once more.
Okay, Kenley. That is.
Thanks.
Take a good rest and then get yourself a decent job. You'll soon forget the 3 years you put in up here. So long.
So long.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Over here.
We come to meet you, Jack. This is a friend of mine, Sox Harris.
Glad to know you, Kenley.
Yeah. Same here.
Come on, get in.
Well, Okay.
Get going, Sox. You don't say much, Jack. Aren't you glad we met you?
Sure, But I was thinking.
What?
Why did you meet me, Steve?
Listen to him, Sox. Thinks because he's done a little time in stir, his friends have given him up. Is that it, Jack?
Look, Steve, you came to meet me out of the kindness of your heart. Let it go at that. But, well, I know you better than that.
I guess you don't appreciate us coming all the way up here for him, huh, Steve?
Jack's the suspicious kind, that's all, Sox.
Oh, so that's it. Guess being in stir makes a guy like that, huh?
Listen, you, keep your mouth shut.
No, take it easy, Jack. Sox didn't mean anything by what he said. Can't you take a little kidding?
Yeah, I was just kidding, Jack.
Well, I'm not in the mood for kidding, see? I didn't ask you guys to come here to meet me anyway.
Look, Jack, you've had a tough time. You'll need help getting back on your feet. And I've got something lined up that'll give you all you need for a while.
Are you crazy? Don't you realize I've just left the pen after a 3-year stretch? I'm not in line for any job, unless it's on the level.
Aren't you forgetting something, Jack?
Like what, for instance?
I've got evidence against you that could send you back to the pen. Remember? Why, you... Look out, you want to wreck us, you fool?
Almost run off the road that time.
And cut out the cracks and the threats, you hear?
Why, Jack, you don't sound like an old friend of mine at all when you talk that way. Here we go and line up something that'll put us in the dough. We count you in, come to meet you. And you talk like a stir-happy dope.
Well, that's the way I feel about
Listen,
it.
you're going to help us. And that's that.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. The old hijacking racket is here to pay off again. We know where we can grab off a load of sugar. And we know where to get rid of it. At a high price.
But, Steve,
when you hear the deal and the plans we have, you'll change your mind, Jack. Step on it, Sox.
Yeah.
I want to have a nice long talk with Jack when we get to my place. He'll soon be in the dough in spite of himself.
It was several nights later. A motorboat made its way across the river, heading for a certain warehouse near the city docks.
Here comes a police boat. We better stop.
Okay, shut off the motor. We have the necessary papers, so we don't have to worry. Ahoy there! We're coming aboard. Come ahead, officer. What kind of load are you carrying? It's okay, officer. Got a load of sugar. Got the papers right here. Let me see them. Carrying sugar, huh? Say, these papers aren't in order. We'll have to take you in until you explain. Both of you board our boat. My man here will bring your boat in. Hey, Jack, stand by to take on 2 passengers.
Okay. Let them come aboard. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That ain't no police boat. Look.
Huh? Well, I'll be... Hey, you guys aren't cops, and we ain't leaving this boat.
No, it's not right.
No, I'll get you for
Use
that.
the butt of your gun, Sox.
Yeah, I got him. Shall we toss him into the river, Steve?
No, we'll put them in the tender, and then set them adrift. Somebody will pick them up sooner or later. Meantime, we have a swell load of sugar that'll bring a big price.
It was well after midnight when Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, received a phone call from Mike Axford, Sentinel reporter.
City room, Daily Sentinel.
Gunnigan, this is Axford. I'm calling from cops headquarters.
Oh, it's you. Where the Sam Hill have you been all evening? I've needed somebody to get the dope on the... Well, why didn't you say so? That's the trouble with you, Mike. You talk all around the bush when you... What's the news you got?
If you'll stop yapping a minute, I'll give it to you. Now listen. 2 guys are bringing a boatload of sugar over from the warehouse across the river. They were stopped by some hijackers posing as cops. Imagine those crooks having the nerve to
Get on with the story.
Oh, yeah. Well, the hijackers tied the guys up and set them adrift. They were picked up just a while ago.
Who, the crooks?
No, not the crooks. The guys the crooks tied up and set adrift.
Then the hijackers got away with a load of sugar, huh?
What do you think they did? Sat out there in the middle of the river and made themselves some fudge? Of course they got away with the sugar.
Okay. If the cops got...
No, they ain't. So long.
Oh. Copy, boy. Copy, boy. That's the Lux Street, Pittsburgh, gang hijacks, boatload of sugar.
Yes, sir.
Here you are, sir. Bruce, better grip. Give me one of those. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. That's the Lux Street, Pittsburgh.
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan and Axford.
Those crooks pulled a new angle on the old hijacking racket this time.
Sure. And believe me, Reed, Sarge's about to bust a button over thinking they posed as harbor cops.
Have the cops got any line on them, Axford?
Nope. The boat was found this morning in a cove up the river. They must have run in there to transfer the cargo.
I suppose the police will keep a close watch on the river from now on.
Sure, and more than that.
What do you mean, and more than that?
The cops are going to run a boat over each night with a couple of plainclothesmen on it to see if anyone tries to stop it.
Hoping to trick the crooks, huh?
That's the general idea you're going to get.
I should think the crooks would be on guard against something like that if they're smart.
Maybe so. But the cops have to try something. You never can tell. Them crooks might take another crack at it. And if they do, they'll be grabbed.
Well, let us know if the police run into anything, Axford. If they get away with it, others will start hijacking again. Things will just be like they used to be.
I'll stick with the cops, and if anything happens, I'll let you know. You can bet your life Sarge won't let up till he does get a line on them smart Alecs who go around posing as cops. They'll be a plenty sorry when they do get caught. Mark my word.
That night, Jack Kenley was with Steve and Socks in Steve's hideout apartment.
Well, fellas, that job sure went off like clockwork. I, disposed of that sugar to a friend who owns a roadhouse.
How about a cut, Steve?
You'll get your cut. After we pull another job.
Listen here, Steve. The cops are watching the river. We can't pull the same sort of job twice. Anyway, why can't we call it quits? Should have gotten enough dough for that sugar to make it worthwhile.
What we're getting for selling that sugar doesn't satisfy me, Jack. I have another job lined up. And it's not on the river.
Not on the river? What is it?
It's another sugar deal.
Another one?
Well, sure. Haven't you heard there's a shortage of sugar? It's one of the few items that are still rationed.
Yeah, but what will we do with this load of sugar if we got it?
I got that plan, too. Don't worry.
Where do we get the load of sugar, Steve?
On the pike. Later tonight. I know just about when it's coming in. And we'll be waiting for it.
Well, them truck drivers are wise. It ain't easy to get them to stop.
He'll stop, all right. I've rigged the siren from the boat onto my car. We'll pull that cop gag again. Get it?
I don't want to have any part of it.
Jack, you're sure hard to convince, aren't you? But you'll come along with us. And like it.
Posing as cops like that. We'll have the whole force out hunting us. Sooner or later, they'll get on our trail.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. Once was bad enough, but they'll go nutty if we keep it up.
Pipe down, Socks. Don't let this guy give you a case of nerves. Naturally, the cops will do everything they can to find the ones who are posing as them.
Yeah, that's what we mean.
But I've got a plan that'll make them look for somebody else.
What do you mean by that?
Who'll they be looking for?
I got it all figured out. And when the time comes, you'll both see what I mean.
Why don't you tell us now?
Yeah, what's your big secret?
Well, it really isn't any big secret. Guess I might as well let you in on it. Now, listen. Here's just how I'm going to work it after we stop that truck tonight.
Are you sure that's a sugar truck ahead of us, Steve?
That's it, all right. Step on it. We'll start closing in.
We're taking a bigger risk than ever, Steve.
Shut up, will you? I guess it's time to sound the siren. Here goes.
He's pulling over.
Stop right behind him. You stay here with the car, Jack. Come on, Socks.
Come on.
Hey, what are you stopping me for? I wasn't... Hey, you ain't cops.
Get out of that truck. Hey, let go of me.
Oh.
That did it. You can drive the truck, Socks. We leave him in the ditch with a nice little sign for the cops to follow. That'll keep him busy for a while.
The following morning, in Brett Reed's office, his secretary, Lenore Case, was going over the mail.
These in your basket are the most important, Mr. Reed.
Well, thanks, Miss Case. I'll get out this afternoon.
Good morning, Reed. Hi, Casey.
What got you out of bed so early, Axford?
Early, is it? Huh. I was at cops' headquarters before you were up, I'll bet you.
Anything new on the hijacking case?
That's what I came to tell you, Reed. I already gave the story to rewrite.
Well, he brought in a story for a change.
Quiet, Casey. This is no time for kidding.
What's the story?
Well, a truck driver, was found last night on the pike, in the ditch. He didn't come to till this morning.
Well?
He was stopped on the pike by a car with the siren. He thought it was cops after him.
The same hijackers.
Seems like it.
Sure. But now the cops know who they're looking for.
Really?
Yep. When he was found, there was a seal stuck right on his forehead. 'Twas the seal of none other than the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. The morning following the truck holdup, Mike Axford was telling Britt Reed and Miss Case that the driver was found with the seal of the Green Hornet on his forehead, and that he'd been stopped by a car with a siren.
In that case, Michael, it must have been the Hornet and his gang who hijacked that boatload of sugar, too.
Sure, that goes without saying. Believe me, Sarge is raving because that spalpeen pulls that cop gag to get people to stop. He's fit to be tied now that he knows it's the Hornet.
Did the truck driver say whoever stopped him was disguised as the Hornet, Axford?
Yeah, he said the guy wore a mask, all right. There was another one, but the driver didn't get a look at him.
I see. What about the men who were stopped in the boat? Did they say it was the Hornet?
Huh. Come to think of it, they didn't, Reed.
I should think they would have if it had been the Hornet who stopped them.
Well, that's what I think.
Oh, all they said was that 2 men came aboard and socked him. There was another waiting in the other boat.
And why does Sergeant Burke think the Hornet did that job, too?
Hey, you got something there, Reed. I guess the Hornet heard about the hijacking of the boat and decided that siren was a good idea, so he used it on the last job.
That could be the answer, of course.
I'll have to point out what you said to Sarge, Reed. But by the way he's feeling, he'll probably blame both jobs on the Hornet anyway. He ain't in a good mood at all.
I can understand that.
Yes, so can I.
Well, I'll be getting along. Sarge can question them boatmen again, just to make sure it wasn't the Hornet stopped them.
I'm sure the Green Hornet won't like being blamed for both jobs. You can bet on that.
He probably won't.
Who'll give the hoot what the Green Hornet thinks, eh, Reed?
I guess you're right.
I knew you'd agree with me on that. See you later. So long.
After Axford and Miss Case had left his office, Britt Reed reached Cato at the apartment by private telephone and was giving him certain instructions. You'd better get that out right away, Cato. It's only 10:30 a.m. now, so it ought to get there by late afternoon.
Yes, sir. I get it right out.
Use the special paper. Be careful of fingerprints.
I'll be very careful, Mr. Britt. Do you think it do trick, perhaps?
I can't tell, but I hope it'll start things moving. If it does, we'll be going out tonight.
That good. I'll be ready. Anything else?
That's all. See you at dinner time.
Yes, sir. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Cato. Late that afternoon at police headquarters.
What's on your mind, Ernie?
Well, here's a special delivery, Sarge. Just says police headquarters on it.
Well, don't stand there staring at it. Give me it.
What do you think it is, Sarge?
How do I know, Ashford? I ain't one of them mind readers.
Read it!
What do you think I'm going to do? Eat it? Shut up a minute. Let's see now. To the cops. I've read the papers. I don't like to be blamed for things I don't do. I have a lead to those hijacking crooks, and maybe after I get through with them, you can have what's left. The Green Hornet. Glory be.
Holy crow, let me see that.
Hey, give me that.
I gotta phone the Sentinel, but that knows that... Hold your horses, Sarge. I'll be right back. Gunnigan will make a good story out of this.
Hey, Steve. I just got late edition of the Sentinel.
What of it, Sarge?
Well, it says I'm on the sore about being blamed for them holdups. Says he's got a lead to us. He's going to get to us before the cops do, he says.
Pipe down. Jack is sleeping in the other room. Let's go down to the bar and talk it over. Come on.
So, the Hornet's after us. Says he's got a lead to us. I'm going to the cops. I've had enough of this. I don't care what Steve does now.
Socks and Steve sat at a table near the window of the bar.
Listen, Socks, you have to be more careful of what you say when Jack's around. The way you came busting in with that newspaper, Yelling about the Green Hornet being after us. It was enough to make that jittery dope run to the cops for protection if he'd heard you.
Oh, I wasn't yelling. I don't guess he heard me anyway.
Well, just be more careful, that's all. I don't want any... Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter? What are you looking at through the Venetian blind, Steve?
Look. Over there, waiting at the streetcar stop.
Hey, that looks like Jack.
It is Jack. That street light shining right on his face. He's waiting for a car that's headed downtown.
But I thought he was back at the place sleeping.
Sox, I bet he heard what you said. Maybe he's not up to what I think he might be. We'll have to be sure. Come on.
Where we going? Gonna make him go back to his place?
No. We're gonna get the car and follow that streetcar to the place where he gets off. And we'll tail him. If he's not on the level with us, he'll be mighty sorry.
Meantime, Britt Reed had left his office and had gone to his apartment, where Cato was waiting.
I mailed printed note like you say to do, Mr. Britt.
I know. Axford phoned in and said the police received it.
What you expect to happen now?
I'm hoping one of those crooks will be frightened enough to seek protection from the police. Of course, I'll want to make sure. Also, they may not be able to get him to squeal on the others. So if we could spot him going into headquarters...
Will then Green Hornet risk getting to Crook to make him tell where others are?
That's the general idea. We'll take the Black Beauty and decide on the way just what we will do. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. For several hours, Britt and Cato waited in the Black Beauty, which was parked in a dark alley, from which they could watch the entrance to police headquarters. There was little traffic and few people on the street.
Well, how you expect to know if Crook comes, Mr. Britt? We'll already be here a very long time.
I figured one of the crooks might fear a visit from the Hornet tonight, and we go to the police for protection. It's taking a long chance, but I'm watching for a man who seems nervous and who hesitates about going in.
No one but police go in and out since we're here.
So I noticed. They'd have a shock if they knew the Hornet was watching them.
Well, they not think Green Hornet dared to park so close to police. Oh, look. Someone come around corner. He get off streetcar, perhaps.
Yes. We'll watch him closely.
He going toward police station.
That's right. Look. He stopped walking.
He seemed like he going back, maybe.
Wait. There he goes. But he's walking more slowly.
He act peculiar. Keep looking around. You think he man we wait for?
Hard to tell. He's walking by the entrance.
Oh, then he not the one. If he go by...
He stopped again. Oh, he's turning around and going back. Cato, I think we'll...
Oh, look. Car coming fast. You're on the wrong side of street.
On the side that man's on. Cato, start the car, quick. Swing in front of that car and make it pull over to the other side, away from that man.
They shoot at man.
Help! After them, Cato. They're the men we want.
A short time later, inside police headquarters...
You sure had a narrow escape, fella.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
I ran out just in time to see the Hornet car leaving.
Yeah, it was the Hornet, all right. The shots came from the other car, like I told you. It was Steve and Socks, the two men who made me pull those jobs with him.
Where are they hiding out? Where can we find them?
They found out I came here and followed. They won't go back to the hideout now. They'll get away. But I don't care. I'd rather be in the pen again than have that Hornet after me.
Well, I can't say that I blame you. Of course, you might get time off for turning state's evidence against those other two, if we ever catch them.
It looks to me like them and the Hornet were after you at the same time.
Well, seeing as how you told us the jobs weren't pulled by the Hornet, you can't blame him for getting after you like he did.
But Steve planned the whole thing. It was Steve who had the idea of putting the blame on the Hornet.
Maybe so, but then...
Something in snakes. That's the Hornet's car outside.
Come on. Watch that guy, somebody.
Okay, sir.
Great day. What's this?
Looks like a couple of bodies.
Let's see. Hey, Sarge. They ain't dead. They're gassed. By the Hornet, no doubt.
Hey, come on, you guys. Come and help us. Come on. Come on, get them inside.
They might as well be dead. They're out like a light. Give me a hand.
Sure. Let's go. Take his feet there,
Put them down.
Who do you think they are, Sarge?
Hey, that's Steve. And Socks. The Hornet caught up with him and brought him here.
Hey, that's exactly what happened.
Then you got the whole gang that pulled those hijacking jobs, Sarge.
That's right. And I'm ready to tell all I know. I don't care what Steve does.
Where am I? Where are you? Take a look around, buddy. You'll soon be finding out.
Cops. Well, how did we get here?
As if you don't know. You were caught by the Green Hornet and gassed, weren't you? That's who brought you here. And dumped you right on the front step.
He's the guy who said he was smart.
Smart? Oh, him? They don't come too smart for the Hornet, that they don't. Believe me, there's one guy who always comes through with the scoop when he lets loose.
Scoop, you say? I thought I saw a Clarion reporter busting past the door a minute ago. So if you want to keep your job...
Holy crow! Gangway, everybody! I got to phone the Sentinel! The Hornet's done it again!
Set the Lux Street, Fibber, hijackers, caught Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in large. Set the Lux Street, Fibber!
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next few moments, you will be witnessing scenes from a new motion picture starring Vincent Price, master of the macabre. To those among you who are easily frightened, we suggest you turn away now. To those of you who think they can take it, we say, welcome to the madhouse. Perhaps it was inevitable. For years, this man has played the role of Dr. Death. For years, he has pretended to be a hideous, murdering monster.
No!
Now, at last, he has actually become one. American International presents Vincent Price in Madhouse, where lunacy lives.
All I ever got was a stake through the heart.
Tonight, I would like you to meet my next victim.
Fear lurks, evil walks, and death waits.
Death is the name of a doctor.
character you've met.
Madhouse, a cinematic shock treatment. Guaranteed to scare you out of your mind. No one ever leaves Madhouse.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Pioneers who first settled in the western United States faced danger constantly. Outlaws, hostile Indians, and the forces of nature combined to make their lives full of hardship. But in the masked rider of the plains, they had one friend and ally who was always ready to help them. It was his strength, courage, resourcefulness, above all, his knowledge of the country, which made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Mount Crater! Hello, Silver! Away!
Indians charged down upon the tiny group of cabins clustered at the base of the foothills, just where a swift mountain stream, its source in the snow-covered heights of Mount Crater, met the plains. The settlers had had warning of the attack, however, and had taken refuge in the sturdiest of their dwellings. Men, firing from windows and narrow slots cut in the logs for this purpose, beat back attack after attack. The women attended to the wounded, reloaded the weapons as rapidly as they were emptied. The children, frightened and uncomprehending, huddled together for protection in the center of the single large room. But at length, a man who'd been sighting along his rifle dropped the gun, leaped to his feet.
They're riding off. They've had a belly full of fighting. Folks are clearing out.
Hey!
They're hightailing, sure enough.
Heading back for the hills.
We showed them.
How many's wounded?
Plenty. Nobody bad hurt, though. Pete there's the worst. Got an arrow clean through the shoulder.
Yeah, but we sure showed them we could fight, didn't we, Ma? Didn't we show them, though?
I don't reckon they looked for us to just take it laying down, son.
Who's game to chase after them redskins? Who'll ride along? We got 'em on the run. Now let's whip 'em good.
I'll go. Rod, you'll do nothing of the kind.
But Fritz is right, Ma. Why shouldn't we go after him?
Ask Joe.
But, Ma...
I wish you wouldn't, honey.
You got a wife to look after. Stay to home and save your scalp, or she won't be a wife, but a widow.
Oh, I don't...
Grown up and married and still bossed by petticoats, eh? Hank there. I bet Hank will be willing to ride. Hey, Hank.
Sure, Fritz. You want me to, I'll go.
See?
Ain't you got no mind of your own, Hank? You always have to agree with every fool notion Fritz gets?
Shucks, Hank and me, we're pards. Ain't that so, Hank?
Oh, gosh, Fritz, sure. Sure we're pards.
But we'll forget about the Injuns if that's the way everybody feels. We can go...
Hey, here comes a horseman.
Who?
Ho, Silver, come on, ho.
Hey, to know who. Doggone if he ain't masked. How about it? Should I unbar the door?
Sure, why not? There's a dozen of us. Howdy.
You've had a brush with Indians.
We did?
Just a second, stranger. What's that mask for? You running from the law?
I'm not. Just sport a mask for your own amusement, eh? That sounds real convincing. We look simple to you? I don't ask you to believe me. Well, in that case, mister, we
Shut
won't.
up, Fritz. Stranger, what's your business here? We ain't partial to outlaws. You want grub, pay for it and get on. You want a place to hide, we can't help you. We're law-abiding folks.
I want neither.
Well,
I came here looking for a certain man. I don't know his name, but I have his description. This fellow here fits it.
Me?
Right.
My handle's Fritz Jensen. What business you got with me?
You've been prospecting on the east slope of Mount Crater.
Well?
You camped in the valley about halfway up. The Indians call it the Valley of the Great Spirit.
That so?
The valley I'm speaking of has a large rock balanced just above the entrance to it.
Uh-huh. I recollect it. What is this, anyhow? You give me a geography lesson or just tipping me off you know where I've been?
How long has this settlement been here?
We come here 8 months ago. Why?
8 months. Then you're not to blame. You probably didn't realize that the valley has always been sacred to the red men of the district. To them, the rock at its entrance represents a great spirit. No Indian has ever set foot in that valley. For a white man to do so is even greater sacrilege.
What is this you're trying to tell us? That we're to stay out of that valley?
You will if you're wise. That's what prompted this attack. They were paying you back.
They raided us because I made camp in a valley that don't even belong to them?
It sounds foolish to you, naturally. It wouldn't if you understood Indians.
You want to know something, stranger?
Well?
I think you're lying.
Careful.
You can't
Don't
come
be
in here.
misled by this mask. I came here to help you. I came here as fast as I could after I'd been told by a friend what the Indians planned and why. I've told you the truth. Now you know the situation. From now on, what you do is your own responsibility.
Yeah? Well, mister, I know the real reason for you coming, and you've wasted your time.
Very well. Act as you please.
Wait, stranger.
Let him go. He ain't fooling nobody but himself.
You refuse my advice, Fritz. Now learn the truth of what I told you the hard way.
That's sure some horse the stranger's riding.
He might have been right.
Fritz, you're always too willing to shoot off your mouth. You don't know the masked man was lying. I'd say this is something we ought to look into.
Oh, I was shooting off my mouth, was I? All right, folks, I'll tell you something. There's gold in that valley.
Honest? Did you really find gold, Fritz?
You bet I did.
Well, gold's all well and good, but what's that got to do with the masked man's warning?
Why wouldn't he want that gold for himself? Taking us for greenhorns, wouldn't he give us that story, figuring us to swallow it? Injuns, I'm betting there wasn't a word of truth in the whole thing.
He was masked. He must have been a crook. Fritz, you're right. If there's gold in that valley, he knows about it. And if he knows about it, he'd want it.
Them redskins attacked us from plain cussedness, just like they would anywhere else.
Now, look, fellas. I'll tell you what I think of that masked hombre's warning. Just this. I'm going back to the valley. I'm getting my share of that gold. And anybody wants to come along, he'll get his share, too. Now, what do you say?
Gold. Honey, that beats farming all to pieces.
Rod, I wish you wouldn't go.
You'd want me to stay to home?
I'd rather.
But, honey, gold means cash. It means I can buy you things. Maybe I can get enough to build us a real fancy house. Why, if there's gold to be had, we might even be able to go back east for a trip in style, just like we was millionaires. How would you like that?
I don't want a big house or a trip east, Rod. All I want is to have you safe.
Oh, shucks, there ain't no danger.
Ma'am, you let your husband come with me, and I'll send him back rich.
Rich. Mention gold to a pack of men, and they clean lose what sense they ever had. Do what you please. But I'm telling you this. Maybe the masked man was an outlaw, but to go again his warning without first finding out is just plain foolishness.
After the Lone Ranger had left the settlement, he rejoined Tonto.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Well, I told them, Tonto.
What them say?
I doubt that they believed me. The fellow we'd heard was in the valley seemed to think I had some motive of my own for warning them. When I left, I said that from now on they were responsible for whatever happened to them.
That's right.
But we can't leave it at that, Tonto. Not when there are innocent women and children who may suffer because of the foolhardiness of their menfolk.
What we do?
We'll ride to Spotted Wolf's camp.
Their danger. Him on warpath.
He's never been a particular enemy of the whites.
Him make war now?
Because whites entered the valley. Perhaps we can make him see the whites don't realize the seriousness of what they've done. And it wouldn't hurt to point out that trouble in the district will mean the arrival of troops.
Maybe him listen.
Where's his village?
Take Hill Trail.
How far?
3-day ride.
Then come on, Tonto. We can make a good start before nightfall.
Get him up, Scout.
Ho, Silver! Ho!
While the masked man and Tonto rode for the Indian village, plans were made at the settlement for an expedition to the valley. More than a dozen men had signified their willingness to make the journey in search of gold. Provisions were laid out. Hopes were high. But the women did not echo the enthusiasm of their menfolk.
Rod, are you really set to make this trip? Won't you change your mind?
Now, Joan, honey, don't you worry. Everything will be all right.
No use arguing with him, Joan. He's just like his pa was. The more he's in the wrong, the stubborner he gets. Just leave him be and come here and help me with these victuals.
I'll help you.
I don't see why you're so dead set again the trip, Ma.
You know as well as I do why. Even so, I wouldn't say so much if it was anybody but Fritz Jensen put you up to it.
What you got again him?
He ain't no good, that's what. I can see it in his eyes. And don't tell me that's foolishness either, because I know what I'm talking about. Here, Joan, set this pan on the stove.
Ma, you loco.
And set the table, too, if you want to, honey. No, I ain't loco. 30 years ago, I knew a fella just like him. Had that same mean look in his eyes, he did. Tried his best to make me say yes to him, but I wouldn't. I got hitched to your pa instead.
And he turned out bad?
He saved his money, got to be president of the bank, a deacon in the church, and the folks all wanted him to run for Congress. But just 'cause I was wrong that time don't mean I'm wrong again.
Oh, you're the limit.
You ought to pay more attention to what we think, Rod. If you'd only...
Who is it?
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Howdy, Fritz. Evening, Hank.
Won't bother you. Me and Hank are just seeing who's going for sure tomorrow morning and who ain't. We can count on you, can't we, Rod?
Well, you sure can.
Fine. Glad to hear it.
Fritz Jensen, you men are just acting like a bunch of dad-ratted idiots. What do we come west for? To hunt for gold? We did not. We come here 'cause there was free land to be had, and now you've gone and got everybody stirred up.
Shucks, ma'am. Don't nobody have to come along don't want to.
Try and make him stay to home.
Don't you let Ma bother you, Fritz. She ain't near so mad as she sounds.
How do you know how mad I am?
Well, I won't stay to start a fight, folks. Remember, Rod, we start at sunup. Come along, Hank.
I'll be there.
Night. Well, Hank, that's the last of them. They're all coming.
Gosh, Fritz, why wouldn't they with all that gold to be had?
Uh-huh. There's gold, all right.
I
They'll
sure...
find it, too, Hank. But maybe they won't keep it.
Huh, Fritz? What do you mean?
Maybe after they've found it, something will happen so it'll all belong to us.
Gosh, I don't savvy.
You will, Hank. You will. But if you repeat what I just said, I'll cut your tongue off at your throat. Understand?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
See that you do.
It was at night on the third day that the Lone Ranger and Tonto reached their destination. They drew their horses to a stop outside the circle of light cast by the campfire and looked upon a strange scene. A medicine man, outlined by the flames, stood erect in the center of the village. Around him was gathered the entire tribe. As the medicine man chanted, the tribe listened in silence. But each time as he finished, his listeners solemnly repeated his words.
What is it, Tonto?
Them make prayer.
You understand them?
Them pray to Great Spirit.
Yes?
Tell Great Spirit, it not falter red men, that pale face go in valley.
What more?
Tell Great Spirit, then kill Paleface.
A sacrifice?
Ah.
A sacrifice because whites entered the valley on Mount Crater?
Ah.
Listen. Bad time for us to enter the village, Kimosabe.
Keep bad.
There's no use in waiting. Come on, Silver.
Get him up strong.
Come on, boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, determined to prevent trouble between the whites and the red men, arrived at Spotted Wolf's village at a time when the entire tribe was gathered together to chant a prayer to the Great Spirit. At the sudden appearance of the two horsemen, the chant stopped suddenly. A warlike shout rang out and...
Talk to them, Tonto. Hold it out. Hold. Tell them we're friends.
Talk no. Vamos noches a me nectar. Ko. Tenwo nocte. Makudlene sola. Kone.
Hakut.
What does he say, Tonto?
Him got son name White Bear.
Yes?
Son speak paleface tongue.
Good.
Him come.
He's a fine-looking fellow.
Man with mask, why you ride here? White men not welcome in village my father, Spotted Wolf.
We come as friends, White Bear.
White men not friends, my people.
I am your friend. If I were not, would I have ridden into your village without protection?
If you speak with straight tongue, my people not harm you.
White Bear, recently the braves of your tribe attacked the white man's settlement near the hills. You attacked because one man entered the valley that you have named the Valley of the Great Spirit. Is it the red man's justice that all white men are to be held to blame for the guilt of one?
What one white man do, others will do.
Where did you learn to speak the language of my people so well?
I am the son of great chief, man with mask. My father would have me know many things. My father sent me to a white man's school.
Then you should know that the whites do not understand the ways and customs of the red men. One entered the valley that you hold sacred. He did so without realizing it would offend your people.
Man with mask, the elders of my people have met in council.
Yes?
They have spoken these things, and they make their decision.
And that?
If white men again enter Valley of Great Spirit, valley which even red men not enter, white men who do must pay for what they do. You will tell your people what I tell you?
I will, White Bear. They refused once to listen to me. Perhaps this time I can convince them.
That would be well, man with mask.
Come, Tonto.
Like to Manicta. Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver. Come on.
Fritz Jensen had already led his party to the valley on Mount Crater and had pointed out to his companions the rich deposits of placer gold he had noticed on his earlier visit there. For 2 days, the men from the settlement had busied themselves panning the dust. But on the evening of the second day, Fritz called Hank to one side.
What is it, Fritz?
Over here a little more. Yeah, this'll do.
Something on your mind?
Yeah, there's something on my mind.
What?
Look, Hank. Recollect the last night before we started here? Recollect what I told you that night?
Well,
About these fellas that come with us getting the gold, but not keeping it?
Oh, sure. I was wondering about that.
What I meant, eh?
Yeah.
You noticed the blasting powder I brought along?
Uh-huh. Sure, Fritz. That was in case we run into a vein of ore beside this placer dust, wasn't it?
That's what I said.
Huh? What you said?
Look up above there. Right above the entrance to the valley. That big rock there the masked man said the Redskins thought such a heap of.
Looks like it's just about ready to topple over, don't it?
Don't let looks fool you. That rock's there to stay. If something don't happen to it.
Like a bad storm, you mean?
Or a charge of blasting powder.
Blasting powder? Well, what's...
Wait. You're in this with me, Savvy?
Oh, gosh, Fritz, we're pards, ain't we?
That's what I've been banking on. Well, how would you like to have all the gold that's going to be found here just to split between the two of us?
Steal it, you mean?
Sure.
You got a way to do it?
It'll take another 3 days working hard like we've been to get the last of the gold panned out. All told, there ought to be about 10,000 in the stuff.
About that, I reckon.
That gold will be packed on the horses.
Sure.
Well, Hank, what would you say if when the time come to start, I told the boys I'd lead the pack horses? What if I told them to start on ahead? Then when they got just about as far as the way out of the valley, that rock above there should happen to topple over on them.
I ain't sure I get what you're driving at, Fritz.
Mentioned I had blasting powder, didn't I?
Yeah, but...
And, of course, I brought along a considerable length of fuse. Long enough to light down here in the valley and set off a blast under the rock.
You mean you're figuring to plant that powder against the rock and set it off?
Just so.
But, Fritz, that'd be murder.
10,000 in gold is worth having in it.
Oh, Fritz, listen to me. I'd do almost anything you asked. We've always been pards, you know we have. But to kill without giving them a chance.
You won't do it?
Oh, I can't.
That's just what you think. Hank, you listen to me.
Oh, I can't.
There ain't you and nobody else going to get in my way. You're welcome to share if you help. If you don't help, you won't share.
Oh, wait.
But the night before we head back for home, I'm setting that blasting powder.
Oh, no, Fritz.
And if you open your mouth or do just one thing to spoil my scheme, I'll fix you if I have to hang for it.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger, returning to the settlement, learned that a dozen men had entered the Forbidden Valley. He rejoined Tonto, and together they raced to the valley to warn the prospectors of their peril.
Come on, Silver! We've got to reach Mount Crater before the Indians attack! Hail, Silver! Away!
In the valley itself, the men had panned out the last of the gold. Plans were made to depart early in the morning, and the preceding night they went to bed early. But when all were asleep, Fritz Jensen left his blankets and with powder and fuse made his way stealthily to the huge rock overhanging the entrance of the valley. There, working swiftly, he planted the powder and departed. But no sooner had he left than a second figure emerged from the shadows.
I can't let him do it. He'd kill me if I told the fellas what he schemed. But anyhow, I can change the powder without his knowing it. What was that?
Hank.
Is that you, Fritz? Is it? I never meant any harm.
I'm not Fritz, Hank. What? Tonto saw you when you went through that patch of moonlight. Just what are you up to?
You're masked. You're the masked man I seen afore.
The following morning, the camp was astir at dawn. Gold and supplies were loaded on the horses. Saddles were cinched up. Then, when the time came for departure...
Ain't you ready yet, Fritz?
I'll be ready in a couple seconds. Why don't you fellas go on ahead?
Well...
Me and Hank will catch up with you with the pack horses, won't we, Hank?
Yeah, we'll catch up all right.
Well, if you fellas don't mind. The rest of you ready to go? Then we'll ride on ahead. Fritz and Hank will come after. Make it fast, will you, Fritz?
Sure. We won't be a minute.
Well, we'll see you. Come on, fellas. Get up. Get along, Hank. Come on.
You still figure on going through with it, Fritz?
You think I wasn't? Give me our matches. Give them to me, you hear?
Take them.
That's better. Maybe I'll give you a share after all. Stay right there.
You're going to light the fuse now?
Sure I am. Got it timed so it'll catch them just when they get beneath the rock.
You shouldn't ought to do it, Fritz. You shouldn't. I thought when the time come you'd change your mind.
There she is. Take a couple of minutes or so for the fuse to burn down.
Then you are a killer. You're a killer after all.
Now, don't go getting upset, Hank.
Come on, Silver.
What the?
You're coming with me, Fritz. Cross the saddle with him. Hurry, old fellow. Hurry.
Go. Let me down.
Come on, Silver. You set a charge of blasting powder to kill those men ahead, Fritz. Well, if they die, you die with them. Come on, boy. Come on.
It was only a matter of seconds before the great strides of Silver brought the masked man and Fritz even with the party Fritz had sent on ahead. The men stared at the Lone Ranger in amazement when he signaled them to a halt.
Hey, what is this? Make this fella let me go. Make him out of the saddle, Fritz. Now walk ahead. Walk. Stand beneath that rock there. No, wait. Do I have to persuade you with lead?
No, I'll get killed. I'd rather you shoot me. But don't make me...
What's Fritz talking about? I'll tell you exactly what I learned from Hank. This fellow stayed behind with the pack horses and the gold on purpose. He fixed blasting powder beneath that rock there, so you'd be killed and the gold his.
You're crazy.
Wait, Rod. I'll bet the masked man knows what he's talking about. If he ain't telling the truth, what Fritz is scared of?
Fritz has been acting awful funny of late. You really think...
If Fritz is willing to stand beneath that rock, it'll prove he didn't plant the powder there. But if he won't...
You ain't gonna get me killed.
Hey, he's running back up the valley.
Come back here.
I ain't gonna be trapped.
You fool! We changed the powder. You'll get killed if you go in that direction. Come back, you hear me? Come back!
It's set to go off any second now, stranger.
Silver, old boy, we'll have to chance it. We'll have to go after him. Jump!
Tonto, obeying the Lone Ranger's orders, had intercepted the Indians they knew would ride to the valley the moment they learned that it had again been invaded by whites. The explosion had scarcely died away when Tonto led White Bear to where the bewildered settlers sat on their mounts, staring back at the result of the tremendous blast.
Here, White Bear.
Man with mask. Paleface, enter Valley of Great Spirit.
But the Great Spirit has spoken and punished White Bear.
Huh? What you mean?
One man persuaded these men to follow him here. That man is dead, killed by the valley itself. See, look there where the side of the valley is caved in. He was punished for his crime. And now the valley is blocked so that no man, either white or red, can ever enter it again.
That true.
Forget what has happened. Let these men go. Your Manitou has made the guilty man pay. These others were guilty also. They would have been made to pay too.
Manitou, very great. He also is just. These white men of your race may go in peace.
Good.
Manikte.
Manikte, Kemosabe. I hope the day comes we meet White Bear again, Tonto.
But stranger, I still don't savvy all that's happened.
You've had a lucky escape, but it's easily explained. I told you the truth when I said the valley was sacred to the Indians. When I learned you were here, I came to persuade you to leave.
But Fritz,
Tonto and I entered the valley carefully last night because of the danger of Indians being near. We entered so carefully that we saw Fritz lay a charge of powder beneath that rock above us there. I learned the truth from Hank and changed the position of the powder so the blast would close the valley for all time. And the rest you know.
So it was Fritz's own fear that killed him. He run from the blast he figured was going to go off and got his like he was going to fix us. Well, all that happened was he saved us the trouble of a hanging.
Hail, Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In the not-too-distant future, there will be no civilization. There will be no heroes.
They say people don't believe in heroes anymore. Well, damn them. You and me, Max. We're gonna give them back their heroes.
In the not-too-distant future, there will only be madmen and the main force patrol. Max is a main force officer trying to protect his family and stay alive. His only weapon, 600 horses of fuel-injected vengeance. Mad Max, the maximum force of the future.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Hey, look, boss. Look at this. An ad in the Star Times out-of-town newspaper. Yeah.
Box 13, adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Well, this looks like the right answer, Tony.
Mm.
I think I'll write a letter to Box 13.
The letter was postmarked from a city in Nevada. It came airmail, special delivery to Box 13 and me. It sounded like a great chance to grab a change of scenery and maybe a little fun. Fun? Brother, how wrong could I be?
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Triple Cross.
Just run an advertisement in the Star Times, one that reads, Adventure wanted, will go any place, do anything, and see what you get. A lot of them can be interesting, like the one I listened to Susie read. The one that came airmail, special delivery from Nevada.
Enclosed is enough money to buy you a plane ticket to Los Meros. You want adventure? All right. Come to Los Meros, register at the Paradise Hotel. Wait in your room until you're contacted.
And that's all it says, Susie?
That's all, Mr. Holliday. There's not even a signature even. It's what's called an ominous letter.
What kind of a letter, Susie?
Ominous. That means it's not signed by anybody.
The word you mean is anonymous.
Oh.
But you could be right after all. Well, Susie, lock up the office and look for me when you see me with a new plot and a nice tan. A new plot and a nice tan, I said. I got the plot, but the tan almost turned into a beautiful white pallor, the kind that goes well with lilies. The plane trip was smooth. The trip from Airport to the Paradise Hotel was nice and easy. And the hotel itself? Well, it was the only one I could remember that looked like the ads in the travel folders. Oddly enough, there was a room reserved for me in my name. Okay, somebody checked and found out who I was. I explored the suite, thinking maybe I'd get a lead on what this was all about. But it was just a fancy set of rooms, all newly decorated. I sat down, and then about a half hour later... Come in.
Message for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Just a minute. Who gave this to you?
A man, sir.
What kind of a man? What did he look like?
Oh, just a man, sir.
Oh, I see. A head, 2 eyes, nose, 2 ears, and a mouth. That his description?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what he looked like.
Good. Then I'll know him when I see him. Oh, did he ask for an answer?
No, sir. He just told me to bring the envelope to you. Will that be all, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks. Well, 2 $100 bills. And a message that said, buy a red carnation in the flower shop and put it in your lapel. After dinner, go to the casino roulette table, buy $200 in chips and put them on number 18. If you win, walk away, wait 10 minutes, and put half the winnings on number 22. After you play, wait in the casino. So, with the carnation in my lapel, I bought $200 in chips and walked to the roulette table. There weren't many players. It was a little too early for the big crowd. So I waited a minute and watched the play. Took a look at the croupier, but I might as well have been in Timbuktu. He didn't give me a tumble. Okay, the best way to see what was going to happen was to see. I shoved the whole 200 on number 18. 1 or 2 of the other players placed bets, and then...
No more bets, please. No more bets. Number 18, red and even. Your chip, sir.
The croupier shoved the winnings across to me. I watched his face. If he had any expression, it was on the soles of his shoes. Well, maybe $7,000 win was common around here. I left the table, sat down, and did a little problem in arithmetic, which figured out to be $126,000. That's what I'd have if number 22 came up. And, brother, it looked from where I sat as though it would. The 10 minutes went by, and I walked back to the table. Waited until the wheel stopped.
Number 16, red and even. Place your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Slowly, I shoved 3,500 in chips to number 22. This time, the others around the wheel did look. 3,500 at 35 to 1. When the wheel began to slow up.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. No more bets, please.
That croupier was as cold as the floor of a mausoleum. Somebody dropped a pin, and I heard it hit the floor. The white ball clicked its way until...
Number 22, black and even. Your chip, sir.
I cashed in the chips, and there I sat, with $126,000 tucked away in my inside coat pocket. Somebody had that wheel fixed for a killing. I began to wish I was back in my office. I didn't like it. A crooked play. Why? Who? I made up my mind to go to the owner of the place and wash my hands of the whole thing when...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holliday. I've been looking for you. I have a message for you.
Yeah?
Well, it's verbal this time, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what is it?
You're to go into the bar and wait.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
The same man gave you this message?
Yes, sir.
Did he still have a head, 2 eyes, a nose, and 2 ears?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you are, kid.
Oh, thank you.
You know, if this keeps up much longer, you'll be able to retire my tips alone.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Will that be all?
How much did this character give you to forget what he looked like?
Oh, nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
And a smart boy like you should have taken a good look the second time.
Huh?
Especially since I asked about him after the first message.
Oh, he was big, dark, a little mustache, and he had a little white scar over his right eye.
Will you take $5 for that information?
That's all right, Mr. Holliday. No charge for that service.
Good boy. I'll see you later.
Yes, sir, Mr. Holliday.
I walked toward the bar, wondering what was coming next. I didn't like that fortune burning the cloth in my pocket. The bar was like my suite. Fancy, rich, and expensive. I climbed up on one of the stools, and the bartender came over and...
Yes, sir. May I serve you, sir?
Got any ginger ale?
Yes, sir. What with, sir?
Oh, by itself. Just a glass of ginger ale.
Just a ginger ale?
Uh-huh. You see, I like the bubbles.
Champagne has bubbles, too.
But they're still around the next day. Just a ginger ale.
Yes, sir, of course.
Excuse me, is someone sitting here?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Here you are, sir. Ginger ale.
Thanks.
The usual, please.
Okay. Yes, sir, may I?
You got a light?
Of course.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Here you are.
Thanks. Why do you drink ginger ale?
I like it. Why do you drink martinis?
Same reason, I guess. It's a brilliant conversation, isn't it?
Well, I've heard better.
You're not very friendly, are you?
A Boy Scout is always friendly.
And does good turns. So I hear.
Do you want to be helped across the street?
All right, I'll shut up.
I took a good look at her. There was something scared-looking about her. She was nervous. Well, so was I, because the minutes were passing and I still had that money. And I wanted to get rid of it. But I wondered about the girl, whether she had any part in this. I watched her out of the corner of my eye. She picked up her bag, reached for a lipstick, and then...
Oh, clumsy.
So it's true what they say about women's handbags. You get the stuff on the bar, I'll pick up the kitchen sink off the floor.
I'm so sorry. Did the powder spill on you?
No, it's all right. Yeah. Here you are.
The mirror didn't break, did it?
Nope, you're still good for 7 years more.
Thanks. Thanks ever so much.
I told you I was a good Boy Scout.
You have a nice smile.
Want a toothpaste commercial to go with it?
Now, don't be nasty.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just as nervous as you are.
Let's talk about something else.
She chattered away, and
It really is
I
a
listened with
lovely
half an
place,
ear.
isn't it?
Once in a while, threw in a yes or a no. And the clouds began to gather. The mirror at the back of the bar went back and forth. The people got bigger, then shrank to midgets. Somebody drove a plane through my head. It buzzed around and made a bad landing on my brain, then...
There you are. Feeling better now? You'll be all right. Just lie there, take it easy.
Sure, Hey, I'm in my room.
Of course. We brought you here.
We?
I'm the hotel physician, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what happened?
Just a fainting spell, nothing serious.
Fainting spell? What are you talking about?
Fainting spells. Your wife told me you get them.
My what told you what?
No. Just lie back.
Whose wife said what?
Well, your wife. She's gone to have a prescription filled.
Now, listen, Doc, Hand me my coat, will you?
It's better if you lie here.
It's better if you hand me my coat. Give it to me.
Oh, very well. There you are. What's the matter?
Was my wife in this room?
Of course, she came up with me.
Uh-huh. Doc, what would you do with $126,000?
What? 100? That's an odd question. What would you do with it?
I don't know. Because I haven't got it anymore.
Now, back to Triple Cross, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
So there I was, $126,000 in the red. If it was meant to be taken from me, then somebody was working it the hard way. Sure, the girl slipped something in my ginger ale when I picked up the stuff that fell out of her handbag. She took the money. All right, I wanted no more of it. I was going to head for the nearest exit, running, not walking, when... Come in.
You Holiday?
Yeah. Do I know you?
Call me Tony. I'm the guy who wrote the Box 13.
Oh. All right, goodbye, Tony.
Sit down.
What's the idea?
Funny, I was going to ask you that.
If we're playing 20 questions, let's skip the other 18, Tony.
I got a big one left. Where's the dough?
You tell me.
Give it to me.
Well, I didn't like him. I didn't like the gun he was playing with either. And I didn't like the little white scar over his right eye or the little black mustache. I was willing right then and there to cross him off my friendship list. But I told him what happened.
It's a great story. Ain't heard one like it since I read fairy tales.
Well, I don't care if you believe it or not.
You got no regard for your health, Holiday.
Look, Tony, I'm leaving this place
You'll
now.
be too heavy to carry out if you take one more step. That's better. Now, what kind of a frame is this?
Once more, you tell me. I played a crooked wheel downstairs. I don't like that.
You got adventure, didn't you?
I don't want anything that's crooked.
Look who's talking. Who was the girl?
Believe it or not, I never saw her before.
What did she look like?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever try to take a good look at anyone in that bar downstairs? It's too dark to even see a lighted match.
You're smart, Holiday. The game with the girl is neat. Awful neat. You get the dough, play doggo. Act like the girl slipped you Mickey. Later she turns up with the dough and you two split.
Now talk sense, Tony. I didn't know why I came to Los Morris in the first place. I didn't know how I was going to get that money. How would I have time to dream up that frame with the girl?
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought of that. Okay, Holiday, maybe you're telling it straight.
Okay. Now can I go?
No. You get that money back first, then you can go.
I don't think I'll stay for the ninth inning, Tony.
The game has not started yet, Bud. You get that dough.
How?
That's your problem, but get it.
Look, Tony, I'm backing out of this. You know I can go to the sheriff.
No, you won't. Because there'll be a tail on you from now on out. One move like you're going to the law. Understand?
Okay. Okay, I get it.
And there'll be somebody in this room to see that you don't use the phone. You'll be covered like a pool table, Holiday.
What if I can't find the girl? What if I can't get the money back?
The boss will be awful mad.
And?
There are worse places than Los Morros to spend a lifetime. If you live.
Ever have one of those dreams in which you try to run away from something and can't? Well, this one, with my eyes wide open, was really something. Tony and I went downstairs. Two other characters detached themselves from chairs when Tony nodded at them. Brother, I was covered. It looked hopeless. With Tony not far behind, I asked the doctor if he'd ever seen the girl who said she was my wife. Well, there was no dice there. Then I remembered something. I told Tony I was going back into the bar.
Bar? What for?
Now, look, Tony. Let me do it my way. I'm the one that's on the spot, so let me play it the way I want.
Okay. I'll watch. And don't try for a quick steal, because the boys outside know who to look for. Go ahead.
Thanks. What would I do without you, Tony?
I don't know. Because you're not going to be without me. Remember, I'll be watching.
Yes, sir. May I serve you? Well, feeling better, sir?
Well, much. Where were you when I fainted?
At the other end of the bar, sir.
Oh, yeah. So you were.
It wasn't our ginger ale, sir.
No, it wasn't. I just have a loose head, and when I shake it, it comes off.
May I serve you something, sir?
Yes. An answer to a question.
Well, what's that, sir?
Who was the girl who sat down next to me?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, yes, you do.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Quit the sir business. You knew that girl.
Why do you say that?
Because when she sat down, she asked for the usual, and you brought her a martini. And you said okay when she asked you.
What does that prove?
The martini proves you knew who she was. The okay means she wasn't a guest of the hotel. No bartender as polite as you are would say okay to a lady guest. That makes sense?
Why do you want to know who she is?
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to see her in trouble.
I'll try to keep her out of it.
I won't tell you.
Ever see a picture of Alexander Hamilton?
What are you talking about?
Well, here's one. And funny enough, it's on a $10 bill. In fact, his picture's on all 5 of these bills.
Yeah. Her name's Kathy Lee. I think she has a place at the Las Palmas courts.
Thanks. Put these pictures in frames, will you? I found the Las Palmas courts. And, of course, Tony behind me all the way. The name list in front said Kathy Lee lived in number 8. I looked around before I turned in the walk. Yeah, Tony was closer to me than varnish on a tabletop. I found number 8 and stopped for a second. Looked for a phone line, but there wasn't any. I knocked at the door. No answer. I tried it again. Then I heard Tony whisper from the shadows.
Try the door, Holiday.
I did. It was unlocked. Tony coached from the sidelines.
Go on in.
I went in and closed the door behind me. It was dark. I decided to risk a call. Kathy? Kathy? Kathy Lee? She wasn't there. I fumbled my way to what felt like a dresser and a lamp. Turned it on, and what I saw made me turn that light off fast.
What's the matter?
She's dead.
What are you talking about?
You heard me. She's dead.
You sure?
Well, go in and look.
You go back in and look for that dope. Go on.
Now, look, Tony, I don't know any more of this. That poor kid's dead, murdered. I want you to call the sheriff.
No, you don't. I said you go back in there and look for that dough.
You look for it.
Leave my fingerprints all over the place. Now you go back in there and hunt.
Don't be a sap. Whoever killed her took the money. Don't you see that?
Maybe. But we'll play this angle all the way. Now stop talking and get in there.
I hated to turn on that light, but I had to. I didn't look at her. I looked through the room. Then I found something. A plane ticket to San Francisco, leaving that night, and a boat ticket for South America. They were in an envelope, but the information on the envelope said there would be 2 reservations. I put it back where I found it because I didn't want Tony to find it on me. And there was something else. A locket with a man's picture in it. I took it off its chain and shoved it in my pocket, then I left.
Well, Holiday?
It's not there. I told you it wouldn't be.
Stand still. Back toward me.
A frisk, Tony? You don't trust me, do you?
Shut up.
No, I told you.
Who killed her?
Find that out and you'll know where the money went.
Come on.
What's so funny?
Holiday, right now I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Tony was right. People at the casino saw me win that money, and somebody must have seen the girl with me. Then I got the Mickey. The money was taken, the girl killed. Who did it? Mm-hmm. Me, Dan Holliday. Because the girl clipped me for the money. Well, this was a beautiful frame. Any art gallery in the country would be proud to hang it. But I knew something Tony didn't. The plane and boat tickets. 2 seats. One for Kathy and her murderer. Somebody who left her tickets in her bungalow to make it look as though she was in on the $100,000 job by herself. Sure. Now her killer was taking a plane. In 1 hour. Then a boat to South America. I could have told Tony, but I wanted to wrap it up myself. Besides, I wanted to get the whole thing to the law. On the way back to the hotel, I figured something out for myself. But I'd have to see the boss of the casino, and I thought I knew how to do that without Tony tagging along. The casino was full. I stopped. Tony stopped.
What's the idea? What now?
I've got to think.
Up to your room.
No.
You want to get hurt?
Sure, go ahead. Shoot me. Now. In front of all these people. You know, Tony, you wouldn't get 10 feet.
Smart, ain't you? Okay, what's now?
I'm going to play blackjack.
What?
Want to watch? I sat at the blackjack table. I had as much interest in the game as Aunt Mamie back in Iowa, who never saw a deck of cards in her life. But I had an idea, and I played it for all it was worth. Look, dealer.
Yes?
I didn't like that last deal.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I said I didn't like that last deal.
Well, we'll return your money, sir.
Never mind the money. Who runs this place?
Hey, what is that guy trying to put on over there?
It worked. In 3 seconds, I was surrounded by muscle boys, and Tony was hotter than a New York sidewalk in August. But he couldn't touch me. A minute later, I sat across the table from the owner of the casino. I told him what happened, and when I finished, he stared at me and said,
You're trying to tell me somebody let you win that money on my wheel?
I am?
You're crazy. The wheel's straight.
But you know I won that money.
Sure I do. Any time 100 grand slides across, I know it.
But this time it was fixed. The croupier was tipped I was to win.
Wait a minute. Marty, send Frankie up here right away. Huh? Oh. Okay, forget it.
What's the matter?
Frankie, the croupier, went off duty just after you won. He's not back yet.
And he won't come back. Now, somebody planned to take the house this evening for that money. Somebody who couldn't risk getting it himself. So I'm the logical one. No one knows me here. I'd look like just another player. Later, Mr. Fix-It plans to pick up the money and beat it. Who? Someone besides yourself who could get to the croupier and bribe him to fix the wheel. Got any ideas?
Yeah. One. My partner.
Well, that's it, then. It's got to be.
But the girl, she doped you. That was a hard way to get the money from you.
Listen, I've got an idea, but I'm a little cramped for room. Some of your partner's boys, particularly a guy named Tony, are glued to me. Get some of your boys to shake them off, and I'll bring that money back to you.
How do you know where it is?
I know.
Okay, Holiday. But remember, fast play, and I'll find you if it takes the rest of my life.
It's a deal. Now, how about the boys?
They won't follow you. Marty, that guy will leave my office. Some mugs are tailing him. Stop him. Got it? Good. All right, Holiday. You're on first base. Go ahead.
I was sure he'd be at the airport, and I wasn't wrong. He was sitting in the shadows on the outside. I walked over to him, and he looked up.
Holiday, I thought you would be...
Thought I'd be framed, huh, Frankie?
What are you doing here?
I've got a message from Kathy Lee.
Kathy? She's...
You ought to know you killed her.
You're crazy.
Not only that, you've got $126,000 in that bag. $126,000 that looked like easy money.
Shut up.
That money doesn't mean a thing. It's the girl who counts, the girl who was willing to do what you told her to do. The girl you triple-crossed and killed after you double-crossed your boss who bribed you to fix the wheel.
It's too bad you're so smart, Holiday.
It's too bad you led with that right, Frankie. Somebody call the police to come and clean this up.
The croupier was... Oh, please hurry, Mr. Holliday. I want to hear the ending.
All right, Susie, all right. What do you want to know?
Well, how did you guess that Kathy Lee was the croupier's girl?
Well, her locket had his picture in it.
Oh, they should have given you the money as a reward.
No, thanks, Susie. They can have it.
But there's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Holliday.
And that's?
You didn't get a tan at all. You're just as pale as when you left.
Oh, $126,000. A murder and a tan, too, she wants. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his new picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with original story by Russell Hughes, and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production supervision is by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production.
Du hast aber einen schönen Ball.
Aus bestimmten Anzeichen geht hervor, dass auch dieser neue Mord von demselben gespenstischen Unhold begangen wurde, dem bereits 8 Kinder unserer Stadt zum Opfer gefallen sind. Wer ist der Mörder? Wie sieht er aus? Wo verbirgt er sich? Niemand kennt ihn. Und doch ist er mitten unter uns.
Jeden Tag erweitern wir das Fahndungsgebiet. Vielleicht doch noch irgendetwas Verwendbares zu finden, das uns der Lösung des Problems näher bringt.
In ganzen Schriftbild liegt ein schwer erweisbarer, aber intensiv fühlbarer Zug von Wahnsinn.
Also hört mal, der Block ist doch umstellt. Wenn er überhaupt noch mal nach Hause kommt, muss er uns ja in die Finger laufen.
Die Bullen!
Ein Außenseiter verdirbt uns das Geschäft und den Kredit. Die Maßnahmen der Polizei, die täglichen planmäßigen Razzien zur Ergreifung des Kindermörders, hindern unsere Tätigkeit in einem kaum mehr ertragbaren Maße. Wir müssen ihn fangen. Wir selber.